Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. History is studded with the names of those who have dreamed fine dreams and helped transform them into great realities. One such splendid transition is now taking place in the state of Washington, where the genius of American engineers is making the dream of many a Northwest citizen come true by transforming 1,200,000 acres into a garden spot. The Grand Coulee Dam owes its beginning to a great number of forward-looking people. Naturally, in such a huge undertaking, there are many stories about its background and beginning. One of these stories will be told in this evening's Pont Cavalcade. And in the telling, the only character actually portrayed will be that of Rufus Wood. Such people, whose energy and vision are helping to make a dream a reality, are led forward by the same ideals that inspire the research chemist as he works toward his goal. The goal described in the DuPont ad: better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play a popular favorite, I'll See You in My Dream.
Millions of years ago, in America's Pacific Northwest, a giant glacier blocked the Columbia River on its way to the sea. That mighty stream, forced to find a new outlet, cut a chasm 600 feet deep, 2 miles wide and 50 miles long. Many hundreds of years passed, then the ice melted, and the river returned to its original channel. So it was that early settlers in the state of Washington found the dry riverbed, a long, deep valley which they named the Grand Coulee.
The DuPont cavalcade moves forward.
It is July 17th, 1918. Our scene is Ephrata, a struggling community not far from Wenatchee, Washington. Rufus Woods, publisher of the Wenatchee Daily World, comes briskly down Main Street. He greets a man we shall call Abraham Waters, who leans listlessly against the side of a 2-story wooden building.
Hello, Abe.
Hello, Ruf. What are you doing in Ephrata?
On my way to see a certain well-known lawyer.
You mean Joe, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, he won't have no news. There's no news in these parts. Dust. Dust and more dust. Powdered soil to the wheel hubs. That's all the great coulee of the Columbia River gives us.
Oh, there's worse places, Abe.
Where? No acreage for grazing. A man can't raise a grub stake. You can't live on sagebrush, can you?
You seem to be staying here, Abe.
Well, what else can I do? You don't think I like it, do you? You do, you're plumb loco.
I'll tell you what to do, Abe. Come over to Wenatchee someday. We'll talk it over.
I never get nowhere.
See you again, Abe.
Yeah, come in. Hello, Ruf.
Oh, Joe. What's the news?
Read your paper. You print all the news.
Yeah, but I'm stuck for an idea for that front page column line, Joe. That's why I came over. All the babies and gardens and such stuff will run out. You're loaded with ideas. Give me one.
You can't print what I'm thinking.
Come on now.
I'm fed up, Ruf. Stung with a bug that wears down every man out here sooner or later. What does a country like this promise anyone for the future? Unless we get what we need.
Yes, but this is a country
No bunk. Columbia River roaring through more than 1 million acres that aren't worth a powder to blow them to Hades right now. And look at this office.
What's the matter with it?
Take down one of my law books. Pick out any one of the lot. They're all loaded with dust. Blows in off the coulee of the Columbia River, through the cracks in our window frames, gets all over the place. Well, you can't walk down the street without loading your shoes. This country can't grow, handicapped like that, Ruf. What we need is a dam.
That's it, Joe. A dam.
It's the only solution. More than one man thought of it before. Yeah, there's small chance we'll get one.
Why not?
Yeah, dams cost money. Hundreds of thousands, millions even.
Well, then why not go after that much money? Look out of this window. Miles of useless acreage that can be made fertile by turning the Columbia into the biggest irrigation project the world's ever heard of.
You're right, Ruf. That land could be made fertile, and we could have plenty of power, too, if we had a dam.
A dam's what we need here. A dam's what we'll go after. A dam for the coulee, the Columbia harness. Quick, give me a pencil. I'll write an editorial that'll start things humming around here.
That editorial and the newspaper articles that followed stirred the entire state of Washington. In the years that followed, many men cooperated. A group which included Jim O'Sullivan, Gail Matthews, Winter Prowell, John Mooney, Dr. Whitby, David R. McGinnis, Rufus Woods, and many more, as well as organizations in Portland, Seattle, Spokane, and other centers. It is 1933. Opinion in the section is divided as to whether the Grand Coulee Dam is a myth or a possibility. Feeling is running high between the two factions. A crowd of men have gathered on a corner in Wenatchee.
Oh, you folks, please. Please stop talking. We can't get anywhere if we all talk at once. Speak one at a time. All right, Abe, you're always complaining. What's on your mind?
Ruf, I'm again the whole business of building the dam. I lived here for 30 years. What little I got, I don't want took away from me. It's a crazy brain scheme, trying to dam the Columbia. You can't harness that river. She's too big and too strong.
What's the matter?
Hey, you know what Judge Steiner said? I seen the letter. He wrote, "Dam up the Columbia. Verily, Bear and Munchausen now are to fight."
Yeah, that's what I say, too. And if the Columbia could be dammed, it'd probably be a lake where the homes are now. The whole thing's got no sense, and I'm against it.
Somebody gone loco. You're
Baron Munchausen, all right, Roof. Well, if I'm Munchausen, I'm darn proud of it. Remember, Joe, that day in your office?
I remember, Roof.
Look here. The idea isn't so plumb crazy as some of you think. A.P. Davis of the United States Reclamation Service says that we've got the greatest dam site on Earth.
What do you and Jim O'Sullivan and your gang know about dams anyway?
Well, they ought to know, Abe. They got a regular university on dams with books and charts and reports and pictures of all the dams in the world.
Yeah. And what comes of all those surveys? The sum total of nothing.
Right. Well, wait a minute. Look at the government surveys. That's what Homer Galt's doing in March 24. He's one of the outstanding engineers of the Reclamation Bureau. There's the Willis T. Batchelor report. And our own Senator Dill and Governor Martin are interested, aren't they?
You can't harness the river. It wastes time and it wastes money.
Right, Abe. A dam in the coulee will bring life to thousands of thirsty acres. Fertile fields will be born. There'll be thousands of fine homes where now there's nothing but sagebrush.
He's crazy out of his head like the rest of that gang.
We mustn't lose faith when we really started. It's time to fight all the harder. Not give ground, but move forward. Now, what do you say, neighbors?
That's good newspaper stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. It's a dream that's busted.
It sure has, Abe. Come on, folks. No, please. Can't be done. Oh, stay here. Please stay here.
Oh, let him go, Roof. Let him go.
I hate to.
Yeah, you won't change their minds talking. Especially a one-track mind like Abe Waters.
Yeah, but they don't understand.
Oh, we know that, all of us. But you can't make them see it. So save your strength. I got news, Roof. Good news. Washington's on the job. We aren't going to forget this July 27th as long as we live.
Joe, what are you talking about?
$63 million have been allotted for the Grand Coulee Dam.
You're not kidding me, are you?
There was a report made in the Senate today.
Then it isn't a dream. Work is going to start. There'll be work here for thousands. The whole coulee will be changed. Come back here, Abe Waters. Washington's back of our idea. The dam's coming true.
There were plenty of skeptics who felt that the dream of a huge dam to harness the Columbia River was an impossibility. But those who believed in it continued their efforts to make new converts, while engineers sat down and reasoned. In a temporary office of the dam project, one of the head engineers is talking to a newcomer.
Oh, hello, Tom.
So this is your office, huh, John?
Well, it'll do for the present.
Boy, you've tackled a big job.
We know that.
It'll take years to finish and cost plenty of millions.
But it's worth it, Tom. It'll reclaim a country. I'm glad I took part in it. Look out of this window. Nature's working on our side.
Nature? What do you mean, John?
Old Mother Nature herself. You may not realize it, old man, but she's been working for years to set the scene for this job. You see those banks in the west?
Yeah?
They're solid rock. So are the banks on this side. Move off the surface gravel and sand, and they'll make perfect abutments. We'll put up a cellular cofferdam to hold back the river.
How long will that dam be?
4,300 feet, 4/5 of a mile.
What?
You said it was a big job. We may be wrong, Tom, but we figure it's the biggest of its kind in the history of the world.
Boy! But how can you go about it?
Well, we'll build our cofferdams into the river from each side. When the concrete foundation is finished on one side, the water can run over that. And the center section can be closed by building cribs on dry land and floating them into position.
Sounds though you had it all figured out.
Oh, yes. We've surveyed every square yard, built a model in detail. Well, when the cofferdam's finished, we'll turn the river into a new bed.
Turn the river out of its course?
Until the big dam is finished.
Boy!
Then we'll swing old Lady Columbia back into the course she's been using for centuries and fill up our lake bed. We'll build a trestle and a railroad out over the site we fill the big dam. We'll carry concrete. We'll dump it right from the cars.
And save both time and money, huh?
That's the idea.
Great.
There'll be a huge belt conveyor system, the biggest thing of its kind, to carry off the earth and rocks. The job's too big for trucks, and the depth of the sand will throw them up.
Sure, I see.
There'll be a big building on that hill there to mix concrete in. A belt conveyor will carry the gravel, and the mixture will be controlled by a central switchboard. We'll build homes for the workers.
A boom town.
Call it that you want to. We'll build an electrical plant so the river can furnish us with power.
An electrical city,
A city of homes men will be proud to live in. It'll have its own local government, hotel, its own stores, police and fire department. Not a chimney in it, Tom. Heat, light, hot water, cooking. All done by electricity. Talk about your old boom towns. Well, they were nothing beside this.
The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. 3 more years pass. It is August 1936. There are 5,000 men that work on the Cooley Dam project. Thousands more are at work back of the lines and in the woods, in the steel plants, the truck and tractor factories, the cement plants. A dream city has become a fact. What was once a sweep of rattlesnake-infested sagebrush is now throbbing with action. Huge cranes swing their dangling arms. A modern bridge spans the river, connecting Cooley Dam, the government city, on one side, with Mason City, the contractor's camp, on the other. People from all over the country have arrived, watched, depart in awe. It is afternoon. 3 men stand watching the work.
It makes a glorious picture, Joe. More like a miracle, I'd say, Roof. And do you remember when 5,000 people made their way through the dust and heat to this dam site, including those 18 congressmen who were on the committee?
You bet I do. So do I.
I remember what you said to them, too, Roof. You said, now, congressmen, all we want is a slab of concrete across that river.
Yeah, well, dog my catch if that slab of concrete ain't going in. And what a slab it is. 4/5 of a mile long, 550 feet high, and 500 feet wide at the base.
Yeah, they're tying up the old river.
Well, she ain't been tied up yet. And if she is, she can break loose. I ain't counting my chicks till the eggs are hatched out. We don't know what may happen.
Still pessimistic, huh, Abe? Well, nothing can stop it now. All it takes is time. When it's finished, this
Hey,
section...
look over there.
Where?
Up there on the east side. Something's wrong, I can tell that. It looks like the start of a landslide. Hey, if those tons were to come down...
They won't let that happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't look good. When that dirt breaks loose, it'll cover up hundreds. Spoil long weeks of labor.
They won't let it break loose.
You can't tell.
Oh, shut up, Abe.
Well, you can't keep monkeying with nature without coming to trouble. I've known that from the start.
Hey, Roof, come back here.
I'll be back. Stay where you are. Don't get nearer that east hill.
He's gone clean loco now, Joe. He can't hold up a landslide.
John!
Hello?
You're in charge here. Can anything go wrong?
The east hill looks tricky. If it starts acting up.
John,
How does he look, Tom?
bad. We've tried everything we can put our hands on. Nothing seems to work. We got to do something.
All right. Call the men off that section.
Hey, Buck. Okay. Get the men off the east hill and stop working that section. Okay, Sid.
Now what do we do? Come on in the office, Tom. We've taken every hurdle in stride so far. We'll add this one to them. Come on in, Rufus.
All right.
Don't let this fuss get your throat. We'll find the answer before long.
Well, you know what it means if that hill starts to slide, John. It'll bury the work set up at the bottom. It'll block the whole work.
You're not giving me news. Wait a minute. Grace, get hold of Carson. He's up at the mixer.
John.
Hold your horses a while.
Hello?
That you, Carson?
Yeah.
The east hill looks slippery.
She's gonna slide, Chief.
All right. Call up the men at the base. Are there any trucks down there?
Yeah, 2.
Get them out of the way. And don't send any more concrete until we iron out this mess. You stick right where you are.
Right.
If those men at the bottom...
There won't be any men down there. You'll get them all out by phone.
They're starting to leave already.
Take a look at the hill.
There's a spot near the top. John! John, she started to go!
Hello?
Carson speaking. Slide hasn't hurt the dam any.
Good. Find out how the men are and call me back. Why can't I think of some way of licking that thing?
A bulwark.
No, the hill's too big, Rufus. brush it away.
Guess we're licked for a while.
No, there's some way we can do it. And it's our job to find out that way. We can't drag off the top. That'd loosen the... Yes, hello.
Hello, Chief. Carson again. All the men free of the slide.
Nobody was hurt.
Right. All safe.
Thank heaven for that much.
Hey, I got an idea.
Yeah?
This couldn't have happened at the North Pole.
Oh, now don't try to be fun.
I'm not kidding. I mean it. The ground would be frozen. Get it?
The ground will be frozen. Yeah, I get it. And thanks. By thunder, he's got it. We can set up an ice dam, freeze that east hill up solid. Keep it covered in the daytime so the sun can't melt it. It's a great idea, Carson. We'll have no more landslides now.
The engineers drove pipes filled with refrigerant through the toe of the cliff. This froze the soil and checked the slab so that work was soon resumed. Whistles screamed once more. Tons of concrete were again run out on the trestle and dumped into huge forms. Tourists flocked from all sections, watching engineering history in the making. One day, a young man pushes his way through a throng who are watching the work and enters the reclamation office.
Hi, neighbor.
Hello. What's on your mind? Looking for work?
No, not the kind you'll offer.
Well?
I'm working at a gas station, but I've been thinking some lately about what you're doing. Uncle Sam's spending millions. Well, I'd like to make him some money. Make it for him right out here. You think he'll take to the idea?
Well, I can't see why he wouldn't. Just how would you do it?
Well, that's simple enough. Grandstanding.
Grandstanding?
Uh-huh.
What's that?
Well, you know how it's human nature to stop and watch a steam shovel at work. Well, we'd put up some grandstands and set sightseeing proper. Look now. Look out there, them folks watching. Hundreds of them in the broiling sun. They ain't comfortable, are they?
Perhaps not.
Well, they would be in a grandstand, sitting down in the shade, and I'd be the barker. You know, same as a circus. I could load them with facts. Let them know what we're doing. Give them the dope on what they're seeing.
That may be an idea.
Maybe. Neighbor, it's massive. It's gigantic. Colossal. That's the word I've been hunting. The darn thing's colossal. Well, do I handle a barking?
I can't answer that question. But I can tell you this much. You've brought us a real idea.
Two stands for spectators were erected at Cooley Dam, so located that visitors could sit in the shade at two main vantage points and watch the work, while lecturers explained the most important parts of this giant engineering project. One day, Rufus Woods and his friend Joe, in a crowd of people sitting in one of the stands, listened to the lecturer's voice through the loudspeaker system.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've tried to point out some of the details of this stupendous construction job, this colossal engineering feat. Now let me tell you how big this job is. Just a few comparisons.
He's a good barker, all right, Joe. You bet he is, Roof.
This dam, when it is finished, will be as high as a 46-story building and as long as 14 ordinary city blocks. 4 ships the size of the Queen Mary could be placed end to end along the top, if the engineers wanted to. The dam will contain 11.25 million cubic yards of concrete masonry. That's about 4 times the volume of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. The dam will weigh 23 million tons. If the concrete were heaped on an ordinary city block, it would rise more than 2.5 times as high as the Empire State Building in New York City. It would build a standard paved highway 16 feet wide from New York to Seattle and return by way of Los Angeles. The dam itself will be 3 times as high as Niagara Falls. That's all for this time, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
There's a kick in that, isn't there, Roof?
There sure is.
The greatest job ever attempted. Somehow it seems human to me. I'm foolish, I guess, but I could go out there and pat that dam. Hello, Abe.
Hello.
Hey, Waters. Why, you old diehard. What are you doing here?
Oh, come out a couple of times a week. Well, can't keep away somehow.
Yeah, it gets into your blood, doesn't it, Abe?
Like a rattlesnake's bite.
Do you believe now they can harness the river? That they can build a great lake that'll give us the water to turn waste into gardens?
Well, say, Rufus, I wish you'd do me a favor.
Well, if I can, I'll be glad to.
Could you get me a job working on that dam?
Why, Abe. Well, I'll try.
I'd just like to be certain I had some hand in building this dam. You see, it belongs to all of us, and, well, sir, it's the greatest thing in the world.
Today, the Grand Coulee Dam is half completed. The dream many men and many organizations worked for has come true. In another 3 or 4 years, the wheels will be turning out power, and one unit of irrigation after another will be opening. Men of imagination, using the tools given them by science, have made possible the Coulee Dam. This evening, DuPont is proud to add their names to the distinguished roster of the Cavalcade of America.
The largest man-made structure for more than 6,000 years has been the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. History says 100,000 slaves labored under terrific physical punishment for 30 years to build it. Today in America's Northwest, the Grand Coulee Dam, a structure 3 times as big, is being completed in much less time by men who do not have to endure any of the ancient hardships, thanks to modern engineering and chemistry. Chemistry, you ask? Yes, in a great many ways. For instance, explosives.
DuPont explosives are helping construct the world's greatest dam. Hundreds of tons of dynamite, several different types for the wide variety of blasting conditions faced by the Grand Coulee engineers. And on the downstream side of the dam stands a wooden cofferdam to divert the water while the main structure is being built. When the concrete is set and the temporary structure has served its purpose, dynamite will remove it quickly, with great savings of time and money.
Cement. Chemistry helps make all cement. Millions of tons are used in Grand Coulee. And the fact that it dries properly is due to chemical ingredients which hasten this process. Probably without cement there would be no Grand Coulee Dam. And without the contributions of research chemistry, there would be no modern cement. At the 1937 peak, Grand Coulee uses 50 carloads a day.
And rubber. Modern rubber, used in many forms by engineers in the building of Grand Coulee, is strengthened by DuPont chemical agents called antioxidants. The largest belt conveyor system ever built carried mud, dirt, rocks, even rattlesnakes to canyons far away from the site of the dam. It had to be tough to stand that terrific grind, and rubber chemicals helped make it so. Then there is the rubber used for electrical insulation and in the all-important drill and air hoses. This rubber, too, is made stronger by chemistry.
Chemistry serves Grand Coulee engineers in many other ways, ways that even they may not realize. In helping give strength to sheet steel, beams, piling, cable, and wire. For into steel go chemicals made by DuPont to help give it just the right qualities for the job it has to do. Chemistry even helped protect the huge dam itself. For when a landslide threatened Grand Coulee, as you heard in this evening's story, engineers used DuPont ammonia to freeze the slide shale and check the slide. And the drinking water of thousands at work on Grand Coulee is made safe by chlorinating, a chemical process. I could give still more specific examples, but these illustrate how research chemistry serves in the march of progress. And progress is the goal of the research chemist, that you and I may enjoy, as DuPont expresses it, better things for better living through chemistry. Stars of Destiny, the story of David Rittenhouse and his contributions to many sciences, including astronomy, will be the subject of our broadcast when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley in Confession.
Lux presents Hollywood. Confession is a drama of the present and the past, of a romance that faltered, of sacrifice and devotion stronger than time. Confession brings to our stage Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Between the acts, as special guest, you'll hear Dr. Herman Lissauer, head of Warner Brothers Research Department. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before introducing our producer, may I offer a brief suggestion? There isn't a man alive who doesn't admire a lovely, fresh complexion. It's so important to be careful about cosmetic skin. Clever women everywhere, like 9 out of 10 screen stars, use Lux toilet soap regularly. This gentle soap has active lather that removes dust and dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly, leaves skin soft and smooth. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The Music Box Review was in rehearsal on Broadway when a blue-eyed blonde with a Georgia accent, a diploma from Syracuse University, and a do-or-die determination walked up to the man in charge and told him that Mr. Hassard Short had sent her to see him about a job. The man in charge happened to be Mr. Hassard Short himself, who, being just as good a sport as he is a producer, swallowed his amazement and placed her in the ballet. Ever since then, Miriam Hopkins has been famous for her ability to convince her listeners. We give her that opportunity tonight in the role of Vera Kowalska. Claude Rains, who hails from Warner Brothers Studio, where he recently played with such distinction in Four Daughters, interrupted his stage career in England to enlist with the historic Ladies from Hell in the World War. He rose to a captaincy. Later, he crossed the ocean and made a notable success with the Theater Guild. Suddenly finding himself without a play, Mr. Rains took it for granted that his stage career was over. He bought a farm in New Jersey and settled down to a life of labor and leisure on the soil. But Hollywood put an end to this short-lived career, and so as an ex-farmer, he's been harvesting hits instead of potatoes ever since. Seen next in They Made Me a Criminal, Mr. Rains appears tonight as Mikhail Mikhailoff. In the role of Leonid comes one of Darryl Zanuck's greatest discoveries, Richard Green. 20th Century Fox Studio was so anxious to sign him that he was making love to Loretta Young in a picture 7 days after he sailed from his native England. Today, less than a year later, his fan mail runs to 3,000 letters a week. He's just completed Submarine Patrol and resumes his attentions to Miss Young in their new film, Kentucky. The youngest of our stars, Anne Shirley, is the screen veteran of tonight's cast. An actress since babyhood, Miss Shirley appears through the courtesy of RKO Studio, is currently seen in A Man to Remember, and plays Lisa in tonight's drama. And now for the play. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins and Claude Rains in Confession with Richard Green and Anne Shirley. A cafe in a European capital, a tawdry sort of place with a spotlight playing down from the balcony, revealing customers, for the most part, no more respectable than the cafe itself. Now the spotlight comes to rest on a couple who seem completely out of place in such an atmosphere. The man is tall and distinguished. The girl, young, naive, and a little afraid. Afraid of this strange, exciting place and of the soft words of her companion. The spotlight moves again. Now focused in its beam is a solitary figure, a woman gowned in black. Slowly with her song, she moves toward the couple at the table. The woman in black has stopped. Her song abruptly ended. She stands transfixed, horrified, looking at the two in that booth before her. Then, with a quick movement, she turns away and hurries from the floor. The man in the booth whispers something to the young girl. They rise to go. They reach the stairway when suddenly...
Mikhailo!
The man turns. There at the foot of the stair is the singer, a revolver in her hands. The man's face is frozen with horror.
All right. Quiet. Quiet here. You were with this man, weren't you? Answer.
Yes, officer, I was.
Just answer questions. Who was this man?
Mikhailov, the pianist.
And who are you? How long have you known him? What do you know about the shooting?
My name is, I'm Lisa Kozlov. I only met him. Oh, please don't make me answer now.
You'll answer whenever I want. The man's been killed here.
Leave her alone. I killed him, and that's all that's necessary. I killed him, and I'm glad. Do you understand that? I'm glad.
The court will be in order. Order. The prosecutor will swear the witness. Let her be sworn.
You swear that the testimony you are to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name?
Lisa Kozlov.
And now, Miss Kozlov. Just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor. How old are you, Miss Kozlov?
17.
17. Then you are certainly old enough to realize the importance of your testimony. Now remember, young woman, not alone are you under oath, but the life of the defendant, Vera Kowalska, may depend upon your telling the truth.
I know.
Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
And now, Miss Lisa Kozlov, why did the defendant kill Mikhail Mikhailov?
I don't know.
Wasn't it through jealousy of you?
No, it couldn't have been.
No? Well, then why were you in such a hurry to leave the cafe that night, the moment that the defendant saw you?
But I wasn't. It was Mikhail who wanted to leave.
Mikhail? Oh, then the murdered man was Mikhail to you, Miss Kozlov. How long had you known him?
Why, only 3 days.
3 days, and he's an intimate friend. Interesting.
Oh, but you...
Your Honor, why should this girl be questioned like this? I'm the one on trial. She isn't.
Silence. It is not for the defendant to question the tactics of the prosecutor. Continue, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Miss Kozlov, tell us in your own words how you met the murdered man, the relationship between you, everything, and the truth.
Well, I saw Mr. Mikhailov first at the conservatory where I'm studying piano. He came there as a visiting artist, and after his recital, I guess all of us were, well, excited. At least Lane and Hildegard and the girls who were my best friends were. So we came out of the recital hall. We were all speaking of the... Oh, but he's wonderful. Yes, he is, and his own compositions, too.
Oh, silly, I don't mean his playing. I mean his looks, his manners. Didn't you watch his eyes?
I did. And I saw where they were most of the time. On you, Lisa.
Yes, Lisa. He seemed to see no one but you.
Well, maybe that's not so strange.
Lisa Kozlov, you don't mean that you know him.
Of course she does.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it, but I did study with him for a while when Mother and I were in Paris.
Lisa, you're making that up. He was just flirting with you, and now you're pretending that you know him.
Oh, is that so? Well,
All right, then. Where was it that you studied with him?
Why, it was...
It was at the Conservatoire Éloire in Paris 3 years ago.
Oh, Mr. Mikhailov. Oh, Mr. Mikhailov, I didn't know you were...
Am I not right, Lisa? Paris? 3 years ago?
Why, yes.
I remember you were a very fine pupil, but you had trouble with your octaves. Do they still bother you?
No, not so much.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
Oh, of course. Hildegard Fisher.
How do you do?
Elaine Martin.
How do you do?
Thelma Petrova. Mr. Mikhail Mikhailov.
Oh, how do you do, Mr.
Charmed. An honor to meet the friends of little Lisa. And now, if you will excuse us.
Oh, of course. Happy to have met you. Goodbye, Lisa.
Oh, Mr. Mikhailov, I forgive me.
Shh. Not here. You can explain why we are having tea together.
Tea? Oh, but I couldn't.
Oh, yes, you can, my dear. Remember, I tolerate no arguments from my pupils. Now, suppose we leave at once.
Of course, he'd never really been my teacher. I just said that to the girls to impress them. Well, we went to tea, and when he took me home, he asked me to meet him the next morning to ride in the park.
And you met him, of course.
No, I can't say that I didn't want to. Mr. Mikhailov was, well, different from anyone I'd ever known. But my mother was away from home at the time, and somehow I knew that she wouldn't approve. So next day at 3 o'clock, I was at the conservatory for my lesson. In fact, I was a little late, so I hurried into the lesson room. But Professor Heinzen wasn't there. Instead, it...
You're late. I don't approve of my pupils being late.
Mr. Mikhailov, what are you doing here?
Doing? By giving you a lesson. I thought that as long as you told your schoolmates I was once your piano teacher, it wouldn't do any harm for Professor Heinsohn to know, too. And he consented to my giving you your lesson.
Oh, you didn't. You mean the professor's not coming at all?
No, Lisa. Shall we begin?
Please. Please, Mr. Mikhailov, we shouldn't. I mean...
Now, let's see what we've got here. Oh, yes, Mozart's Sonata in A major. Quite. The first movement begins with this theme. The basic theme undergoes various changes, while the harmonic sequence is kept intact. Lisa, are you listening?
Yes.
Well, while the principal progressions are unaltered, they are emphasized by... Lisa, why wouldn't you meet me this morning?
I couldn't.
You were afraid.
I don't know.
You mustn't be. I told you yesterday. Lisa, it's true. You're not just another girl to me. You're all my yesterdays. You're Lisa.
No, please, you mustn't kiss me. Oh, you shouldn't. Don't you see how horrible this is?
What?
Lying to people, kissing in corners. I'm not like that. I hate it. My mother gets back tomorrow, and I can't lie about things to her. We'll say goodbye now, and we mustn't see each other again.
You don't mean that.
I do. I do. Then it was a grand trip, Mother.
Perfect, except being very lonely for a certain young lady I know. Lisa, darling, is something wrong?
Wrong?
You seem so pale. You haven't been overdoing.
No, Mother, I'm all right. It's just...
Madame Kozlov?
Yes, Lona?
There's a woman out here to see you. She won't give her name.
Well, that's strange. Well, I'll see her in just a moment.
Yes, madame.
While I'm gone, Lisa, you might be seeing what you think of this. It's for a certain long-legged duckling I used to know.
Mother, a new gown, and it's practically backless. That makes it official. I'm really grown up. Oh, you darling, you're the grandest mother in the world.
Will you be trying it on, dear? And I'll be back in a moment.
Hello. Oh, Mikhail. Mikhail, you shouldn't phone me. I told you that. No, it's impossible. I can't. No, believe me. But it doesn't matter whether I want to or not. Going away. Why, yes, but couldn't... Listen to me. No, well, yes, I understand, but you mustn't expect me. Oh, yes, I think so, Elaine. I'll talk to Mother and call you back if it isn't all right. Goodbye.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, Elaine Martine. She wanted to know if I couldn't visit her this evening. I was sure you wouldn't mind.
Why, of course not, my darling. You run along, get dressed.
I don't know. I guess it was because he told me he was going away the next day. Well, I met him at the Metropole Hotel. We had dinner there. And then he wanted to show me a sort of cafe I'd never seen. I was afraid when we arrived at the place, and I told him so, but he only laughed. He ordered some wine and began making love to me. He was saying all sorts of impossible things, but I couldn't stop him. And then suddenly the spotlight was directly on us, and the woman was singing on the dance floor right in front of us.
Just a moment. You're referring now to Vera Kowalska, the defendant in this trial?
Yes. When he saw her, he suddenly straightened up. I never saw such a look in anyone's eyes. And then she saw us and she stopped singing. From then on, I'm not quite sure what happened. He said we must go and we started out, but as we reached the top of the steps, she called out, Mikhailov. He turned back and tried to stop, but then I heard the shots and he fell, and that's all I know. That's all I know, I swear it.
Thank you, Miss Kozlov. Thank you. That's all of the examination for the prosecution, Your Honor.
The attorney for the defense?
The defense has no questions.
Your next witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
That was our final witness, Your Honor. The case of the prosecution is closed.
Counsel for defense, call your first witness.
There will be no witnesses, Your Honor. The defense has no testimony to offer. Our case is closed.
Silence! Silence! The defendant, Vera Kowalska, will rise. Defendant, the court must warn you of the inevitable consequences of your silence in this matter.
There is nothing for me to say. I killed him.
But you can tell us why you killed this man. Perhaps there are extenuating circumstances. Perhaps...
There aren't. He deserved to die, and I killed him. That's all that need be said. Let them sentence me.
Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, your closing argument.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, what need I say? The accused has convicted herself more completely, more certainly than could the words of the most eloquent of prosecutors. The crime, gentlemen, murder. The motive, jealousy of the girl Lisa Kozlov. And the punishment, death. You have no alternative.
Your pardon, Your Honor, your pardon. This suitcase has just been sent to the court by the police. It was just found in the baggage room of the Union Station. It's the property of the accused.
Open it.
No, don't open that.
Silence.
The case is closed. Finished. That suitcase has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all.
Vera Kowalska, this court is not content that this trial be closed without a knowledge of the relation between yourself and the murdered man. It is possible that this suitcase will reveal that relationship. Therefore, it is my order that the suitcase be opened and...
No, don't open it. I'll tell you. Leave that suitcase closed and clear the courtroom of everyone but the jury. And I'll tell you. I swear I'll tell you. But you've got to clear the court.
Very well. The court will be cleared.
Now, during our intermission time, before we continue with Act Two of Confession, starring Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley, we're going to listen in for a few minutes on the life of Joan Smith, a young Hollywood extra who's just gotten her first real part. Tonight, she's been celebrating with her best beau.
It's been a perfect evening, Bill. I loved the dancing.
And did little Billy love it? Oh, gosh, Joan, you're the sweetest girl. I could dance with you forever.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Now I have to run. Big day tomorrow. Good night, Bill.
Good night then, Joan. You're sweet.
Here she is now, all starry-eyed. What things Bill must have said.
Oh, don't drag me, girls. It's too late.
No, but honestly, he must have been saying nice things. Tell us, please.
Yes, please. Don't be silly, as if I would. I'm going straight to bed. I've got work to do early. Good night, all.
Good night.
Just as if I'd tell them the nice things Bill said.
I could dance with you forever. Joan, you're sweet.
Gosh, am I glad I hurried home from work for my Lux soap bath before my date. That soap sure leaves you clean. And it has such a nice fragrance.
Joan is a clever girl. She's learned the importance to a girl of making sure her skin is fresh and sweet. She uses Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath because its active lather carries away thoroughly perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves skin smooth and delicately perfumed. Screen stars use this beauty bath. You'll love it, too. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Miriam Hopkins as Vera, Claude Rains as Mikhail, Richard Green as Leonid, and Anne Shirley as Lisa continue in Confession. The courtroom has been cleared. Facing only the judge and jury, Vera Kowalska is prepared to testify, to tell why she killed Mikhail Mikhailov. For a long moment, she stands surveying the anxious faces about her. Then at last, she speaks.
Your Honor, before I begin, I must be sure that nothing I say here will become public knowledge.
The accused may be sure of that. Proceed.
Well, it was in 1912 in Warsaw. I was a leading singer of the Imperial Opera there, and this particular night was to me perhaps the most important of my career because it was to be my last. The opera that night was entitled Mazurka, the composer and the conductor, Mikhail Mikhailov. I'm sure that I've never sung better, and as the last scene came... I hope for applause from them out there, but from you, my fellow singers.
Stella, you do the honors for all of us, hmm?
All right. Vera, for all of us, this is goodbye and good luck. We refuse to believe that any man is worthy of you or has a right to take you and your voice away from us, but it's evidently too late to make you see the light now. And so, in your marriage tomorrow to Captain Kirov, we want you to know, Vera, that you take with you the love and the good wishes of us all.
Thank you, Stella. And all of you. I know that nothing except my love for Leonid could ever make up to me for losing you and all this. Oh, thank you. Well, I must go and dress. Goodbye.
Fine,
That felt like the climax of the second act.
Mikhail.
I waited to make my farewell in private. I have no taste for public demonstrations.
Mikhail Mikhailov, your gallantry is only exceeded by your vanity. Goodbye, and get out of my dressing room.
You sang superbly tonight, Vera.
Oh, the real credit belongs to your opera.
My opera is but scribbled notes on manuscript. It was your singing that made it great music.
Oh.
Vera, you can't do it.
What can't I do?
Come on, give it up. Marriage isn't for you. At least not this kind of marriage. An army captain. No, really. Music is your world, my dear. Now and forever.
Wait, this is all terribly serious to me, Mikhail, and I'd rather not joke about it.
Joking? But I'm not joking. Now, if you were to talk of marrying someone else, Mikhail Mikhailov, for instance...
I don't suppose it matters that Mikhail Mikhailov already has a wife.
Wonder? Oh, ancient history, my dear.
Vera, darling. Oh, Mikhailov. Congratulations. Your opera was wonderful.
Well, thank you. You come in good time. I was just trying to persuade your fiancée to jilt you at the altar and marry me instead.
Oh, were you? Well, I take it all back about your opera. It was terrible.
My opinion exactly. Glad you agree with me. Well, I'll run along. The very worst of luck to you both.
An intriguing sense of humor some people have. Vera, what did that fellow want in here?
Oh, nothing of importance. But I'm glad to see that you're jealous. Would that mean you love the lady, Captain Kirov?
It would mean that I adore the lady.
Do you, my darling? Are you sure?
Very sure. Now and forever.
Now and forever. And there's nothing ever that can separate us. Married less than 2 years when war was declared, and as an officer he was sent to the front at once. But those 2 years we did have were so filled with happiness that I almost believe they make up for all that's happened since. I'm sorry.
Perhaps the defendant desires a recess.
No, I want you to know all of it. As I've said, my husband was at the front. He was even away when our child was born. And I was continually obsessed by a single fear that something might happen to her while he was gone. I suppose I was almost frantic in my care of her. And although I had the best of nurses for her, I went nowhere. My old friends were nearly forgotten. And then one day, Stella Malov came to
What an adorable baby, Vera.
I'm rather proud of her.
And that husband of yours? He's well and as handsome as ever, I suppose.
Well, I hardly know. It's been so long since I've seen him. He's really in the thick of things, Stella. But he always writes me not to worry. It seems he has a system. When the shells start to fall, he runs for the nearest general.
And you? What about you?
Oh,
Don't answer, I'll tell you. You buried yourself. It's in your face, in your clothes, everything about you. That spark, that je ne sais quoi that was Vera Kowalska. It's gone, and I don't like it.
Nonsense, Vera. I'm the happiest person in the world.
What if you are? Can't you be happy and have some fun, too?
You're mad just as always.
But you're not, and that's serious. So little Stella is going to do something about it.
What?
There's a benefit ball on Saturday night. All Warsaw is going to be there. Particularly all the people you used to call your friends. And because you miss them and they miss you, you're going. It's Vera Kowalska.
You
don't know how good it is to see you again, Vera.
Stella says you have a baby.
Yes.
Does she sing yet? And how is your husband?
Oh, I warn you not to ask her about her husband. She's rabid on the subject. The man is winning the war single-handed.
Oh, how I've missed you all. I didn't realize how much until... Listen, a mazurka.
Exactly. And you're going to dance it with me.
Mikhail.
The same. Infinitely older and only infinitesimally wiser. While you, Vera, you haven't changed at all. Yes, you have. You're more beautiful.
The same Mikhail.
With whom, I repeat, you are about to dance.
Mikhail, dear, have you forgotten? This was to be our dance.
Oh, quite so, Xenia, yes. By the way, Vera, may I present a new member of the company? Xenia Solkov. Xenia, Madam Vera... Vera... what is that name now? Oh, yes, Kirov.
How do you do?
A pleasure. Come, Mikhail, dear.
Quite. See you later, Vera.
Possession would seem to be 10 points of the law with little Xenia.
Who is she?
Mikhail's latest.
Why? Well, not exactly. At least not till he gets rid of Margaret.
Margaret?
Oh, Vera, you are behind the times. Margaret was the successor to Wanda. She made her entrance into the Mikhailov comic opera some time ago. Her exit is imminent.
Attention! Attention, all of you. There may be those among you who are under the delusion that this ball is ended simply because the other guests have all gone home. Not at all. We, my friends, may remain sans orchestra, it is true, but still we may remain until dawn, if it pleases us. It has been arranged by a scoundrel named Mikhailov.
Oh, but it's late, Mikhail. We should go home, all of us.
Impossible, Vera. My friends, there is, I confess, a purpose to my keeping you all here. After all, we are good friends. And there is a tribute to an old friend returned that we surely have not forgotten. Fedina. A tumbler of vodka, and each of us chanting till she downs it at one gulp. That is our tribute to Vera. And if she is still one of us, she cannot refuse.
Mikhail, no, not vodka. I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. Here, Xenia. Xenia, you hold the glass while I...
Well, that was too good an exit. Must have been rehearsed.
You will pardon Xenia's manners, Vera. I suppose it's just that she's young. Another glass. Now, a tray. And the filled glass upon it, and...
Mikhail, please. I appreciate your...
Better not.
Don't do it, Vera. Not that much vodka.
Stella, I've got to. I can't insult them.
She's going to do it. Good girl.
Down it, Vera!
Who said Vera no longer was one of us?
Oh, Vera does. And now I thank you all again. But I must go home. I'm already seeing you all double. And by the time that vodka takes effect...
Perhaps you're right, Vera. I'll see you home.
That won't be necessary, Mikhail.
Why, of course it is. Would you have me let the guest of honor go unescorted?
I can go home with her myself.
Stella, you amaze me. I actually believe you mistrust me. Come on, Vera.
All right. Night, everybody. A grand party. Oh, Mikhail, get me air. This is good of you, Mikhail. Wouldn't do. Try to go home alone. Wouldn't do.
I'm glad you came tonight, Vera. I'd hoped Stella would bring you. That's why I told her where to find you. Did you know it was I who found you first? Vera? Vera. Are you asleep? Funny little Vera.
She didn't come home all night, and she didn't call?
No, ma'am. Madame Kirov didn't call all night. I've been so worried, ma'am. What with the baby and all,
There she is now. Wait here, please. Vera.
Stella. Oh, Stella.
Don't cry. Oh, my poor child.
The baby. She's all right.
Yes, the nurse is with her. Oh, Vera, when I came here and found you hadn't come home, I was nearly crazy. Oh, Vera.
It didn't happen. Not to me. Couldn't. It's not possible. It's not... Oh, Stella, why? Why to me? Why?
Darling, it was no more your fault than mine.
Captain Kirov!
Good morning, Sarah. Where's Madame Kirov, Sarah?
Why, I'm not quite sure, sir. But the baby is just inside. Would you like to see her now?
Of course I would. Will you find Madame Kirov and tell her I'm home?
Oh, yes, sir.
I imagine it will be a bit of a surprise. I didn't let her know I was coming.
Stella, Leonid, he's home. He's here now.
Quickly, Vera. Go up to your room. He mustn't see you in that dress.
No, I've got to tell him, Stella.
Are you mad?
He's my husband. He has a right to know. He'll understand.
But not now. Please, Vera. You can tell him later. Go on, I'll keep him down here. Hurry.
Very well. It doesn't matter much whether now or later.
Perhaps she went out without telling me, sir.
Very well. When she comes in, would you mind telling her? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good morning, Captain Kirov.
Good morning.
I'm Stella Maloff. I was in the opera company with Vera. I've been visiting her here the last few days.
Madame Marloff, of course. And you're most welcome. Do you suppose, madame, that my wife is as skilled an actress as yourself?
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
I've watched your eyes, madame. They never betrayed for an instant that you even noticed this empty sleeve of mine. My congratulations.
Vera doesn't know?
No,
Well, was that wise, Captain Kirov?
I don't know. There are some things one lacks the bravery to write.
And is there greater bravery in confronting her like this, unwarned?
Do you think I wanted to? Do you suppose that in these weeks I haven't seen her face before me 1,000 times? The pity in her eyes when she sees this.
It must not be, Captain Kirov. Well, Vera's taken your own. She must know before she meets you.
Well, how?
I'll tell her. And then I'll send it to you. Oh, it will be easier from someone else, believe me.
Will it? I don't know any longer. I've thought of it too long. If you will, Madame Mallow.
She'll be smiling when she comes to you. You'll see. Vera.
Well?
Listen to me. Listen and say nothing until I've finished. You believe in your heart that last night is the most important thing in the lives of you and your husband in this moment. Well, it's not. You said a moment ago that because you love him, you must tell him.
Yes.
If you do love him, you can't.
Stella.
Wait. He needs you, Vera. He's hurt.
No.
He's lost an arm, Vera. Oh. Lost it fighting for the thing in which he believes. Oh, you can't tell him, Vera. You must see that.
Where is he now?
In the library. And Vera.
Yes?
I promised you'd come to him, smiling.
Leonid.
Vera.
Oh, my darling. My own darling.
Let me look at you.
Oh.
She was right. You are smiling. Then it makes no difference to you, my dear.
We're together again, Leonid. That's all that matters. We're together, you and I and our baby. And it was true. What had happened to my husband only made my love for him stronger. And I think there were times when I even blessed that empty sleeve because it meant he wouldn't have to leave us again. And I did make him happy, I'm sure of it.
One moment. Do I understand that you still refrain from telling your husband of the incident involving Mikhail Mikhailov?
I couldn't tell him, you can understand that, what it would have meant to him under the circumstances. And so I determined for both our sakes to try and forget everything. There was no chance for me to do that.
And why not?
Mikhail kept trying to see me again, letters, phone calls, ever more insistent. The man was mad. He said he'd stop at nothing unless I'd consent to see him again. And then there was a day when I received a note from him. He had to see me. He threatened me. Oh, I was frantic. I rushed to the telephone. Mikhail, this is Vera. Mikhail, listen to me. I won't argue with you, Mikhail, but please, in the name of heaven, don't come here. No. All right, I will. I'll come to you. Now. Yes, but don't. All right, Mikhail. Yes, in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Going out, Vera?
Leonid. Oh, I didn't know that.
Whom were you talking to?
Well, it's a friend of Stella's. She's very ill, and I'm going to her.
And Stella?
She's going to get my purse, the taxi.
Here's money. You'd better not delay.
But you're right. Thank you. Goodbye, darling.
Mikhail.
Oh, Vera, you'd better... Oh, Leonid.
Is she very sick, Stella?
Sick?
Your friend. Or possibly you didn't know that you had a friend. So ill that my wife, but not you, must go to them at once.
Oh, why? Why, of course, it...
Don't lie. Where has she gone? Who is Mikhail? Answer me. No, never mind. Mikhail. I know. I remember.
Well, Vera, so you finally decided to come. Sit down, my dear. Have a drink.
Let's understand each other from the beginning, Mikhail. I didn't come here for a rendezvous with you.
No?
No. I came only to make you understand that I never want to see you again.
Now, Vera.
Keep away from me, Mikhail. You're not going to blackmail me, do you hear? I love my husband and my baby, and there's nothing I wouldn't do to keep them. Do you understand that, Mikhail? There's nothing I wouldn't do.
You know, I actually believe you. You surprised me, Vera. I hadn't credited you with the gift of intensity. Well, I'm sorry. It would have been very pleasant. May I show you to the door?
You won't write again. A phone. Swear it.
Very well. This, my dear Vera, is a most regrettable but final parting. You have my word. Goodbye, Vera, my darling.
Goodbye.
It would seem that Stella's friends recover quickly.
Leonid.
Yes, I followed you, Vera. Do you mind?
Oh, my darling, listen to me. You've got to understand.
You've been seeing this man, haven't you? This old friend.
Leonid, please.
Do you want to deny it? Can you deny it?
Leonid,
Thanks. And you needn't hurry about following me home. You'll find you're welcome here, perhaps. You won't be there.
No, Leonid!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain comes down on the second act of Confession. And in a few moments, we'll open Act 3 with our stars, Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. This is intermission time, and here's Mr. DeMille with a preface to the evening's special guest.
Every Hollywood producer receives many bobbed letters, politely or impolitely pointing out that in his latest epic, he used a Strauss waltz 20 years before the composer was born, or that he made a famous general right-handed when everybody knows that he was a southpaw, or that the picture shows a firehouse on a corner of a famous city where actually there's an opera house. To keep such blunders out of pictures, we place our hopes and our reputations in the hands of research experts. With the patience of Job and the ideals of a Diogenes, they get their facts just as the Northwest Mounted Policeman gets his man.
Northwest Mounted Policeman? Their correct name, sir, is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It was changed to that in 1920.
Now, you see what I mean? Well, let me finish introducing you, Doctor, and then I'll give you a free rein. After 16 years in the ministry, Dr. Herman Lasawa is now head of Warner Brothers Research Department, where he worked on the picture Confession. And incidentally, he's director of the Los Angeles Modern Forum. And now, if you knock at our door, Doctor, I'll be very glad to welcome you in.
Good evening. I hope you noticed I gave the proper number of knocks. 6.
6? Why not 5 or 7?
I learnt door-knocking etiquette while we were making the Great Garrick. By their knocks you shall know them.
Who, your critics?
No, your callers. Here's how the old London resident knew who was waiting to come in. The messenger rang the bell twice and knocked once. The postman always knocked, not rang, twice. A nobleman gave 8 or 10 vigorous raps, and a gentleman half a dozen dignified knocks. I hope to be classed with the latter.
Well, come in, Doctor, and close the door and tell all about Confession.
Well, our research problems were primarily concerned with the small items usually considered so unimportant that a record is rarely made of them. We had to reproduce the courtroom faithfully, the relationship of the judge's desk to the witness box, the jury bench, and to the defending and prosecuting attorneys. Now, the art director for Confession was Anton Grote. He was born in Poland and insisted on okaying the Polish street signs. When letters began to come in advising us of errors, Mr. Grote was very much chagrined, until it later developed that they were not really errors. It seems that since Grote left Poland, the language had undergone radical changes, and even his own name was so different he didn't recognize it. And now, Mr. DeMille, what have you come across researching for Union Pacific?
Well, for one thing, the origin of the word highball. It comes from an old railroad signal consisting of a pole and a ball. If the engineer saw the ball at the top of the pole, it meant he had the right of way. Later on, when the railroad men met off duty, the term highball came to be associated with their friendly meeting. Such meetings, not infrequently, involved having a drink together. And so the word highball came to be identified with a drink. But Union Pacific happens to be in exactly the same period as your new picture, Dodge City. So perhaps you have a few discoveries I might steal?
Well, telling you about bathtubs is like carrying the well-known coals. But as civilization went westward, so went the bathtub. Located in barber shops, they were patronized by the cowboys who waited their turns in long lines after a cattle drive. I don't know what kind of soap they used, but it doesn't require a research expert, Mr. DeMille, to know what kind of soap is used these days in Hollywood. Anyone who's visited the studios knows that Lux soap is used by about every star and studio worker in the business.
Now, centuries ago, if you'd had a cake of Lux soap, you could have used it instead of money. In Robin Hood's time, a pound of soap bought a bonnet and a cape. But tell us some more about Dodge City.
Where they lived fast and died fast. I took a look at Boot Hill Cemetery there, the resting place of those whose draw was slow or whose aim was bad and were buried with their boots on. One of the epitaphs reads, "Shoot 'em up, Jake. Run for sheriff, 1872. Run from sheriff, 1876. Buried, 1876. But Boot Hill is not reserved exclusively for gentlemen. 5 ladies languish there, also with their boots on. There's an epitaph for Dora Hand, and it says, "Grand opera singer, dance hall queen, killed by a pistol ball intended for her lover." And now, sir, with your permission, I'll retire with my boots on and let you get back to confession. Many thanks.
Goodbye, Doctor. Always stick to the facts. Our play, Confession. Our stars, Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Behind closed doors, in a courtroom cleared of witnesses and spectators, Vera Kowalska continues her testimony. The jury, antagonistic earlier in the trial, seems to have become sympathetic, almost friendly, as they listen to her
there was
hushed
but one
words.
hope. It was to find Leonid, tell him everything, to somehow make him understand. But he refused even to see me. And then at last I had word from him through his lawyer, a divorce, as quickly as possible. There was one person who might have cleared me, Mikhail. But when the day of the trial came, Mikhail happened to have left the country, and naturally the divorce was granted. Leonid was lost to me, I knew that. But there was still one thing even more important. On the day following the trial, his lawyer came. Mr. Stevens, tell me, could you do anything
Madame, you have my sympathy in this matter. But the law specifically states that where the marriage is broken through the fault
Oh,
of the
never
wife...
mind all that. Are they going to let me keep my child?
No, Madame. Complete custody is granted to her father.
Complete custody? You mean I can't even see her?
In cases of this sort, it's the law, Madame.
But Leonid won't do this to me. He can't. Whatever the law may say, I won't give her up. I'll keep my child.
I don't think so, Madame Kirov. Good day, Madame.
There was nothing I could do. She was taken from me. After that breakdown, months in a hospital. When I left, I found that Leonid and my child were gone from Warsaw, disappeared. From then on...
Your Honor, I fail to see the necessity of the accused prolonging this tragic tale of hers any longer. What she's been trying to say is that the man Mikhailov came between her and her husband. Well, what difference does it make? The man is dead. Whether she killed him from jealousy or revenge...
It wasn't for revenge. There was a time when I believe I would have killed him for that. But that wasn't the reason that I did.
Then, as I said before, jealousy. The girl, Lisa Kozlov...
And it wasn't for jealousy of Lisa Kozlov. Your Honor, may I go on, please?
The accused may continue.
Then, Your Honor, I protest against the exclusion of witnesses and spectators. There's nothing in the testimony of the accused that couldn't be heard in open court.
Please, Your Honor, don't admit the witnesses. Just let me finish. I can make you understand why.
And the suitcase, Madame Kowalska? You will explain that as well?
Yes, everything.
The accused may continue.
Thank you. I don't remember where I was.
Read the last testimony given.
When I left the hospital, I found that Leonide and my child had left Warsaw, disappeared.
Oh, yes.
Well, from then on...
Yes, Leonide had left some money in my name, but I spent nearly all of it trying to trace them. It was no use. Then I had to think of some way to live. I knew I could never sing in the opera again, but I did have voice enough left for one thing: cabarets, small theaters, amusement parks. 15 years of them all over Europe. And all during those 15 years, there was one thought that kept me going, the dream that I might see my baby again. My first thought in every strange place was, perhaps Leonide lives here with my child. But I had just about given up hope when a letter came from Stella. She had word of Leonide. It seemed that he had changed his name from Kirov to Kozlov when he left Warsaw. But she hadn't been able to learn where he had gone. Even so, the news gave me hope. Then I came to this city a few weeks ago to sing at that cafe. I found an old city directory. I looked through it, and there was the name, Leonide Kozlov. After all these years, I'd found him, found my baby. I copied down the address, and I went as quickly as I could.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kozlov.
Who?
Mr. Leonide Kozlov.
Why, if you'll please wait a moment, I'll call Madame Kozlov.
Madame?
Who shall I say is calling, please?
That doesn't matter. Just say I wish to see her.
Very well.
No, Mother, I'm all right. It's just...
Madame Kozlov. Yes, Lona? There's a woman out here to see you. She won't give her name.
Well, that's strange. Well, I'll see her in just a moment.
Yes, Madame.
While I'm gone, Lisa, you might be seeing what you think of this. It's for a certain long-legged duckling I used to know.
Mother, a new gown and practically backless. Oh, that makes it official. I'm really grown up. Oh, you darling, you're the grandest mother in the world.
Will you be trying it on, and I'll be right back. How do you do? My maid tells me.
She's beautiful.
What? Oh, you mean my daughter?
Yes, your daughter. She's 17, isn't she?
Why, yes. Lisa's just 17. But how did you know?
I'm an old friend of her father's. Do you suppose I might see him?
My husband died 2 years ago.
Died? Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
You say that you... well, that is... How long ago did you know Leonide? May I ask?
Nearly 20 years ago.
Then you also knew his first wife?
Yes, I knew her. I knew her rather well.
Then, well, please try to understand, but Lisa doesn't know that I'm not her real mother.
I see.
Leonide wished it so. I didn't. I'd always planned to tell her the truth when she grew up. How her own mother died years ago in Warsaw.
Her mother died in Warsaw.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know.
But then as Lisa grew older and still fonder of me, I couldn't tell her. You see, I had no children of my own, and I loved her just as though... Will you understand?
Yes, I understand. Tell me just one thing. When Leonide, your husband, died, he left... I mean, your daughter is sure to be well provided for?
Oh, yes.
Well, I guess that's all that matters. I'll be going on. Goodbye, and thank you.
Goodbye.
I'd seen my daughter. That was all that mattered. Seen her well and happy and beautiful. Seen her in the kind of home that she deserved, the kind I could never hope to give her. I can't pretend it was easy, but I made up my mind to be content. It was the nearest thing to happiness I'd known for 15 years. I went on to the cafe where I'd been engaged to sing. It was pretty bad as cabarets go, but somehow I didn't seem to care about that now. And then, that same night, I was in the middle of my number. The spotlight followed me about the room. There, There before me in a booth was Lisa with Mikhail. He was leaning close to her, a wine glass in his hand that she was drinking from. That man was my daughter. Yes, I killed him, and I'd do it again. I swear to heaven I'd do it again. Oh, that's all, Your Honor. That's the whole story.
And the suitcase?
Oh, it contains papers that verify all that I have told you. Certificate of marriage to Leonid Kirov, the birth certificate of Lisa, the decree of my divorce, everything. But if those papers had been examined in the open court, Lisa would have known what she must never know.
I see. That will do, Madame Kowalska. Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Gentlemen, by statute, your final arguments to the jury in this case must be given in open court with all witnesses and the public present. But in justice to this woman and to the girl who is her daughter, I instruct you to keep her secret and guard what you shall say accordingly.
But why should they be so long, Mother?
Oh, I don't know, dear. You can never tell about juries. Sometimes they'll reach a verdict
They've got to acquit that poor woman, Mother. They've got to. If only what her lawyer said was true, that her secret testimony proves she was justified in killing him.
Yes.
Do you realize, Mother, it's really only because of me that this happened. If it weren't for me, he mightn't have been in that cafe that night.
Yes, I know, dear. Oh, Lisa, darling, you mustn't.
Oh, the jury, they're back.
This court will be in order. Gentlemen of the jury, you have agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Clerk, the verdict. The accused will rise. The accused, Vera Kowalska, has been found guilty of murder in the second degree. Your sentence, 3 years in prison. Due to the mitigating circumstances of this case, the court will endorse a plea for pardon whenever the accused shall enter such plea. It may well be questioned why the court is so lenient. It is true that the accused killed a human being. But during that testimony given behind closed doors, it became clear to all of us that the real actuating motive behind her crime was to save a young girl from the advances of a man of the lowest possible moral character. This case is closed. Court is adjourned.
Oh, Mother, did you hear it? She's going free. She's going free.
Yes, come, dear.
Oh, no, wait, please. I've got to speak to her.
Well, all right, dear.
Excuse me. May I get through? Excuse me. Madame Kowalska.
Yes? Oh, what is it, please?
I wanted to tell you that I wish you the best of everything. Goodbye.
Thank you, Miss Lisa. Goodbye.
We close our play and open a 4-star conversation with the true confessions of Mr. Raines, Mr. Green, Miss Shirley, and our leading lady, Miriam Hopkins. Miss Hopkins has just returned from New York to star in Warner Brothers' film We Are Not Alone. We welcome her not only to Hollywood, but to our microphone.
It's been especially nice to return to the stage, Mr. DeMille. In New York, I visited about every theater and saw about every play and caught, I'm afraid, a bad case of Broadway fever. There are so many fine plays in New York this season. But back I had to come, and since this program is the nearest thing to the stage itself, I was more than delighted to be here tonight in confession. But now here's Mr. Raines, and I'm afraid, Mr. DeMille, he's come armed with a complaint.
Yes, I have, sir. Earlier tonight you referred to me as an ex-farmer. I'd like you to know that I still till the soil in Pennsylvania.
From a Hollywood soundstage?
Yes, back there I'm known as the Invisible Boss. Having qualified on the screen, of course, as the Invisible Man. I have some 40 acres in Delaware County, and right now I'm experimenting here with some of your western cattle, which I later hope to introduce to Pennsylvania.
Well, if you have any trouble with your cows, Claude, just call on Richard Green. He tells me he studied to be a veterinarian.
No, then it's Dr. Green.
Anything but, Mr. DeMille. I had intentions of becoming a hoofer and mouther, and I did enroll in the Royal Veterinary College. That was on a Monday. On Wednesday, they suggested I try the stage.
Oh. Well, you may not be Hollywood's only ex-veterinarian, but I bet you're the first actor summoned to the Lux Radio Theater by the state police.
I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Green, what's all this I've read in the papers about your being lost in the wilds of Arizona last week?
Well, Miss Hopkins, after hoping for weeks that Mr. DeMille would invite me over here sometime, I took a few days off to go hunting. Of course, that would be the time when Mr. DeMille would try to get me. So while I was hunting deer, the state troopers were hunting green. They were the first to tell me that you were looking for me, Mr. DeMille.
And that's the first time I ever sent a posse out after an actor.
Yes, and it's the first time the troopers ever went 20th century fox hunting.
They probably brought you down with a well-directed tally-ho.
Anyway, next time I go hunting, I'm taking a compass along. You know, you can never appreciate what a big country you have here until you get lost in it. I was all ready to settle down, forget the movies, and turn trapper.
Well, you made up for your trials, Mr. Green, if you've enjoyed being here tonight half as much as I did. But before I leave, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say thank you to Lux Soap, too. I use it all the time because I found there's nothing better for a nice, smooth complexion.
And I know I wouldn't be without it either, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
There's good judgment for you. Good night, ladies. Mr. Raines, Mr. Green, I hope we'll meet here soon again.
Good night, sir.
We know you're interested to learn what the play and who the stars will be next Monday night. Well, in just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you the news. In tonight's cast, you heard Cy Kendall as prosecutor, Margaret Brayton as Stella Meloff, Ted Osborne as counsel, Arthur Van Slyke as judge, Myra Marsh as Mrs. Kozloff, Ethel Sykes as Xenia Salkoff, Edwin Max as an officer, David Kerman as a clerk, Ilya Braca as Elaine Martin, Jerry Gale as Hildegard, Justina Wayne as a maid, Teresa Carmo as a nurse, and James Eagles as a court reporter. Dr. Herman Lissauer, who was our guest tonight, appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, where he's been working on their latest picture, just released, Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Submarine Patrol. Mr. DeMille.
Not all the cruelties of war occur on the battlefield. Often they enter the home, as they do in our play next Monday night. It's the story of an army officer who, after being reported killed at the front, returns to find that his wife is married again. Another girl, learning that he's alive, begins to blackmail the wife. Around this situation, the celebrated drama Interference is woven. A great success in England, on Broadway, and twice on the screen. Interference brings to our stage 4 splendid stars: Herbert Marshall, Leslie Howard, Mary Astor, and Gail Patrick. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Herbert Marshall in Interference with Gail Patrick and Mary Astor. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Join us again next week in the Lux Radio Theater. Be part of the large audience that gathers each week to enjoy an hour of dramatic entertainment and a chance to meet Hollywood and its famous people. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the staff of the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is car. C-A-R.
Really?
You bet your life. Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, we invited some bridge teachers to the program, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Rose O'Brien Olson to be a contestant. And her partner is in the music business, Mr. Lucky Wilbur. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Rose O'Brien Olson, you're a bridge teacher, is that?
Yes, I am, Archer.
And where are you from, Rose?
Tacoma, Washington.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Burned your bridges behind you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, your name is Lucky Wilbur?
Yes.
Oh. How old are you, Lucky?
I'm 63.
What sort of work do you do, Mr. Wilbur?
I'm what they call a song plugger.
A song plugger?
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, of course, I know what a song plugger is, but I'm sure some of our listeners out there have never heard of song plugging. Could you tell them what a song plugger is?
Well,
without us being arrested up here?
I work for a publisher, and when we get a brand new song, well, it's my job to go out and see how many plugs I can get on it.
Mm-hmm.
A plug means disc jockey, orchestra leader, anyone in the entertainment field. By the number of plugs, why, if the song has got a chance at all, we hope it'll become a hit.
Would you get paid by the plug?
Oh, no.
I know a jockey does. I thought perhaps you did, too.
No, not yet.
A disc jockey, I mean. He gets paid by the plug. There's a joke in there, but it isn't worth investigating. How long have you been doing this kind of work?
I've been at it...
If you can call it work.
Well, actually 44 years.
44 years?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the songs you've made famous?
Well, I started on Let Me Call You Sweetheart.
So did I, and got nowhere.
Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland.
I used to sing that.
3 o'clock in the morning.
I sang that around
Spanish
midnight.
Town.
Huh?
3 o'clock in the morning in a little Spanish town.
3 o'clock in the morning, a little Spanish town? I never heard that. Is that all one song?
No, 2 songs.
Oh. Two songs? That's in Arizona, isn't it?
No. Wow. And then from there I went.
You have to admire me. I certainly keep plugging away up there. I'm not funny, but I'm certainly persistent. Well, Rose, let's talk about bridge. You say you're a bridge teacher?
Yes, I am.
And where is your school?
At 611, the Contract Bridge Studio, 611 South Ardmore. Not Los Angeles. We've been there about over 20 years.
I have my own system in playing bridge. I played a couple of times. You kick your opponent in the shins, and then when they bend over, you just look at their cards. Now, how about cheating? Is there much cheating goes on among these card players in the bridge clubs?
Heavens, no, Harpo. Groucho.
It's all right. You call me Harpo, and I'll talk about stud poker. Lucky, let's get back to you. By the way, did you know I did an album for Decca Records last year?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I haven't heard a laugh like that since Frankenstein was done by Boris Karloff. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but the time has come to play your bet, your life. Now, we have questions here ranging from $10 to $100, and you must pick 4 of them. The higher the amount, the tougher the question. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
You play bridge. I'm sure you're good with mathematics. All right, let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you want to try a $10 question, a $50 or a $100, or just talk it over between you and come to some specific conclusion.
Let's start at $50.
$50, all right. A period in the game of polo lasts 7.5 minutes. What is this period called?
Chucker.
That's right, chucker.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you will be much safer if you decide on an answer before calling out.
Hi, 60.
60, all right. What is the rubber disc used in ice hockey called?
Puck.
That's right, puck.
You now have $110.
Don't look so somber, Fenneman. This isn't our money.
But it's my arithmetic.
Oh. Which one do you choose this time?
Go up 10. 70.
70, all right. And what sport is Eric Guerin famous? Guerin.
Jockey.
Jockey is right. Horse racing.
We now climb to $180.
Now, what do you want for your last question?
80. 80.
All right. Who is the winner of the decathlon in the last 2 Olympic Games? Talk it over.
Mathis, Bob Mathis.
Bob Mathias is absolutely right.
And we wind up with $260.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth
Thank you
dealers.
very kindly.
We have some newlyweds for you, Groucho. Bob and Shirley von Kuznick, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Shirley and Bob Van Kuznick, huh? You're newlyweds?
Yes, we are.
Mm-hmm. And Bob, where's your hometown?
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, on Lake Erie.
And Shirley, where are you from?
I was born in Madisonville in Cincinnati.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I'm a lather.
You get paid for laughing?
Yeah, I put on wire, paper, and that, and a plasterboard in the inside of the houses.
Oh, you're a plasterer, huh? How old are you, Bob?
I'm 26.
You're pretty young to be plastered, aren't you? What's your age, Shirley?
19.
Are you a plasterer, too?
No, I'm not.
How long have you two been married, Bob?
Oh, about 10 months.
Oh. Shirley, is he anywhere near the right amount?
Well, to be exact, it's about 8 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Bob, when was the first time you met Shirley?
I was in a hot dog stand in Cincinnati in 1951.
In a hot dog stand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You mean it was just puppy love at first sight, huh? What was Romeo doing there besides getting mustard all over his necktie?
Oh, he was on a 48-hour pass from the Army.
Oh, 48-hour pass?
That's right.
What all did you manage to do on that 48-hour pass?
Well, we went out to Coney Island, went dancing.
In Cincinnati?
In Cincinnati.
Is there a Coney Island in Cincinnati?
Oh, yes, uh-huh. And went swimming, went on all the amusements, took in a couple of movies, went to a show, and a party.
You must have been loaded with money, eh? It's always a mystery to me how a $50 a month GI can spend $300 on a weekend. Shirley, was Bob's Army close enough for him to see you regularly after that first date?
He was at Fort Knox.
He was at Fort Knox?
Yes.
Oh. That's where that $300 a week came from. Right? What were you doing at Fort Knox? Were you a gold brick?
I was an instructor there. I was teaching GIs why we fight in Korea, troop information education.
How long after you met Romeo did you get engaged, Shirley?
About 6 months.
What happened after he proposed, Shirley? Did he go and ask his general for a better job?
He went AWOL.
From who? You or the Army? You know, you could get into trouble going AWOL, Bob. How long were you over the hill?
Oh, about a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half.
Surprised the Army missed you. That is, I'm surprised the firing squad missed you. Where'd you go for such a long time?
Well, I was teaching in my lesson plan that the survival for Western democracy was at stake in Korea, and somebody'd always say, wasn't he practice what he preaches? And after a lesson was over, and so I just went to Korea.
You went to Korea? How'd you do that?
I just decided to go and went out to the West Coast on an airliner and...
Well, how'd you swing it? I didn't know you could just pick up and go to Korea.
Well, after I got out there, I went up to Seattle there, and I saw the ship there, and I knew it was going to Korea from the way GIs were talking around there, and so I went over to the naval barracks there where they were billeted, and early that morning there was an advanced detail of cooks and bakers leaving, and so I put on a white mess jacket and an apron and went down to the dock that morning real early, and there was only about 15 of us, and luckily, it was raining at the time because an officer there said, "Are these the men?" He said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, it's raining. You better get the men out of the rain." And so we went aboard, and I went forward and got lost with the crew. I got to Japan.
Well, how far did you get before they finally caught up with you?
Well, they never did catch me. I got right up to the front lines.
Well, tell us about your experience as a AWOL soldier on the front lines. How did you get lined up with an outfit?
Well, the first outfit I came across was the British Princess Pat's, and I stayed with them for a while and on some assaults there, and then I worked my way over to their flank to a South Korean infantry unit, and I stayed with them for about 3 weeks.
Now, weren't you frightened? After all, you had more or less short-circuited all the training the ordinary soldier gets before he goes into action. Were you scared?
Well, I was scared. Some lieutenant might tap me on the shoulder and say I was wanted at Fort Knox.
Well, what finally happened? Did the Army ever find out what became of their wandering boy?
Well, I finally told the platoon sergeant about it.
And what did he say?
Well, he told the lieutenant about it then.
Yeah? What did the lieutenant do?
Well, I went to captain, from the captain on up to the colonel to I Corps.
They were passing the buck private, in other words. Well, what happened then?
Well, I went to Far East Command in Tokyo, and then from there to the Pentagon in Washington.
Well, it certainly can get lost there. What happened when they got to the Pentagon?
Well,
did they shoot you or anything? Hang you?
They finally court-martialed me and fined me $10.
Well, you can get that here if the exhaust in your car is smoking. Fined you $10, huh? Now, after you gave yourself up, how did they ship you? Did they ship you home right away?
Well, after my court-martial there at Tokyo, I requested to be sent back to my adopted tank unit in Korea, and so my request was granted, and next morning I was shipped back to Korea. I served a full tour then with that unit.
Well, that's an incredible story, Bob. A man assigned to Fort Knox wants to get something easier? Imagine a guy hanging around Fort Knox and dying to get to Korea and get into action. Shirley, you've probably heard this story 1,000 times. Did he leave out anything important?
Well, he was wounded and decorated a couple times. And there was a platoon up on the hill which needed some ammunition. They needed a volunteer to drive through the front to bring them the ammunition. And so Bob volunteered to go up there, and he got through all the enemies and everything, although he was wounded.
Were you dressed as a cook this time, Bob? Well, put her there, huh?
Thank you.
I think this country is pretty safe with fellows like you hanging around. Now, Shirley, how soon after Bob got home did you get married? Did you wait until he closed the front door? Or did you get married immediately?
Well, it wasn't immediately. We got married that evening.
Oh, well. I'm glad you waited a reasonable length of time. You certainly took a chance waiting a whole day. You might have got a telegram from Patagonia saying, having a nice war down here. I'll be late for the wedding. Signed, Bob. Well, now let's see if you two can win a lot of money. I have to be impartial up here. You realize that. I'm not allowed to say what I'm really thinking, but if you don't win the equivalent of Fort Knox, there's going to be some heads rolling in the morning around.
In the race for the $1,500, the bridge teacher and the song plugger won $260, and the secret word is car.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected American history. You know how to play this game? I have 10 questions. I weigh 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. You must pick 4 of the 10. As they increase in value, they get correspondingly tougher. Is that clear?
Clear.
Now, which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with the 5th question.
5th question, $50. The first and most prominent signature among the names on the Declaration of Independence has become a symbol for all signatures. Whose name is it?
John Hancock.
That's absolutely right, John Hancock.
We're off to a good start with $50.
You have $50 that nobody can take away from you except the Revenue Department. Now, what is the next one you want to try?
We'll try the 7th question.
$70. Who was the general in charge of the government forces annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn?
General George Custer.
That is absolutely right.
You now have $120.
What is the one you're going to try now?
We'll take 8.
80? William H. Seward, as Secretary of State, was responsible for a land purchase that was known as Seward's Folly. What was Seward's folly? He purchased some land for the United States. He was Secretary of State. And if you don't know, guess.
Louisiana?
I'm sorry, it's Alaska.
But they still have $120.
You have $120 that nobody can take away from you. Now, which one do you want to try for on your final question?
Dan, do you want to try it, Dan?
I'll try the 10th question.
The $100 question?
Yeah.
Who was the first man to become president of all the 48 states?
George Washington.
The 48 states.
Oh, the 48
now,
states.
Think it over for a minute. Not the 13, but the 48.
Calvin Coolidge.
No, it's William Howard Taft. Or if you want to be really technical, I would have accepted Eisenhower as the answer, since Ohio was formally admitted to the Union in 1953. So anyway, they won.
Wind up with $120.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I'm sorry you didn't win more. All right, George, who's next?
Groucho, we asked for volunteers tonight. People
For the Army?
No. People with interesting stories. We asked that type of person to volunteer.
I see.
And just before we went on the air, a Roxy Jamgogian and Walter Atkinson were chosen to be on the show. And here they are. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, Roxy Amgochian. Who's there?
That's me, Groucho.
That's you?
Yeah.
How far did I miss the pronunciation?
Well, not any farther than the average person.
Oh. What kind of a name is Yamogchian?
Shamgochian.
Shamgochian?
Yes.
What,
it's an Armenian name.
Armenian, huh? Well, what should I call you? Araxi?
My friends call me Roxy, which is much easier to say.
Oh, don't mention Roxy, will you?
No?
I played the Roxy in New York. We did 5 performances a day, and each performance lasted an hour. And on Saturday and Sunday, we did 6. So if you must have a nickname, I'll call you the Palace or the Majestic Theater in Chicago. Do you have a job?
Yes, I do. I teach at the Fairfax High School.
Oh, really?
In fact, I've been there since the school opened.
What do you teach?
Well, until just recently, I taught drama and public speaking, had the play production work. But just now, I'm in the English department.
Oh, you teach English?
That's right.
And where are you from, Walt?
I'm from Madison, Georgia. That's close to Athens.
I thought Athens was in Greece. Is that still your home, Georgia?
No, I was when I left. When I was 10 years old, we went south.
You went south? You went south from Georgia?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Oh. I thought the only thing south of Georgia was Africa, South Pole.
No, we went south. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs got too rough, and we went south. But, I mean, they drove us plumb out of Georgia.
What do you mean by plum out? You had no plums?
No, we loaded up in a truck and headed south for Florida. And then when we got it...
You went by boll weevil to Florida?
No, the boll weevil drove us out. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs.
Oh. I thought zuzu was a ginger snapper.
The zuzu bug is quite a bug.
It is? Well, evidently. What is a... Could you describe a zuzu bug for us?
You know anything about cotton?
I know Joe Cotton. I've seen him in the movies.
Zuzu bugs, they suck the blossom, sting the bowl, pull up the stalk, and cover up the hole.
Well, I don't blame you from screaming out of that. Where'd you wind up?
We landed in Umatilla.
Well,
that's between Aspetulla and Okeechobee.
Well, where else could it be? What was the name of this river?
The Ocklawaha.
Oh. Well, why did your family decide to settle in Umatilla?
Well,
did they know anybody
Umatilla,
there?
As we were passing through Umatilla on this truck, a rear tire blew out. And we kind of settled there then.
So you'd have settled any place where the tire blew out, is that it?
Well, in this case, we settled in Umatilla.
I don't think I'm familiar with Umatilla. I haven't been there recently. Where is it located?
Umatilla, I told you. It's between Astatool and Okeechobee.
Well, he hasn't changed the story any. What kind of a joint is Umatilla? Is it anything like New York City?
No smoke, no smog. Lots of rain and very little fog. Apex of the Golden Triangle, the home of the Okefenokee Queen watermelon and the big mouth bass. The heart of nature's wonderland. Umatilla, you'll like it. Three filling stations, an all-car garage, a post office, and a barber shop.
Wait a minute. You said something. You said car. Okay, up. You said the secret word car, so you get $50, and Mrs. McGotchin gets $50.
What did I say?
You said boll weevil, and that's the secret word tonight. You just happen to be lucky that boll weevil was the secret word. It wouldn't happen again in 100 years. It was either boll weevil or Umatilla. I don't remember. Well, it's certainly been a confusing experience talking to you two. But now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know how to play our new quiz? I have a list of 10 questions. You pick the category yourself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple lead with $260.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz. And being from Fairfax High, you ought to be very good at this, Mrs. Yamagochian. Now, which question do you want to choose first? You can start with 10 or 100 or 50?
Let's start with 4.
You don't want to discuss this with her at all?
That's all right.
Question number 4, that's $40?
Number 4, yes.
All right, a man who grinds grains and makes flour is called what? Talk it over.
A miller.
A miller on the D, that's right.
You now have $40.
Now what do you want to do?
5.
Number 50. Huh? If you were indolent, what would you be?
Lazy. You'd be lazy.
That's right.
You now have $90.
Which one?
8. Shall we try 8?
80?
8.
$80. If an aviary is a place to keep birds, what is an apiary? A-P-I-A-R-Y. Apiary? Apiary. Apiary.
Bees.
That's right. The place to keep bees.
You now have $170.
Now, which question do you want to try for? The 90, 100, 60, 30?
60.
60. What is the Latin phrase that means solid earth?
Terra firma.
Yes, he knew that.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means the bridge teacher and the song plugger with $260. In just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Hello, this is Arlene Francis, here to tell you about the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. This dramatic new 1954 DeSoto is called the Automatic because it's the one car designed and built to carry out your sudden orders instantly, silently, and safely at all speeds. Parking or steering, DeSoto Full Power Steering works for you all the time and does the work of turning the wheel for you. And this year, the DeSoto Automatic offers you Power Flight transmission. With Power Flight Drive, you have really astonishing getaway power, and you never even lift your foot from the pedal. More big news is that the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine is now a full 170 horsepower. Take it from me, you'll want to see this 1954 DeSoto Automatic right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now here's the bridge teacher and the song plugger all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
In 1889, an American newspaper woman went around the world in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes. For $1,500, what was the name of this famous New York journalist? Talk it over. Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Wasn't Frances Quimby, was it?
No, it was Nellie Bly, very famous name.
Oh, yes. I'm
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, Joe?
They won $260 in the
Well,
quiz.
that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much,
You bet your life.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
I'd rather have a Raleigh.
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 Because Raleighs are right. Right for taste and right for throat. Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star, Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and our guest, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, hello, Red. What do you know?
I don't know nothing. What do you know?
I don't know nothing.
Well, what do you know? Nothing like good material. I wish we had some. No, all my jokes are new tonight. All new jokes.
Really, all new jokes, Red?
Yeah, tonight the corn is green. Say, what's new this week, Rod?
Well, they hit the moon.
They what?
They hit the moon.
Must have been a woman driver. Hey, I don't know much about the moon. Tell me, does the moon rotate around the sun?
Yes, Red, all planets revolve around the sun.
Boy, Los Angeles really takes a detour, don't it, huh? It's interesting, though. I wonder what the moon really is.
Well, I've heard several definitions, but I think it's a cold, clammy, lifeless body that glares down at us.
Oh, sort of like an income tax collector, huh?
Well, not to change the subject, Red.
I wish you would, Rick.
But I like to say your trip to Las Vegas last week did you good. You look fresh as a flower. A potted one.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes. He said to me, let's put that joke in for a laugh. Where is it, Doc? I'll never take another trip across that desert, though. It took me 5 days.
5 days? Why, it's only 200 miles.
Yeah, I can only travel at night, though. My thumbs sunburn so easily.
Well, did you see Boulder Dam?
Yes, I took my father to get his mind off of drinking, you know.
Really? And it helped?
No, he took one look at Boulder Dam and he says, look, no wonder you can't get a chaser. They're holding it back. I saw a Papa Beaver talking to about 20 little baby beavers. He got them all together and he says, look, kids, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Well, it's pretty crowded in Las Vegas. Tell me, Red, what did you do about finding a place to stay?
Well, I finally told the mayor that I was tired of sleeping in the park.
Yeah, what did he say?
Nothing. He just laughed and laid back down on the bench and went to sleep again.
But where did you stay, Red?
At the Last Frontier Hotel. That's really a nice place. They have gambling there, you know.
Really?
Yes. In case you ever go there, notice that white flag over the hotel. That's my shirt.
Well, say, I noticed a beautiful hat box in your dressing room. Something good inside?
Yes, it's a present for Anita Ellis.
Oh, a present for me, Red?
Yes, Anita, but I'm a little nervous about giving it to you.
Oh, why, Red?
Well, you know how women are. You give them something and then they get all mushy and want to kiss you, you know.
Oh, Red, I don't think I'm like that.
You not? You mean I carry that thing all the way up here for nothing? Well, now here's Raleigh's Rod O'Connor, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste. Right for throat. For medical science now offers you proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Next time, ask for Raleigh's.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, lovely Anita Ellis sings Some Sunday Morning.
Some Sunday morning is going to be some Sunday morning for someone and me. Bells will be chiming an old melody, especially for someone and me. There'll be an organ playing, friends and relations will stare. Can't you hear them saying, gee, what a peach of a pair. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. sure look rosy for someone and me. Some Sunday morning, you see, there'll be an organ playing. Friends and relations will stare. Gee, can't you hear them saying, oh, what a peach of a pear. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. He'll be so nervous and I'll try to smile. Things sure look rosy for someone and me. Some beautiful Sunday morning, you see.
Thank you very much. Tonight we open the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire to a story entitled Looking for Trouble. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they should go down to the morgue and give themselves up. Chapter 81 of Looking for Trouble is entitled The Man Who Stole My Gal. This is the story of Deadeye and his long search for Gentleman Jim Harkins, the man who ran away with his girl, Margie the Clipper. It's midwinter in Montana. The blizzard is raging. Boy, it's a beaut. Montana, that is. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse boy! Yeah, you okay, wonderful?
Yeah, but Deadeye, why go to all this trouble to get even with some critter who stole your gal?
Why? Didn't you ever fall in love?
No, but I fell in a river once. That's the same thing. You get soaked either way. Well, Deadeye, I'm turning back.
Turning back? Is that all our friendship means?
No, Mr. Deadeye, you know I'd face death for you.
Oh, yeah? Then how come you ran when that grizzly bear challenged us?
He wasn't dead, was he?
Well, I gotta find Gentleman Jim Harkins, the guy that stole my gal.
Well, let's look in California.
California? What's that?
That's a place where you get hit by a woman driver and you take a sunbath while waiting for an ambulance.
Oh. Well, there's an ambulance. There's people up in these mountains. I can hear them. Gordon, look, there's a cabin just ahead of us. Let's inquire in there, and if they ain't seen my gal and Gentleman Jim, then we'll head for California.
Okay.
Come on, let's race for the cabin. Ooh, it was a tie.
Yeah, but I would have won if I'd have hit a horse.
Yeah. I'll go up and knock on the door here.
Deadeye.
Howdy, gal.
Hey, what did you follow me up here for, Deadeye?
Stop playing the piano, will you, gal? Talk to me.
I said, what did you follow me up here for?
Because I can't live without you, gal.
Well, why can't you live without me?
Because you got all my money, gal. It's good to see you again, gal. Come on and sit on my lap. Here, pull up a knee and sit down.
Okay. Still bow-legged as ever, ain't you?
Yeah, I've been that way ever since I swallowed that chicken wishbone. I'm proud of that. Why don't you come back to the Flathead County with me, gal?
It's no use, Deadeye. Gentleman Jim Harkins, he's promised me a love nest.
Well, you go with me. I'll give you some Snickers. After all, why should the girl in the balcony have all of them, you know? How about kissing me, gal?
No, Deadeye, I don't want a kiss.
Why not?
I'd rather have a Raleigh.
Yeah. Who's that?
Uh-oh. Deadeye. Jim Hawkins just rode up.
Uh-oh.
I thought I recognized your horse, Deadeye. Stand back, gal.
Here's a cowboy that's seen too many of them Errol Flynn pictures.
Deadeye, why don't you let us be? Maggie the Clipper and I are as happy as two bugs in a rug.
Well, you better pull in your ears, 'cause my guns is loaded with DDT.
Don't shoot me, Deadeye. You can have your gal.
Gentleman Jim, you ain't no gentleman. You're so yellow you could give transfusions to bananas.
Yeah. Well, that skins me. I'm proud of that. Why don't we be fair and square about this, huh? We'll fight a duel for her hand.
Very well. Count 3 and we'll both draw.
Now, he ought to know better than that. Okay, come outside.
Very well, Deadeye. There, take that.
Why, you didn't even give Deadeye a chance.
Yeah, I'm done for, gal. I'm on my way to that cabin in the sky.
Oh, Deadeye. Deadeye, you can't go to that cabin in the sky yet, 'cause I love you.
Oh, goodbye, gal. Roll me over on my face. I don't want to see where I'm really going. You better go in. I'm proud of that. You better go inside out of the cold, gal.
Gentleman Jim, we're through.
Well, I didn't know you loved him so much.
Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Deadeye, I thought you were going to that cabin in the sky.
They wouldn't let me in.
Why?
No vacancies up there either. Chapter 82. Thank you. Chapter 82 is entitled, I've Been Insulted. When a girl has been insulted, she usually looks for her man to fight to protect her honor. If she can find him, it's usually Clem Cadiddlehopper. Well, here I am. Sunday morning. I wonder if Sarah Dew's all alone. I'll just sneak up to the door and listen for a minute. No, I'd better stop that listening. I'm beginning to hear things. Let's see if she's home.
Well, howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah Dew, howdy doody to you, too. Sure is a nice day today, ain't it? The sun got back from Florida early this year, didn't it? Say, what did you want to see me about?
Well, Clem, people are talking.
Well, of course they're talking. What do you expect them to do, Bart? That's too fast for her. She didn't get it.
Well, what's this I hear about you and the Widow Brown?
It's a lie. I don't even know the woman. And that's a lie, too.
Oh, Clem, you're a moron.
Yes, and medical science can give you proof positive. I'm proud of that.
Well, you took that widow to the movies the other night, didn't you?
I did not. She took me.
Well, did you hold her hand?
I sure did.
Why?
She was snitching my popcorn.
Well, tell me truly, Clem, have you ever kissed her?
Only on the cheek.
Well, you sure it wasn't her lips?
Well, she was grinning a little at the time. Hey, wait a minute. Who told you I took her to the movies?
Well, I heard it at the drugstore. A feller said, there goes that Sarah Dew, and she plays second fiddle for Clem Cadiddlehopper.
I didn't even know you had a union card.
Look, Clem, either you make that blabbermouth apologize or we're through.
Really? Well, then come on. I'll go down and make him take it back. I won't stand for that atoll. Atoll, I won't stand for that.
You're going the wrong way.
Sometimes my feet's a lot smarter than I am. Now, come on, let's go. Now, let's go.
Well, here's the drugstore. Oh, and there is the feller who insulted me.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take care of him right now. Come here, you.
Hey, put me down.
Yeah, I'll put you down. What's this talk you started about me?
Clem.
I'm going to beat you to a pulp. You're the type of a guy I can handle.
You put me down.
Yeah.
Clem, he didn't say it.
He didn't?
No. I'll put that midget down.
Well, if he didn't say it, who said it?
That big feller, he's the one. Go on, Clem, make him take it back.
Him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, surely he didn't say it.
Well, yes, he did. Yes, didn't you? Didn't you say Clem was a two-timer?
Yes, I did, and don't start anything or I'll knock you conscious. Come on, put up your mitts.
Now, look, I'll give you one last chance to apologize.
I apologize to you, you lily-livered, chicken-hearted nincompoop.
Well, that's mighty decent of you.
Clem, if you don't hit him, I'm just through with you.
You heard her.
Now, look, dog meat, go home and play with your toys or I'll slap your face.
You slap my face and I'll bite your fingers off. I'll bite your fingers off, you slap me.
Oh, you will!
Yes, sir, I'll gum them off, I will.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Byron Nelson, America's #1 golfer, says, quote,
"It's true. I've seen the certified test with my own eyes. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus is actually safer to smoke. Raleigh's must be right. Right for taste, right for throat."
You're right, Byron Nelson. Raleigh's are right. Exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands, certified by 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke. See if you don't agree, Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobacco. That milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now David Forrester and his orchestra plays Tumbling Weeds. you very much, David Forrester. Chapter 83 of Looking for Trouble is entitled Time to Go to Bed, Kiddies. When a child is reminded that it's bedtime, there's usually a little trouble. But with the little child psychology, it can be handled pretty nicely. With everyone except the mean widow kid.
Junior, you'd better come in now. It's time all good little boys were in bed.
Well, that's what they get for being good, you know. I will come in. Wait till I get me wagon here. Pull me wagon.
Oh, wait a minute, Junior. You can't bring that wagon in the house.
Why not?
It isn't yours.
That's sure. I got it from the widow kid next door. In a widow deal I cook up at my wagon.
What did you give him for it?
He was happy with the whole deal, you know.
What did you give him for it?
A black eye.
Come, hurry upstairs and take your bath and get ready for bed.
Okay. I'm going to take a bath.
Now what happened?
The door was ajar. Now me poor widow nose is a jam. Hey, Grandma, how long will it be before I'm old enough I don't have to take baths no more?
Never.
Kind of a dull outlook, ain't it, huh?
Your bath is ready. Stop wasting time or the water in the tub will get cold.
Okay, I will play Johnny Weissmuller. I will run and dive into the water. Here I go. Who pulled that stopper out? I better throw the tub up again. I better throw the tub full of water. Oh, we don't take no hot
Junior, are you taking a bath?
Yes, don't come in. I got nothing on. Don't come in.
Well, put your pajamas on and get out of there.
Okay. Goodness, everywhere you go these days, peeping Toms, you know. And I did want to lay in the bubble bath and sort of soak a widow, too, you know. Now, I'll get my pajamas on. Now I will get out of here.
Look at you. You're soaking wet.
Well, you said put on my widow pajamas and get out of there.
Junior, you don't put your pajamas on in the tub.
Now she told me.
My goodness, you're still dirty.
Huh?
Didn't you use any soap?
Yes, I did, but the way I use it lasts longer. I leave the wrappers on.
Here, get into these dry pajamas and get into bed.
Okay, I am sleepy, but I will try. Just for you, I will try.
Meow, meow, meow. Now what are you doing?
I'm taking a cat nap.
Junior.
Grandma.
Are you going to lie down or do I have to tie the ropes?
No, I think the change will hold me okay. Well, good night. Grandma.
No, you can't have a drink of water.
Well, what is this? Information, please? Wait for the questions.
What do you want?
I'm thirsty.
You're just stalling, Junior. Either you're going to sleep or you aren't going to get any of that pie I baked for tomorrow.
Banana pie?
Yes.
With whipped cream?
Yes.
Nice, fresh bananas?
Yes.
Never touch this. Gotta watch me weight, you know. Gotta watch me weight.
Junior, be quiet.
What?
Did you hear that noise?
No. Do you think they heard us? Now, don't you scare me. Now, I am scared.
Now, nothing will get you.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
They wouldn't keep you when they saw who they had.
Yes. You sure does love me, and it might be a stranger. They would keep me, too. Yes.
Granny wouldn't let anything get
Yes, it would. You scared me.
Don't be frightened. There. Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
It's all right. It's only the man next door.
Now, that's what I figured, but don't you think I handle this dramatic stuff pretty well?
Go to sleep.
Okay. Hey, Grandma, why does that man next door come out every night and look up in the sky for, huh?
He's a student of astronomy. He's studying the stars.
Oh, I want to see stars.
You'll see plenty if you don't go to sleep.
Well, can I have the glass of water first?
Oh, get it yourself. Do anything you like. Grow up to be an idiot. And stay away from that pie.
Okay. Trusting old soul, ain't she? Oh, boy, I'm off to the kitchen. Now, I wonder where that pie could be. I wonder if it's just up here on this shelf here. I would take a little...
Junior, what happened?
What?
What happened?
I broke the crystal in me Mickey Mouse watch. Let's see what's up on this next shelf here. A mousetrap, a mousetrap. Whew, boy, that cheese. Boy, that sure is strong, isn't it? Whew, boy, I bet them old mice have to back up to that stuff. Oh, there's the pie. There's the pie. Oh, there. I wonder if I could take a nice big hunk. Grandma might get mad, you know. And then again, she might say that little kid was hungry and it's okay. And then again, I don't know why I was wasting my time thinking about it. I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, boy. Boy, that sure is good. My eyes is bigger than my tummy, though. I can't put this back because Grandma would smell a two-legged rat named Junior. I just throw it out the window. Oh, that man standing there. Sounds like a bullseye, doesn't it? Oh, dear, he shouldn't have been standing there. I think he saw me. I better get sleepy and get to bed real quick. Well, good night, Grandma. Good night.
Aren't you going to say your prayers?
I said them on the way upstairs.
You think they'll be answered?
Not now, no.
Junior, now see if you can go to sleep.
If that's for me, I'm going to be born next week, tell him.
Oh, probably someone got pie-eyed and has the wrong house.
If he's pie-eyed, he got the right house.
Yes?
Where's that little grandson of yours?
He's in bed.
With indigestion, no doubt. Look at my suit.
I wouldn't be seen in it. Why don't you have it cleaned?
I'm going to, and you're going to get the bill.
Hey, what's all the noise about? Kind of widow fellow get some sleep around here?
Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
I was standing under your window looking up at the stars. Suddenly I turned to look at the Big Dipper, but it wasn't the Dipper. It was that kid's hand with a big hunk of pie in it.
Do tell.
Why did you hit me with that pie?
Oh, you wanted a drink of water, eh? Junior, come here.
No, I don't want to. Don't whip me. I will be good.
Now, get to bed.
I don't know what it is with me. I don't have a care or worry in the world. But every night I cry myself to sleep.
And remember, we'll all be with you on every Tuesday night at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And listen to Bob Hope next week when he presents the Look Magazine Award. And remember, the March of Dimes. Goodbye now.
Remember, listen to Hildegard tomorrow night, and The People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night over most of these stations. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Golden Air.
Sir Walter Raleigh. That's the tobacco that leaves your pipe as clean as a whistle. It's carefully blended from rich, ripe burleys and mellowed with just a touch of rum to enhance the natural, full-bodied flavor. And Sir Walter Raleigh burns cool and even, right down to the bottom of the bowl. Leaves a clean, dry ash in your pipe. Get Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Here's more late news. Dublin. Prime Minister de Valera warns the people of Ireland to be prepared for war. But he says Ireland is continuing its policy of strict neutrality in the spreading hostilities. In his warning, de Valera said war might come to Ireland, quote, as a thief in the night. Moscow. The Red Russian army is striving to drive the Germans into a full Napoleonic retreat on all three Russian fronts.
And tonight they're still sweeping the Germans before them in the north, the center, and the south. Canberra, Australia. The Australians have started blackouts, and in Sydney the people are sandbagging buildings. Munitions workers are keeping war industries going 24 hours a day. They've also offered to abandon their holidays, and Australian youths are flocking to the recruiting stations in increasing numbers. London. The British Communist Party urges the closest coordination of the Allied forces. An official statement describes the Japanese attack as fascism's offensive for the enslavement of the world. This report came to you from the NBC newsroom.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, maybe some of us accept progress without giving it much thought. Why, nowadays, most people take the wonders of radio and the airplane for granted. Yet, when you stop and think, these modern developments are really astounding. And, of course, there's been a lot of progress in foods, too. Take margarine, for example. Modern margarine like Parquet. The margarine made by Kraft. Why, people who haven't tasted margarine for a long time are amazed when they discover how deliciously good Parquet tastes. That's because Parquet margarine isn't just an ordinary margarine. It's as different from old-time margarine as the modern automobile is from the horseless carriage. You see, Parquet margarine is outstanding because of the rich delicacy of its flavor. Also because it's an economical source of food values your whole family needs. Yes, unlike old-time margarines, Parquet margarine contains important vitamin A, 9,000 units in every pound. Besides that, Parquet margarine is about as nourishing and wholesome an energy food as you could serve. So don't put it off. Try this delicious modern margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Laundry for month of November, $24.32. I never saw such a clean family in my life. Groceries for the month, $103. For such a hungry family, either. Gas, water, and, hello, Leroy. Light for the month amounted to, what is it, Leroy?
Gee, Uncle Mort, I just hate to mention this to you.
Well, Leroy, if you hate it so much, don't do it, especially if it's about money.
How did you know, Unc?
You combed your hair, put on a tie, and tucked in your shirt. Anytime I see so much change in you, it means a little more change out of me.
Oh, but, Unc, with Christmas practically here, I'm a little shy.
Shy? You don't seem very shy to me.
I mean, I'm embarrassed. Financially embarrassed.
What about all those Christmas presents you were making in your manual training and handcraft classes in school?
Oh, all my plans went haywire.
Yeah?
Gee, I made a keen smoking stand for you, Uncle Mort.
Well.
Only I could never get the legs even. Gosh, I must have sawed them 30 times.
Well.
Say, Unc, you'd just as soon have a footstool, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I fixed all your favorite things to eat for lunch. Is there anything special you might be wishing for in addition?
Yes, Bertie. Quit stuffing me just so you can hit me for another advance on your salary.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, you positively can read my mind even before I mix it up.
Yeah. Bertie, I can't let you have any more advances. Your salary is so overdrawn right now that it needs a blood transfusion.
But I don't need my January salary. I just want to nibble into February.
Bertie, you've eaten halfway through March already.
That's bad. But I made some powerful miscalculations in my Christmas figures. I added up 2 zeros, and all the time there should have been an 8.
Well, I'm having enough trouble with my own bookkeeping. By George, I wish I had the bookkeeper here that I had at my girdle works. He was a wizard with figures.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Marjorie.
Oh, say, Uncle Mort, speaking of figures, my checking account is all in a mess. I'm going to need $50 more for my Christmas shopping.
No, see here, all of you. There won't be any more money available in this household till the first of the month.
Why? Well, what happened?
Well, last Monday I rushed down to the bank and put all our money into defense bonds and stamps.
I'm glad you did.
Yes, I'm afraid I overdid it a little bit, though. I gave them all our ready cash.
Well, Uncle Mort, what have you been using for spending money since?
Well, Marjorie, do you remember my collection of rare buffalo nickels?
Yes.
Well, they've gone the way of the buffalo. But I don't mind, though. I want to do everything I can to help.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
I'm all riled up myself. I want to join the Japanese army.
Just what?
Why, Bertie, what do you mean? Well, I'd like to cook for them people for just one day, that's all.
Yes, Bertie, I see what you mean. Anyway, we won't mind skipping a few things this Christmas, will we, children? After all, half of what we buy each other always winds up in the storeroom anyway. Say, I've got an idea.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
Let's see what we can sell out of that storeroom, huh?
Of course, I never thought of that. Come on, let's look now.
Yes, come on, everybody, come on.
Must be a million things in here.
Yes. What did I tell you? Look.
Oh, look. Maybe I can sell that old dress for her.
But you done promised that to me, Miss Marge.
Oh, isn't that dress form a little little for you, Bertie?
No, sir. I just measures everything on that, and then I multiply by 3, and that's me.
Yes, I see. Well, Leroy, you've certainly outgrown that old scooter of yours there.
Yeah, but I need the wheels to make a wagon. You know how things are these days. A man can't go around wasting rubber. Say, how about selling buck?
If buck?
Yes, that's what we call the iron deer in the corner.
Oh, that.
Used to stand out on the lawn. Yeah, until one Christmas Eve when Grandpa thought he was Santa Claus and tried to ride it home all night long.
There's a powerful lot of iron in that animal. It ought to be worth some money. Ain't scrap iron valuable when a country's scrapping?
Yes, sir. I think we can get a little dough out of that deer. I'll tell you what we'll do. If any of you can sell it, you can keep the proceeds.
Me too, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, of course, Bertie. However, I'll deduct the money out of your April wages.
Say, I better get busy. Maybe this will be the beginning of my entire business career.
Yeah.
And Scrap Company that buys anything from a safety pin to a second-hand skyscraper?
That's me.
Mr. Skinner, I got a big business deal for you. What are you paying for scrap iron these days?
80 cents a hundred. How much you got?
Oh, plenty. You better come out and see me. 747 Parkside Avenue.
Okay, who's just talking?
Just ask for Mr. Leroy Forrester. And remember, don't buy it from anybody else. Hot dog. Oh, I'll get the money to buy Marjorie that slow chemistry set I liked so much for Christmas.
Yes, this is the Summerfield Ironworks. Phelps speaking.
This is Marjorie Forrester.
Oh, how can I be of service, Miss Forrester? It is Miss Forrester, isn't it?
Yes. I want to know if your company is interested in purchasing a quantity of used iron.
Why, yes, we are. In what form is this iron?
Really? It's a little dear.
Oh, we won't quibble about prices, Miss Forrester.
No, you don't understand, silly. It's an iron dear.
An electric iron, darling?
No. An iron deer. A farm's husband. Better let the buyer come out and see for himself.
A buyer? Why, I'd like to see what the little deer looks like myself. And I'd like to come face to face with that lovely voice of yours.
Really, Mr. Phelps? You're a fast worker.
Uh,
Now, oh, dear, no, I've got to go to the hair appointment now. Oh, what am I saying? Come out about 12:30, Mr. Phelps. Goodbye.
Hello? Is this Josephus Bush, the presiding potentate of the excruciating orders of the sons of Pharaoh? You's otherwise known as Joe the Junkman. Well, this is Bertie Lee Coggins of the Sister Lodge, the mysterious and bewildering order of the daughters of Cleopatra. Greetings from the grand exhausted ruler of the pyramids. Yeah, brother, that's me. Potentate, you know whereabouts I work on Parkside Avenue? Well, hitch your horse to the wagon and trot right up here. I'll sell you a piece of junk that's really a piece of high-class junk. What is it? Well, I don't know for sure, but it's something in the shape of a mule, only it's got his head stuck in a hat rack.
Leroy, can't you sit still a moment? You've been running to the door like a strip of hall carpet.
Well, it's on account I'm waiting for Mr. Skinner.
Skinner, what does he do?
He buys anything from a safety pin to a second-hand skyscraper. I'm going to sell him buck.
Well, how much is he going to pay you?
80 cents a 100 pounds, and that deer must weigh a couple of 1,000 pounds at least.
Oh, no, Leroy. You'll be lucky if it weighs 200 pounds.
Oh, but it looks heavier than you, Uncle Morton. You must weigh over...
Never mind what I weigh over, Leroy. Don't forget that deer's hollow, and I'm not.
No, you're not, but he's got horns and you haven't.
But I wear shoes, and he doesn't.
If you're right, then all I'll get will be between $1.50 and $2.
Leroy, we really ought to try to get a better price. Have you called any other junk dealer to bid against your Mr. Skinner?
No, I haven't.
Well, if you had, wait a minute. I know how we can get a decent sum for our cast iron cast-off.
How, Unc?
Competition is the spice of the pudding, my boy. And if Mr. Skinner had a little competition...
I know. You're going to pretend you're another junk man, aren't you, Uncle Mort?
Oh, you went and guessed it.
But Mr. Skinner won't. He's a regular super-duper of a scheme.
You think so? Well, let's try it then. You just introduce me by some other name, some pseudonym, and I'll keep boosting the price up for you.
It'll look fishy unless you put on a hat and coat. You better get old ones.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, darn, I bet that's him now.
Skinner? Well, I find an old overcoat and hat. Tell me quickly, Roy.
Right there in the storeroom.
Oh, yes. Sure. Yeah, I'd better get him something before Leroy comes back with that real junk man. Here's something I've always wanted to wear.
Now, let me get this all clear, kid. Are you sure that you're Mr. Leroy Forrester?
Of course, Mr. Skinner.
Well, then who's this fat gent here with the derby hat and the old army overcoat?
Oh, boy.
What's so funny, young man?
Nothing at all. Mr. Skinner, this is another junk dealer, Mr. Pseudonym.
Yeah. Pleased to meet you, sir.
Hey, what kind of a junk man are you, giving out with a pleased to meet you, sir? And say, I never heard of no local dealer with a name like Sudenheim. Are you a member of the JMCA?
No, however, I am a member of the YMCA.
I mean the Junk and Metal Collectors Association.
Oh.
Are you sure you're a legitimate junk man? You sure don't talk like one.
Oh, well, that's because I come from Boston. We talks this way up that way. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Only one thing. Kind of watch your step around this town. Get it?
Yeah, got it.
Say, how much will you give me for this swell iron deer, huh?
Well, where's the rest of the scrap you want to sell?
That's all there is, isn't it enough?
For Pete's sake. You mean you drag me all the way here for one rusty mildewed chunk of metal venison?
You mean you don't want it, eh? Well, we'd like to have this little number up in Boston. Yes. Buddy, I'll give you $2 for it.
Hey, if you give that much, you're way off your bean, Mr. Pseudohammer.
What?
It ain't worth it at all. I'll give you 2 1/4.
Why, you little overbearing overbidder. You can't do that to Throckmorton P. Pseudonym. I'll wipe that nasty little grin off your face, and just about I bid $3.
Well, I'll show you the 2 can play at that game. I bid $3.05.
5 cents. You cheapskate, I'll make it $4.
Oh, you do? Well, you can have it, Bumper Belt. I'm through.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go.
No, don't go. Aren't you going to make another bid?
I should say not. I wouldn't give a cent more than $3.75.
I'll give $3.80.
You don't, Uncle.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Uncle, huh? Aha! I see it all now. You ain't no junk man.
Yeah?
I can tell from that derby hat you're wearing. You're nothing but a pawnbroker.
What?
Yes, that's it. A pawnbroker. Uncle Mort, they call me.
Hey, kid, you better take my offer. This guy don't look reliable to me.
Well, okay, Mr. Skinner.
Okay, it's a deal. I'll be back this afternoon for this hunk of junk. And by the way, Sooty.
Yes?
I'll give you $1 for that hat and coat you're wearing.
You will?
Yeah, what do you say?
Sold. right, Leroy. You go ahead and shop as far as your $3.75 will take you. I'm going into this bank.
Okay, Uncle Mort.
And remember, Leroy, go straight home as soon as you're finished. Say, who is this fellow coming this way?
I don't know, Unc.
His face is mighty... Oh, yes, of course. Hello, Mr. Llewellyn.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'd like to have you meet my nephew, Leroy Forrester.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Forrester. Or may I address you as we boy?
Mr. Llewellyn was formerly your cousin Octavia's secretary, Leroy.
Glad to have made your acquaintance. I gotta go now. So long, Uncle Mort.
Goodbye. Say, Llewellyn, how does it happen that you're still in Summerfield?
Well, I was in such a rush to resign from your cousin's employ, I neglected to collect my last week's salary.
Oh, I see. Did that leave you in an awkward financial position?
It left me stranded high and dry.
Yes.
Willie, I'm rather discouraged and depressed.
Oh, now, Llewellyn, old chap, remember every cloud has a silver lining.
Okay, every cloud has a silver lining. So what? Can I take a silver lining to my landlady and say, here, Mrs. Rafferty, this is to pay the rent? Or can I slice it like bologna and have it for lunch? Or can I use a silver lining in my shoes instead of leather?
No, of course not. I didn't realize your predicament.
Well,
it happens that I need some clerical assistance. Would you like a job?
Oh, most emphatically.
Oh. Did you know anything about bookkeeping?
Oh, yeah, double entry, profit and loss, wedges. Let me recite my experiences.
That isn't necessary. I'll give you a trial.
You will?
Yes. I really need a bookkeeper badly. And I imagine that's just how you keep books.
Oh, you don't know how glad I really am. This means I won't have to take the job that was offered to me.
Oh, you had a position you could have taken.
Oh, yes. I could have gone to work reading news flashes on the radio. They said I'd be a woo-woo.
Leroy. What's all the fuss for?
Somebody swiped Buck, the iron deer. The man I sold it to was here just now, and we couldn't find it anyplace.
Of course not. The man I sold it to just hauled it away.
You sold it too? Jeepers, now we're in a mess. Mr. Skinner is coming back in 3 hours.
Well, just give him a refund on his money.
I can't. I spent it. Besides, he told me to have the deer here or he'd go to the police station.
What for? They ain't got no deers there. Only bulls.
Well, Skinner's going to have me arrested for selling what I haven't got if I can't deliver what he thought he was paying for when he bought what you just sold.
Well, say that over again and take out the lump.
He's going to get me arrested for selling him a disappearing iron deer. Oh, hello, Uncle Mort. Hello, Mr. Llewellyn.
Hello.
Gee, Uncle Mort, we're in a jam.
A jam? What's wrong?
You remember Mr. Skinner who bought the deer for $3.75?
Yes?
Well, he didn't.
How could he didn't?
Well, when he came to pick it up, Bertie had already sold it to somebody else. And now Skinner says he's going to have me arrested if he doesn't get the deer back.
Oh, my. And I had a lot of matters to straighten out with Mr. Llewellyn here this afternoon.
Well, what's doing waiter?
Huh?
What's wrong with your ears, Bertie? Mr. Llewellyn said let's do them later.
Uh-huh.
There's only one thing to do, and that's to get the deer back. Who'd you sell it to, Bertie?
Josephus Bush.
Oh, yes, Joe Bush. I've heard that name before. Where is his place of business?
Any alley.
No, where does he transact his affairs from?
Oh, from a horse and wagon.
No, Bertie. What Mr. Gildersleeve is driving at is, where does he live? Where does he sleep? Where does he get his telephone calls?
At the corner of 33rd and the railroad track. What'd you say?
Well, let's go to the railroad track.
Yes, we've got to get that deer back before that Skinner returns.
Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Isn't it a little bit late in the season to be hunting deer?
Yeah. Careful with those antlers, Llewellyn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Mailman, you lower the other end. You boys in the middle, steady now. Yes, steady. Yes, there it is. Yes. Thank you very much, boys.
Oh, I'm pretty tuckered out.
Yes. Trouble is you don't keep yourself in condition, Llewellyn. Well, shall we move Bucket back into the storeroom or let him stay here in the hallway for Mr. Skinner to pick up?
Personally, I was hired as a bookkeeper, not as a longshoreman.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's leave it right here for Skinner. And remind me to tell Bertie that her friend, Joe Bush, charges $7 out of her April wages to get this metal moose back here.
Yes, sir. You know something, Mr. Gildersleeve? Every time I look at this statue, it reminds me of something.
Anybody you know?
No. I just can't recollect just what it reminds me of.
Oh, well, Come with me, Llewellyn, and I'll show you where to wash up.
Oh, gladly.
Yeah, moving a thing like that's no Halloween prank. Leave you be. This way.
Well, thank you for a very lovely lunch, Mr. Phelps.
Oh, don't thank me, Miss Marjorie. Thanks to Summerfield Ironworks. After all, they're the ones who are going to pay for it.
They will?
Sure. It's a necessary expense. You know, like entertaining an out-of-town buyer. Only in this case, it's an in-town seller.
Boy, what a line. You could use it as a leash for an elephant. Oh, look, somebody's moved the deer out of the storeroom for us. I wonder how they knew you were buying it.
Well, I'll have my men load it onto the truck. Oh, Pete, you and Charlie can come in here now.
It's terribly nice of you to give me $20 for Buck, Mr. Phelps. Are you sure it's worth that much?
Oh, yes, of course. They're not putting iron like that into deers these days, you know.
No. Not unless they feed them spinach. So what are you going to do with it? Use it as a radiator cap for a tank?
No, we'll break it up with hammers and convert it back into pig iron. Well, that was a bright idea, telephoning us.
Yes, wasn't it? And won't everybody be surprised when they find out that I sold it? Well, here comes Mr. Skinner back again, Uncle Mort. I'll get it.
Yes, all right. Well, thank goodness. Now Leroy can let him cart that deer away, and we'll have the whole matter off our chest, Llewellyn.
Good weddings, too, I say.
Yeah. Certainly wasn't worth all the trouble it took. Leroy got $3.75, and it cost me $7 to get it back after Bertie sold it.
Hey, Uncle Mort, it's Mr. Skinner, all right.
Yeah?
Where'd you put the deer? It isn't in the storeroom.
Of course not. We left it in the hall. Can't you use your eyes?
Well, it isn't there now.
Well, it couldn't walk away. Did you move it, Llewellyn?
Me? After the struggle and trouble I had getting it through the front door? Oh, sir, my mother never raised any foolish children.
Yeah, we'll go in there.
Wacky household.
I am, sir. What's the meaning of this intrusion?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, forgot.
Say, how many different people are you? First the junk man, then a pawnbroker, and now the papa around here.
He's our Uncle Mort.
That's right.
Oh, he's your uncle, too.
Oh, no. Not exactly, you see.
I think he's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and probably two other fellas.
Yes.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Say, what's going on in here?
This man, Skinner, bought our iron deer from Leroy, and now it's disappeared. For the second time.
Oh, my goodness. I just sold it to the Summerfield Ironworks for $20.
$20? No wonder you didn't want to turn it over to me for $3.75.
Oh.
Better give him back his money, Leroy.
I can't. I spent it already.
Well, then you better give it to him out of the 20, Marjorie.
I've spent all mine, too.
Oh, jumping jeeps. Well, I'll have to give you the $3.75, mister.
Oh, no, you don't. What about all the time I wasted? Huh? And the cab fare? And the 2 trips with the truck? And the profit I'd have made selling it to the ironworks? You got to give me at least $10 for all my trouble.
$10 for $1? Why, you can go down to the river and take a good... You can take a good jump in the lake for yourself.
Yeah, well, I'll sue.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Can I speak to you privately?
Is it important?
Vitally. Come on over here.
What is it, Llewellyn?
You remember that there was something about that deer that reminded me of something, only I couldn't recall what?
Yes. What is it?
Well, I just recollected. Iron deers like that are scarce. They're rare antiques.
They are? They are?
Yeah, I read somewhere that they're a vanishing form of Americana. They're worth anywhere from $150 up to collectors and at museums.
Not so loud. That mule Skinner will hear you. Do you think we should pay him the $10 and get rid of him?
Absolutely. And then we should rush right down to the ironworks and rescue the deer before they break it up.
Oh, that's right. Break it up. Oh, we'll have to pay them back, too.
Yep.
$20 there, $10 to Skinner, $7 to Joe Bush. That's $37 it's going to cost me to get the deer back. Llewellyn, you better be right about the value of that iron casting or...
Or what, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Or else I'll clown you. Llewellyn, are you holding that statue carefully in the rumble seat?
I'm treating it as if it were very fragile.
Well, all we have to do is drive across town now and see what the antique dealers will offer.
Oh, wasn't it marvelous that we caught Harry?
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Phelps.
Oh.
So he ordered them to break up Buck?
Yes. Well, I was going to tell you about that, Marjorie. I found out that young Phelps was going to save that thing as a souvenir.
He was?
Yes.
But it wasn't his to keep. It belonged to the company.
Oh, yes? Fat chance any company would pay $20 for $2 worth of scrap metal. That young man bought it for himself.
He did? Well, I wonder why.
Yeah. If you don't know why, nobody else does.
Mr. Gildersleeve, this is Mr. Abernathy, who's an expert on old hitching posts, sundials, and iron deer.
Yeah, how do you do, sir?
Oh, I'm glad to meet you. I thought there was no use wounding and unwounding the statuary till its authenticity was established.
Yes, that's right. Go ahead, Mr. Abernathy. Climb up and examine it to your heart's content.
Well, thank you. Well, say, this seems to be rather an unusual item. In fine condition.
It is? Oh, that's good news.
Of course, there are several simple little tests, like the sound it makes when you knock on it.
Oh?
Oh, just listen to that. Isn't that music to the ear?
I don't know. Does that mean it's genuine?
Yes.
And it certainly is music to the ear.
Gee, Unc, isn't it wonderful? It's just like finding buried treasure.
Yeah.
Say, I like this item. I'll tell you what I'll do. Bring it in and I'll give you a check for $160. How's that?
Now, wait a minute. I'll make it 170.
Hey, cut that out, Leroy. That's a very nice offer, Mr. Abernathy. We'll take it. Llewellyn, I suppose you help me lift it out and then hand it down to me.
Okay. You grab hold of the wakes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, all right, all right. I've got him. Now be careful.
Lucifer Llewellyn is always careful.
Easy now. This is worth a lot of money. Watch out, it doesn't get away from you.
Well, I'll try to, but it's got an awfully swiftly wump.
What?
Look out below!
Oh, look out! It's in 100 pieces. Well, that's the last time we'll ever try to pass that buck.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. You know, food shopping is getting to be a science these days. Yes, I certainly take my hat off to you housewives. You know a lot about the quality and nutritional value of foods and how to serve your families really tasty and nourishing meals and still keep within your budget. And that's why I'm sure so many housewives are asking for Parquet margarine instead of just saying, some margarine, please. They know, you see, that Parquet margarine is the modern margarine. Outstanding because it tastes so good. Outstanding, too, because of its fine quality and because it's a nourishing and wholesome year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, and these women know that Parquet is an all-purpose margarine. Delicious for table use, a real flavor shortening for baking, and just about perfect for pan frying because it adds flavor and doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. So take a tip from these wise housewives. When you go to your food store, don't just ask for margarine, ask for Parquet margarine. Then you'll know you're getting margarine at its best. Yes, tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, Parkay. It's the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft.
Leroy, how can you whistle and chuckle and grin when we've just smashed $160 worth of iron deer?
I wanted to wait till we were alone, Unc. When old Buck busted up, something that was hidden inside of him came rolling out.
It did? What was it?
I picked it up so nobody would see. It's a great big wad of money.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe that crash was for the best. There's nobody else around here. Let me see it.
Here you are, Unc.
Wow, what a roll. Cut the string, Leroy.
There. Oh, boy.
Oh, darn it, we lose again. It's Confederate money. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. All great men, it seems, are born on special days. Abraham Lincoln, for example, was born on Lincoln's birthday. Coincidence, isn't it? In Springfield, where Jim Anderson was born, they do things in a slightly different manner. So Jim shares his birthday with George Washington. That was yesterday, and in the white frame house on Maple Street, they had quite a time. It went something like this.
Bud,
You want me, Mom?
are you almost finished down there?
Just about. I have to put up one more string of balloons.
Well, please hurry, dear. Your father will be home any minute.
Okay.
Did you get Mr. Gribble, Mother?
Oh, dear, I knew there was something. He's the only one I couldn't reach. It's too bad because I know your father'd like him to be here.
I bet Daddy's gonna be surprised.
Well, if he isn't, it won't be our fault. And if you say one word to him...
Oh, I won't, Betty. I didn't this morning, did I?
No, but you certainly came close a couple of times. And that dopey little smile you dug up. You look like the Mona Lisa, junior grade.
What's that?
Never mind.
Betty, you know, I'm not sure that we did the right thing at breakfast.
How's that, Mother?
Well, your father looked so hurt. The least we could have done was wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mother, you're going to spoil everything. Father even said birthdays weren't important when you got to be his age.
I know, dear, but...
And if he knows that we remembered his birthday, he might suspect something.
Everything's all finished, Mom.
Oh, that's fine, Bud. Oh, you've done a wonderful job, all of you.
And I haven't even said anything.
Now, don't forget, Bud, you've got to get Father out of the house at 7:45.
Yeah, I know. But holy cow, how am I going to do that?
Bud, you don't want him to see the people when they come in, do you? It's a surprise party.
But how am I going to get him out?
Jumping creepers, you only have to get him out for 15 minutes. What's so hard about that?
Well, if it's so easy, why don't you do it?
Daddy's home.
Oh, the sandwiches, Betty. Put them in the pantry.
Okay.
He isn't coming in here.
Well, that's peculiar. I'd better go in and see. Jim,
Yes?
we thought we heard you come in, dear. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing important, anyway.
Jim, you sound so strange.
Hiya, Dad. What goes?
Hi, Daddy.
Hello. I'll be in the den when dinner's ready.
Now, just a minute, Jim Anderson. You're not going to walk away from us like that.
We didn't do anything.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Jim, if there's anything wrong, we have a right to know what it is.
You have a right to know what it is, do you? You haven't the faintest idea. All right, I'll tell you what it is. I don't ask for a great deal from this family. A minimum of respect and courtesy, that's all. But I certainly think that when a man's birthday comes around...
Oh, Jim.
Well, the least you can do is remember it.
Jim Anderson.
And stop looking at me as though I had 3 heads. All of you. Isn't the least bit funny.
Jim, darling, I was telling the children just before you got here that...
Mother! Something's burning in the kitchen.
Burning? Why, Betty, I turned up all... Oh. Well, I'd better go and see what it is.
Man works hard for his wife and family and tries to give them all the advantages he can manage. What thanks does he get? They don't even remember his birthday.
Holy cow, Dad. You said birthdays didn't mean anything.
When did I say that?
When you forgot Mom's.
But I did not forget your mother's birthday. If you'll remember, I bought her the largest bottle of perfume in Springfield. Not that I expected you to buy anything for me, of course.
Of course.
I don't care anything about getting presents. I mean, even a small thing like a necktie or something.
Dad.
It isn't a gift, it's the thought behind it that counts.
Dad.
And it isn't as though it were a hard day to remember. I mean, like October 19th or August 64th or something like that.
Dad.
But Washington's birthday, the easiest day of the whole year. How could you possibly forget?
Dad,
What is it, Bud?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll get it, Father.
Never mind, I'll answer it myself. Man has a birthday once a year, and nobody even remembers it. Fine thing. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Yes, just fine, thank you. You what? What message? I didn't leave any message. To call me? Are you sure? Well, just a minute. I'll ask Margaret. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
did you call Mr. Gribble?
What was that, dear?
I said, did you call Mr. Gribble?
Mr. Gribble? Why should I call Mr. Gribble, dear?
Margaret, the man's on the phone. He got a message to call us. I didn't leave any message.
Well, Jim, what possible reason could I have for calling Mr. Gribble?
If that isn't just like a woman. All you had to say was no.
Yes, dear.
Hello, Mr. Gribble. Well, Margaret doesn't know anything about it. Well, they probably got the name wrong. You know how it is. Oh, by the way, New York sent me the revised figures on that compensation setup. All right, anytime you say. No, I'll be free all evening. 8 o'clock? Fine. See you later.
Jim, you're not going to meet Mr. Gribble tonight.
Why not?
Well, it's your birthday.
What's that got to do with it? My birthday certainly wasn't important a few minutes ago.
Jim, I don't know how the children are going to feel about this.
Father, we've just had the most wonderful idea.
Wait till you hear it, Dad.
We're going to have a wonderful time. All of us.
Now, just a minute. Your mother was about to tell me something.
I know. I mean, she was?
It's all right, Jim. I guess it wasn't important.
Well, you want to know. What is it, Betty?
Well, Father, even if we did forget your birthday, we're all very sorry.
Yes?
And we've decided to devote our entire evening to making you happy.
Fine. I won't even be here.
But you can't go out, Father. You'll spoil everything.
What do you mean?
Well, tell him, Bud.
What? Well, we had a lot of things figured out to do, Dad.
Like what?
Well, we thought that we'd play the radio.
He means games, Father. We'll all play games. Like spin the bottle.
Oh, fine. I can't think of anything I'd enjoy more than a good, fast game of spin the bottle. Unfortunately, I have to work.
But you can't work, Father, not on your birthday.
I worked all day.
I know, but you can't work at night.
New law, huh?
The man on the radio said it was gonna snow. Or rain. Or something.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
There seems to have developed a concerted and rather unusual desire for my company. How come?
Well, frankly, Jim.
Mother.
We hope that if we made your evening a pleasant one, you might forgive us for not remembering your birthday. We could even have a little celebration.
Just the 5 of us. And we could make popcorn.
And get some ice cream.
It'd be just like a regular party, Daddy.
Well...
You'd make us all very happy, dear.
I don't get it. If my birthday means that much to you...
Oh, it does, Father.
It sure does.
Why did you forget it in the first place?
We're stupid.
Well, all right. I'll call Gribble and tell him we'll make it tomorrow.
Gee, that's great, Dad.
Would you like me to call him for you, Father?
No, I'd better do it myself. He's certainly going to wonder if I got all my buttons. Make an appointment and then cancel it 5 minutes later.
I'm sure he'll understand, Jim.
I wish I could be that sure. Hello, Mr. Gribble. This is Jim Anderson. Well, about that appointment for tonight, you see, it's my birthday, and I guess it slipped my mind. Yes. Well, birthdays don't mean very much to me anymore, but, my family wants me to stay home with them. You know how it is. Yes. Suppose I call you in the morning, Mr. Gribble. Right. What? Oh, thank you very much. Good night. Well, I guess that takes care of that. Something wrong, Kathy?
No, I was just thinking.
About what?
George Washington.
Oh. Well, dinner about ready?
Oh, just about, dear.
I'd better go upstairs and wash. Fine family. One minute they don't even know it's your birthday, and the next they'll die if you leave them alone.
Wow, that was a close one.
Well, as long as he didn't leave, everything's going to be all right.
And I didn't even say anything.
I know, dear. You were a very good girl.
Say, Mom.
Yes, Bud.
There's only one thing I don't understand.
What's that, dear?
We got him to stay home. Now how am I going to get him out?
Well, Bud's got to figure that one out for himself. You know, we all do in lots of ways, as some of you may have found out just recently.
About coffee in particular. Have you been shopping around more for your coffee since the price went up? Trying this brand and that in the name of economy? If you have, I'll bet lots of you have discovered this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. A friend of my wife's did. She was telling us just the other night. You see, when prices went up, she started buying cheaper coffee. Might not taste as good, she figured, but it ought to be more economical. First thing she found, though, it took lots more to make the breakfast coffee strong enough. And even then, the flavor just wasn't there. So meal after meal, her family would leave their cups unfinished. She said, that settled it for me. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is. Because you get so many more truly good cups of coffee from every pound. Just see how much more your family enjoys that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. So good to the last drop, they drink every drop. Discover the extra freshness, the clear, rich taste that's vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll say Maxwell House is true economy. So get your money's worth and more. Get Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
It's 7:45 in the White Frame House on Maple Street, and time for Jim's surprise birthday party. With great effort, the Andersons have managed to keep Father at home. Now, with the guests about to arrive, they can't get rid of him. Like this.
Dad.
Yes, Bud?
After you finish the paper, you wouldn't like to go down to the drugstore with me, would you?
Why do you have to go to the drugstore?
I don't.
I imagine you can explain that, but I'd just as soon you didn't.
Well, I just thought that... Would you like to take a walk?
No, thank you.
Go for a ride?
No, thank you.
You want to clean out the garage?
Bud, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Let's go sit upstairs in my room.
What for?
Well, it's comfortable.
I'm quite comfortable right where I am.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. And stop fidgeting.
Bud, could I speak to you for a minute, please?
Okay. Excuse me, will you, Dad?
Oh, sure. Whenever you're free, stop back and we'll figure out some more places I don't want to go.
For crying out loud, Betty, now what's the matter?
You're supposed to have him out of here. It's 7:45.
But he won't go.
He has to go. Everybody will be here any minute.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? I can't hit him over the head. It's his birthday.
Bud, what's going on out there?
Nothing, Dad. I'll be with you in a minute.
You better go back, Bud, and see if he can't think of something.
Where are you going?
Back into the kitchen. I've got to talk to Mom. This is getting desperate.
Is your father gone, dear?
No, he's sitting in there as big as life. A lot of help Bud turned out to be.
Well, Betty, we may as well face it. We're not going to get your father out of the house.
But we have to, Mother.
It'll spoil everything.
Maybe not. We can do it another way. I'll just put a note on the front porch asking everybody to come in the back way.
But Daddy'll hear him.
Oh, I don't think so.
He will, Mother. He's bound to hear them going down to the playroom.
Not if you're all singing.
Oh, That's an idea.
Why do we have to sing?
So Father won't hear anything. It's a wonderful idea, Mother.
Well, it's the best we can do.
Margaret!
Just a minute. Yes, Jim?
What are you doing in there?
We'll be finished in a few minutes, dear.
Well, hurry up, will you, before Bud shoves me out the front door.
All right, dear. Now remember, girls, sing, and loud if you hear anything. Now I'll go around to the front and leave the note.
All right, Mother. Come on, Kathy.
Gee whiz, why do we have to sing? I don't feel like singing.
Tell your father I'll join you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, Mother.
Betty, what are we gonna sing?
What difference does that make?
Well, how can I sing loud if I don't know what I'm singing?
Well, we'll sing the birthday song.
We can't. That's what they're gonna sing at the party.
How about For He's a Jolly Good Fellow?
Why?
Because it's loud.
I know louder ones.
That's loud enough. Hi, Father.
We're gonna sing.
Hi, where's your mother?
She said she'd be right in.
Well, I guess I'd better...
Betty, it isn't cold in here, is it?
A little. Why?
Oh, you can feel cold. Dad says he wants to go down and look at the furnace.
The furnace? Oh, no, it's hot. It's very hot. Isn't it, Kathy?
What is?
The house. It's hotter than it's ever been.
It's roasting.
I don't think so.
Father, please don't worry about the furnace. It's your birthday, and we're going to have all kinds of fun.
Betty, you and Bud wouldn't have any bodies buried in the basement, would you?
Bodies? Well, why would we want to put bodies in the basement? We keep all our bodies in the attic, don't we, Bud?
Yeah, we sure do. Boy, that's a good one.
Kathy, have they been like this all day?
Who?
Betty and Bud.
Why?
I'm going inside to see your mother.
No, you can't.
Now, just a minute. I've had just about enough of this. What's going on around here?
Oh, why, nothing, Dad. We just want you to have a good time.
Well, if this is your idea of a good time... What was that?
What was what? I didn't hear anything. Did you, Kathy?
Oh, no.
I distinctly heard somebody at the back door.
Oh, that was Mother. She took the garbage out.
I took it out before.
Maybe she's bringing it back.
Bud, how would you like to go to bed? Right now.
Holy cow, Dad. All I said was...
Father, we're supposed to be having a party, so why don't we all sing? We haven't done anything like that all winter.
Well, you know, we haven't at that, my golly. That's a good idea.
I said it before and nobody even listened.
We'll listen now, honey. Come on, Betty, you can play for us.
All right, Father. Would you please get me a cushion from the couch?
Gladly, Your Highness. Your slightest wish is my command.
What's going on?
Mother's bringing everybody in the back way.
Oh.
And we have to sing He's a Jolly Good Fellow, loud.
Shh. One cushion coming up. There you are, Betty.
Thank you, Father.
This might turn out to be quite a party after all. Now, what do we sing?
Well, Betty said that...
Kathy, be quiet.
It's your birthday, Dad. Why don't you pick it?
All right. How about,
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
What was that for?
That's for your birthday, Dad.
Oh, well, thank you.
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you. Now, how about down by the old mill stream?
It's kind of corny, isn't it, Dad?
It isn't very loud either.
Now, just a minute, both of you. It isn't your birthday, it's Father's. And if he wants to sing Down by the Old Mill Stream, why, that's what we'll sing. Right, Father?
Right.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well,
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
what happened to down by the old mill stream?
We'll have lots of time for that, Father. We were... For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
This is getting a little monotonous, isn't it?
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well, now that we've done down by the old mill stream, how about,
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Betty,
for
I
he's
said
a
stop
jolly
it,
good
all of you.
fellow,
Stop it!
nobody can deny.
What's gotten into you? Don't you know how to sing anything else?
But it's your birthday, Father.
And that's so loud.
Well, aren't you having a fine time?
Margaret, what's the matter with these children? They're behaving like a bunch of lowercase lunatics.
Well, my, isn't it chilly in here?
Mother.
Oh, but it is, dear. I think your father ought to go down and take a look at the furnace.
You do?
I certainly do.
You mean we don't have to sing anymore?
Later, dear.
I don't know. If this isn't the goofiest family in the United States, it certainly comes close.
Yes, dear, but the furnace, remember?
It's awfully chilly, Father.
Oh, it is it? 5 minutes ago, you were roasting.
Well, I know, but now I'm cold.
We're freezing.
It won't take you a minute, Jim. Please take a look at it.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Don't be long, dear.
I won't. Silliest darn family I've ever seen in my life. Stay home, go out. Fix the furnace, don't fix the furnace. Can't make up their minds, if any. I told them it was cold 10 minutes ago. No, I have to do it their way. Everything has to be done the way they want it.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Wow. For goodness sake.
It's certainly been a mixed-up birthday for Father, but everything's straight now. You know, so often we seem to be in the midst of confusion, and then comes the light, which leads to this point.
Ladies, with coffee prices higher today, remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Of course, you can buy cheaper coffees in the store, but are they really economical? There's no economy in coffee when you have to use lots more to get it strong enough, and even then you can't get the flavor you want. There's no economy in coffee so stingy with its flavor, your family leaves their cups unfinished. But Maxwell House now, Maxwell House is true economy. So many more cups of wonderfully good coffee in every pound. So extra rich and full of flavor. So good to the last drop, it leaves you wanting more. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's quite late in the white frame house on Maple Street. Long past bedtime, as a matter of fact. The Anderson kids are sound asleep. But in the master bedroom, Jim and Margaret are busy with a pair of widely divergent thoughts, like this.
Oh, dear.
What?
Oh, nothing, dear. I was just thinking of tomorrow. They made quite a mess, didn't they?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It was quite a party, wasn't it?
Yes, dear, it certainly was.
You know, in a way, I feel a little guilty. I mean, you and the kids had to work so hard.
Oh, we didn't mind, dear. I know the children had a wonderful time, surprising you so completely.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a complete surprise.
What was that, Mr. Washington?
Oh, well, I mean, after all, when Margaret,
Yes, dear.
have you ever seen anything more beautiful than those matched irons the kids gave me?
No, dear.
If I don't break 90 with those, I'll quit.
Yes, dear.
I'd have settled for a necktie, I really would. But those irons. Now, there's a birthday present I'll never forget.
I know, dear.
Must have cost the kids a fortune.
Well, not exactly, dear. They kept watching for a sale at Gorman's.
That was a good idea.
And then they charged them.
Oh. Good night, Margaret.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good, good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee, all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House, instantly.
Good to the very last you know what.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Say, Bill.
Yes, Bob?
You won't forget about Saturday, will you?
Oh, that's right. On Saturday, February 25th, Bob Young will be in Albany, New York, to attend a ceremony during which 2,000 young drivers and their parents are going to join the Robert Young Good Drivers Club and sign the man-to-man and dad-to-daughter agreements. Does that do it, Bob?
Yes, except that there's going to be a parade, and if they're looking for me, I'll be the one sitting between Governor Dewey and Mayor Corning. See you on Saturday, Albany.
That he will. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Next, Laura with the original cast on Screen Guild on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie picture. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. Northerners and Southern as Maisie.
Yep. I'm like the man said, Maisie Revere from Brooklyn. By profession, I'm a chanteuse. That's French for singer, you know. Right now, I'm between engagements. That's an expression in show business that means if something don't happen real soon, I'll starve to death. Well, this morning I was making the rounds of agents' offices, and I got a couple of offers. One of them was even for a job. And then I chanced on a big war surplus company with a sign out, help wanted. And inasmuch as a job is a job, I opened the door, and I walked up to the man at the personnel window. I had to eat, and I wasn't one of them choosy chantusies.
Yes, miss, what can I do for you?
I'll take it.
Take what?
The job. How much does it pay?
Oh, you mean our sign on the window?
Yeah. Of course, I really don't expect it to be in my line. I'm a singer, you know.
Well, I'm sorry, miss. We're not putting on any singers this week. But we are short of help. What kind of other work do you think you can do?
Yes.
I mean, what do you have experience at?
Oh, well, what's open?
Well, we can use a typist, comptometrist, stenographer, bookkeeper, billing clerk, lithograph operator. Well?
Keep going. I'll tell you when you come to it.
Am I getting warm?
Not even close yet. But there must be something.
Look, miss, all we take care of here is war surplus.
Oh, then you ought to take care of me. I'm war surplus.
You are?
Yeah. I used to be a whack.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but I'm afraid there's really nothing that we can...
Gee, I drove an ambulance and trucks. Say, maybe you can use a truck driver.
A truck driver? But you're a woman.
Yeah, but women have stomachs, too. Or haven't you been down to the beach lately?
But
during the war, I drove trucks all over Europe and Africa. During bombardments, too.
But, miss, this isn't Africa. This is Los Angeles.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to danger.
I'm sorry, but it's impossible. Women truck drivers, it just isn't being done.
Yeah, sure. Of course, during the war, women drove taxis, ambulances, trucks. But now that it's all over, you're right. It can't be done. Well, so long, chum. Sorry I took up your time.
Oh.
Gee, why don't you look where you're going?
Oh, I'm very sorry, miss. Here, let me help you up.
Thanks.
Oh, gee. Look, your elbow, it's all scraped.
Oh, well, that's all right. I got too much skin anyway.
Oh, gosh, maybe you're killed. I mean, hurt. I mean, maybe you better sit down.
Well, now,
maybe.
calm down, fella. You're all excited.
I can't help it. You see, I'm going to have a baby.
You are? Well, then maybe you'd better sit down.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I mean, my wife's going to have a baby.
Oh.
I mean, it could be tonight. The baby, I mean. You know how it is.
Well, no, I'm single.
Oh, that's why I've got to be there to take her to the hospital. My wife. It's my first, you know.
Your first wife?
No, baby.
Oh.
It costs a lot of money, and I can't afford to lose it.
The baby?
No, my job.
Oh.
I drive a truck, you know.
Didn't know.
Oh, yeah. For this company, I work nights.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they're always delivered, aren't they?
Trucks?
No, babies.
Oh, I should have known.
Yeah, gosh, I shouldn't tonight. I shouldn't, because I got a feeling that it's going to happen. But the money, I'm afraid to tell him, but I must. Mustn't I?
Huh?
Don't you think?
Well, look, you'd better start from the beginning. I think maybe I missed something.
Yeah. I'm Charlie Pilsudski.
How do you do? I'm Maisie Revere.
Oh, how do you do?
Well, not very well. I try to get a job here driving a truck.
You drive a truck, but you're a woman.
I know it and you know it, but does the truck? Look, I drove practically everything on wheels all over Europe.
Gosh. Say, maybe...
Yeah?
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, but on the other hand...
Yeah, on the other hand...
It won't work.
No, it won't work, huh?
But I just gotta take the chance. Maisie, will you do it?
Sure. Do what?
Take over tonight's run to Frisco. Oh, the dough ain't much.
Well, my stomach don't hold much.
Oh, it'll be a big favor, Maisie. I begged off 2 runs this week already, and if I tell the boss I can't make it tonight again because my wife's time is getting too close and I ought to be with her just in case...
They'd fire you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and jobs ain't easy to get.
So I've heard. Okay, Charlie. I'll get your truck to Frisco. You'll still have your job. Your wife can have the baby, and...
Oh, you're not backing out, are you, Maisie?
No, but how am I going to get the truck past the checker tonight? He'll notice I'm a woman. I got it. I'll wear a sweater.
A sweater?
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean.
Hey, don't you worry about that, Maisie. You just be at the loading platform at 11:30 tonight,
But the checker.
Oh, Bill Hendricks is a friend of mine. He'll keep his eyes and mouth closed. I'll have the truck all loaded and ready for you to take off in a hurry.
Good. I'll be there on time, Charlie.
Oh, good.
And I'll get that truck to Frisco for you right on time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, only one thing.
Yeah?
You're a woman, and if a cop should stop you driving a truck without a license, how will you get out of it?
Don't you worry about that, Charlie. Like you say, I'm a woman.
Take it easy. Loading that loot on the truck, Lefty, and keep it quiet.
What you so jumpy about, Pete? I took care we won't be this time.
Come on. Let's get the rest of this stuff in the truck. I promised Shirley I'd be back in time to give her another lesson on picking locks. She's ambitious, that girl of mine.
My Myrtle's the same.
Yeah?
Wants me to let her do one of these warehouse jobs, but I keep telling her the boss won't go for it.
Yeah, my Shirley's the same about that. But I keep telling her to stay home, read her comic books. You know, improve her mind.
Yeah, education's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Come on, now, stop moaning about your girl. Let's get this load loaded.
Keep your shade on, will you? We ain't due at the renter's bus until 12:30.
Yeah, but it's 20 miles to the Turnpike Road, and Blackie don't like to be kept waiting.
Yeah, he's impatient.
There ain't gonna be much room for any more stuff in here. Charlie loaded it pretty full.
Charlie? Who's Charlie?
Charlie Pilsudski, the guy what drives this here load.
Oh, yeah.
I seen his name on the license when I checked the gas gauge.
Duck, Lefty. What's up? Quick, under the truck. With me. A cop. Where? Out there on the street corner, under the light. Quick, under here.
I kind of thought this was working out too good to last. Now we ain't gonna be able to meet Blackie on schedule.
Shh. Quiet. We'll have to lay here till he goes.
And where do you think you're going, miss?
Oh, good evening, officer. It's a nice night, ain't it?
Answer the questions.
Oh, sure. It is a nice night.
I mean, where are you going?
Oh, well, I have to wait for my boyfriend in that truck.
Yes? And what's so funny?
He ain't there yet. You see, he's driving all the way to Frisco, and I'm bringing him a change of clothes.
It's in that suitcase?
Yeah. He's a very snappy dresser, you know.
He must be. There's a bit of lace sticking out of there.
Oh, well, that's mine. You see, I'm going with him. We're getting married. So long, officer.
Well, it ain't safe for a girl to be waiting around in a dark alley all by herself. I'll just keep you company till he gets here.
Oh, well, that won't be necessary, officer. I'll drive by his house and pick him up.
Oh, you drive a truck?
Why is everybody so amazed?
Well, do you have a license?
Well, sure I have, officer. You can't get married without one.
I mean, do you have a license to drive a truck?
No, but, gosh, Charlie and me, we just got to get married. You see, I'm running away from home.
I'm sorry, miss, but you got to have a license to drive a truck. We still have laws in this city.
Well, you see, my father don't want me to marry him because he's an Irishman.
Oh, I see. And what's wrong with Irishmen?
Nothing, but my father...
Come along, young lady. I'm going to see that you get in that truck and pick up your fella. Yeah, your old man sure has a nerve trying to prevent you from finding true happiness with the son of old Aaron.
Oh, thank you, officer.
Yes, come along now. Can't keep the groom waiting. Oh, you lucky girl.
The cop, he's coming up to the truck.
Yeah. And he's got a dame with him. Yep. You jerk, put down the rug.
They're getting too close for comfort. I gotta...
Shh. Quiet. And keep down under here.
But she's getting in a truck. Hey, suppose she drives it off. We'll be caught here without...
You dope. Whoever heard of a dame driving a truck is stupid.
Yeah. Hey, you know, for a minute there, I was worried.
Well, goodbye, officer, and thanks.
Oh, forget it, miss. Just save me a piece of the wedding cake.
I will, officer. Just as soon as we're Mr. and Mrs. Charles Pilsudski.
Sure. Pilsudski. I thought you said your boyfriend was Irish.
Oh, did I say Pilsudski? I meant old Pilsudski.
Old Pilsudski. But that's he said Irish.
Goodbye, officer.
Come back here. Come back here.
Petey, don't look now, but some dames can drive trucks.
Yeah. Come on, we gotta run, fool.
Get your hands up. Get him up there.
Now, wait a minute, officer.
You're making a mistake, officer.
If I am, I'll hate myself in the morning. Well. Look who it is. It's Lefty and Petey Boy. Are you still specializing in robbing warehouses, eh?
Look, officer, we didn't do nothing.
Well, don't worry me, boys. From now on, you'll be doing plenty. About 10 years. And so will little Goldilocks.
Goldilocks?
The cute little trick that's working with you. Yes, she won't get very far with that stolen truck.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Back to Maisie.
Some enchanted evening. Some enchanted evening, I'll say. Hi, fella. Looking for a lift?
I sure am, mister.
You're a girl.
Oh, and a pretty what girl is that?
Yeah. When the Chamber of Commerce said come to California and soak up the sunshine, they weren't kidding. Hop in.
Don't mind if I do. Whew. There. Oh, it sure feels good to sit down again. My feet sure thank you for this, Mac.
Don't let the mustache fool you, honey. It's just grease. The name's Maisie. Maisie Revere.
Oh, I'm Helen O'Rourke.
O'Rourke? So you're Irish.
Well, what's so funny about being Irish?
Well, don't get your shillelagh in an uproar, honey. I was just thinking of a fasty I pulled on a cop.
A cop?
Yeah, well, forget it, honey. You walking back from a little session of Come On, Baby, Be Reasonable?
No, I'm hitchhiking to Portland for a job.
At 11:30 at night in the rain?
Well, it isn't easy to make an honest dollar, you know.
Yeah, I've heard the rumor. Frisco's where I'm unloading this heap. I can take you that far.
Oh, thanks. I'm supposed to start work since I get to Portland.
Oh. Well, what at, honey? Waitress or stuff like that there?
No. You are now looking at Helen O'Rourke, girl lumberjack.
Lumberjack? But that ain't woman's work.
Well, driving a truck isn't exactly feminine.
Touché, honey. I'm just chauffeuring this dinosaur on wheels because a buck is a buck, like the saying goes.
Well, I know there can be a fortune in driving a truck.
That all depends on what you consider a fortune, honey.
Well, let's have some radio.
We interrupt this program to bring you a late news flash. Attention, local police. Be on the lookout for a 10-ton truck believed to be headed north on the San Francisco coast route.
See, we're on the coast route, Maisie, aren't we?
Yeah, but I ain't stopping to look for no trucks. When you seen one, you seen 'em all.
The truck, loaded with Army surplus material, was stolen earlier this evening from the warehouse of the Acme War Surplus Company.
Say, Maisie, isn't this an Acme truck?
Yeah, one of 'em. But Acme's a big outfit. What's losing one truck to them?
The driver of the stolen truck may be armed, so proceed with caution. She is reputed to be a member of the notorious Blackie Leonard gang.
She? Well, who ever heard of a woman truck driver? She?
She is described as being about 5'2".
Oh, don't look at me like that, honey. I'm only 5'1 3/4.
She's a glamorous blonde.
Maisie, oh, that's silly. Who can be glamorous wearing faded blue overalls?
When last seen, she was wearing faded blue overalls.
Oh, well, how could that cop tell? It was so dark.
Cop? Oh, let me out of
But,
here,
honey,
please.
All
want
motorists are requested to report to the police immediately if you've seen this stolen truck and this desperate gun mob.
Oh, jeepers, they'll give me 20 years in jail.
That is all.
That's enough.
Oh, dear. What are you stopping here for? You're not going to shoot me.
Oh, of course not, Helen, honey. I'm no murderer. I'm no nothing. Let's get away from this heap. All I ask is that you stick by me to the end.
Look. A man just pulled up in front of us. Getting out. Oh, he has a gun in his hand.
And this is the end.
Good work, babe. You got to the rendezvous here right on schedule.
Rendezvous?
Oh.
Oh, the tough part's all over. You don't have to be nervous no more, Shirley.
Shirley.
This is Lefty's girl, Shirley, ain't it, Myrtle?
Yes. Yes. Pipe down, Shoyle. You don't want Pete to think his girl has gone chicken.
Pete's girl. I thought you was Lefty's girl.
Oh, yeah, well, we keep changing fellas back and forth, don't we, Shoyle?
Yeah. We like variety.
Yeah.
Ah. Well, then maybe we could be more than just associates in our warehouse robbing enterprises. You know, there ain't nobody that's got a better appreciation of feminine putretude than Blackie Leonard.
Blackie Leonard? Oh, no.
Sure. Say, you two are Pete and Lefty's mouths, ain't you?
Oh, certainly. Certainly. Myrtle just screamed like that because, well, you know how them Bobby Sockers scream for Sinatra.
He sort of goes for me, huh?
Yeah, Blackie. But I saw you first.
But...
You heard me, Myrtle. Blackie's mine, and if I catch you beating my time with him, I'll shoot you so full of holes you look like a new Buick.
Now, ladies, don't fight over me, please. Till later. You know, we gotta get this truck to the hideout before the cops spot it. And then, baby, when we're settled down nice and cozy like, you and me, you know.
No, but I got a pretty good idea. But the Pete and Lefty...
Oh, you don't have to worry about them goons. For about 10 years, the cops picked them up at a warehouse.
Oh, but how did you...
Know how they got caught? Oh, I got connections at headquarters.
Well, no, she meant about her, the truck. Didn't you, Myrtle?
You're Myrtle. I'm Shirley.
What was that?
I said I'm surely glad we got away with the truck after the boys was nabbed.
Oh, yeah. I'll be back in a sec, doll. I gotta tell the boys to follow us down.
Oh, what do we do now, Shirley? Maisie, or whatever your name is.
Well, you just gotta trust me, Myrtle. Helen. And play along till I can think of a way out of this mess.
How are we going to get out?
I don't know. I never been in a horrible spot like this. I'm counting on one thing to get us out.
What's that?
Beginner's luck. Shh. Here he comes now.
Okay, chicks, we're all set. Move over, babe. Okay, you can get going now.
Get going?
Yeah, it's to the hideout. The boys will follow us.
The hideout?
Hideout.
Well, Lefty told you where it is, of course.
Yeah, sure. He told us, but...
Ah, now I know.
You do?
Yeah. After the long haul, you're tired, huh?
Oh, yeah, tired.
Yeah, tired.
Okay, shove over. I'll take a wheel.
Sure. There. I'm really exhausted.
Yeah, sure, I know. It's a long haul to the hideout. You know, I'll bet when you get there, you'll be almost dead.
Well, as long as it's just almost, mister. As long as it's just almost.
Well, this here's it, Shirley.
Yeah, I heard a lot about it, Blackie. So this here's your little gray bulletproof home in the West.
This joint does need a woman's touch, Blackie. The wall decorations sort of clash, don't they, Shirley?
Yeah. It's a little out of date, too. They ain't using machine guns and rifles in French Provincial anymore.
Yeah, gives the joint sort of cold look. Very cold.
And I don't think much of the painter what did the decor here. He slapped some brown paint in the wallpaper.
Oh, that ain't brown paint, babe. That's just dried blood.
Blood?
Well, while the boys are unloading the truck, how's about you two fellas going into the kitchen and cooking up some grub, huh?
Cooking? But I can't...
Now, don't give me that, babe. Lefty tells me you make hotcakes just like his mother used to make.
Yeah, but you don't know what a lousy cook his mother was.
Yeah, you'll find all the stuff you need in the kitchen. Of course, there ain't much room to move around. I've got a couple of them Navy wireless sets in there.
In the kitchen?
Didn't have enough room in the garage for all the swag we swiped.
Wireless sets, huh? Come on, Moita, let's scrub up some grub.
Maisie, you got a gleam in your eye. What's cooking in here besides food?
A way out. Here, help me unwind the wire of this wireless set.
But we can't send messages on that. It's not connected.
Well, if I work fast, it will be. You just keep an eye on the door and keep your fingers crossed. Here's where little Maisie's training in whack communications pays off.
Gee, were you a whack?
Yeah. And if I can't get this thing working real fast, I have a sneaking suspicion that both our children will grow up to be orphans.
Gosh, Maisie, what if this doesn't work? What if nobody hears our SOS?
Oh, please, Helen, don't talk. Just worry. If Blackie ever decides to come in here to see how our cooking is coming along, we'll be part of the wallpaper, too.
Hey, and how about the grub?
It won't be long now, Blackie.
Yeah, we're flapping them flapjacks.
You mean they ain't ready to eat yet?
They ain't come down from the ceiling yet.
Well, hurry up, will you? I'm starved.
Sure. Oh, dear.
You contacted anybody yet, Maisie? Huh? Please?
Well, I can't tell that, honey. All I can do on this thing is stand. I can't receive.
How's about it, Chef?
Oh, just a couple of minutes more. We're also fixing some soup.
Yeah, but you've been at it a half hour already.
I know, but this is turtle soup, and you know how slow turtles are.
Well, I'm going to give you just 5 minutes more, see? Just 5 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, hello, Jake. You and the boys finish unloading the truck yet?
Yeah, boss, Hey, where's the skate?
In the kitchen, Jake. Hey, guess what they're cooking?
A goose.
A goose?
Your goose. Here, read this.
What is this, anyway?
A little message I picked up whilst checking one of them wireless receiving sets we swiped from the warehouse. It's sort of interesting.
Here, let me see that. Kind of thought things was unkosher. You and the boys get the trucks loaded, Jake. We'll be pulling out of here as soon as I take care of some unfinished business.
Check, Chief.
Here I come, ladies. Ready or not.
No, don't, Blackie. We're coming out with the crowd. Yeah, we're all finished.
You sure are, ladies. You sure are.
Here's the flapjacks, Blackie. The soup should be ready soon. I'll go back in the kitchen and watch it.
Well, I'll go with you, sure. I just love watching soup.
No. Please, ladies, sit down. I don't like to eat alone.
But I'm not hungry.
And I'm on a diet.
Sit down.
Amazing. Got a gun.
Good.
Blackie don't like little girls sending messages for help on the wireless.
A gun.
Oh, he knows about...
She fainted. Imagine her being scared.
Yeah. Now, where would you like it, babe? In the head or the back?
In the back, I think. I just got a new permanent.
Okay, chick. Anything you'd like to say before I let you have it?
Yeah. Blackie, can I say just one word?
Sure, go ahead.
Help!
Okay, Blackie, drop it.
What? The cops.
Huh? Looks like we got here sort of in the nick of time, miss. 1 second later, you would have been a dead cookie.
Yeah. Oh!
Nothing to worry about now, miss. We got all the others.
Oh, I didn't scream because of that.
No?
No, my soup. It's burning.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. once again, here's Maisie.
Well, that little caper is over with, and I'm still alive and kicking. And Blackie and the mob, they found out you can't sell government property and get away with it. That is, of course, unless you belong to the government. Yes, sir, the only thing that pays less than crime is television. Well, here I am in San Francisco with 18 cents in my kit. Won't get that dough from Charlie Pilsudski till I get back to Los Angeles. Am I hungry? Guess I'll look around for a nice, clean restaurant and blow the bankroll. Am I worried about tomorrow? Not little Maisie. The way I figure, worry is like rocking in a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it don't get you nowhere.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Gardner. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Bill Conrad, Sidney Miller, Mary Jane Croft, Harry Bartell, Herb Vigran, Ed Max, and Howard McNear. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, Billy Gray as Little Matilda, the famous Leon Schlesinger cartoon character Bugs Bunny, tonight's guest, Warner Brothers' lovely star of Princess O'Rourke, Miss Jane Wyman, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, where have you been? Listen, you know, this is Thanksgiving, and we've got to plan our holiday dinner.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I went to a Thanksgiving dance for the soldiers at the Hollywood Canteen.
You did?
Boy, I had some experience in the conga line.
Why should the conga line make you late?
I must have gotten the wrong line. I never got to dance. But I washed my hands 3 times. Oh, boy, was that kitchen crowded.
Look, just a second.
That's a cover-up, you
Just
see,
a minute. Did you get that... Come here, Lou. Did you get that black guy over at the canteen?
Yeah, while Hetty Lamar was serving some Marines, I thought I'd go over and steal a kiss. Just then, the lights went out.
What's that got to do with the black guy?
Did you ever try to kiss a top sergeant?
No. Look, never mind that, Lou. I came over here to your house to talk about Thanksgiving dinner. Now,
good, Abbott.
Yeah,
good. How about having Thanksgiving dinner with me?
Say, that's fine. What time?
8 o'clock at your house.
No. You'll get no turkey at my house.
Okay, make it duck.
Duck?
Yeah, duck. You know, that's chicken with snowshoes on.
No. Look, Costello, let's face facts. Now, I couldn't invite a person like you to my house. I'm used to eating with the snooty set.
I don't blame you. You're what?
I'm used to eating with the snooty set.
Snooty set?
That's right.
So now I ain't good enough to eat with pigs.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I'll have you know that my house, I have a very fine cuisine.
You what?
I have a very fine cuisine.
Are you reading this right?
Yeah, that's right.
You have a very fine cuisine.
You heard me. Too high class for you.
So what? You got a very fine cuisine.
So what about?
So what? At my house, I have a very fine brother.
Brother? Oh, no, I don't.
you don't understand. Look, why, I couldn't even ask my butler to serve you a dinner.
Serve me for dinner?
No.
What kind of people come to your house? Cannibals?
No.
No? Dracula?
Quiet.
Frankenstein?
Shut up.
What is this? Eat the people?
Oh, come on. Let's talk sense.
I take it back.
Look, dinner at my house is a very classy affair.
Look.
I even have a silver tray to brush the crumbs on.
Crumbs?
Yes, certainly. Don't you have crumbs at your table?
Sure, Abbott. You're welcome anytime.
Listen. Now, you forget about my house. I'm having turkey dinner right here at your house. Now, we're going to cook that turkey you've been raising in the backyard.
Abbott, are you suggesting that I cook my turkey?
Why not?
My little Ingrid?
Why not?
Never.
Well,
never.
Why not?
Abbott, I raised that turkey from an egg.
Oh, so what?
I sat on that egg and hatched it.
No.
I even laid that egg.
Now, here. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm a father.
Now, wait a minute, Lou. I know better. A man can't lay an egg.
Us men ain't doing bad here, are we?
Just never mind. Now, listen to me. Come in.
Come in.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, Abbott, it's Mr. and Mrs. Niles.
Yes, I see.
Yes, you little blimp. I'll bet you're surprised to see me.
Well, since they lifted the dim out, a guy can see anything. How do you do?
Now, just a minute, Costello. Please don't make fun of my wife's appearance. She's beautiful from the top of her head to the tip of her toes.
She sure messed up that stuff in between.
Kenneth, are you going to stand for that?
Now, see here, Costello. You're making an ugly woman out of my wife.
Well, she's good material to work with.
Costello, that's not true.
Oh, no?
No.
When she sucks a lemon, the lemon makes a face.
No.
Boy, am I insulting you!
Yes. I'll say you are. How can you talk this way? Remember, Mrs. Niles is every inch a woman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the statement you have just heard is a paid political announcement and does not constitute the opinion of Lou Costello. Stop.
Now, look.
Continue.
Look, Lou, will you stop those?
Paid wire.
Costello.
Go ahead.
These people are guests in your house. I invited them here for your Thanksgiving dinner.
Yes, Kenneth. And excuse me, your line.
Well, Mr. Costello, Kenneth and I came here to eat your turkey.
Oh, no, you don't. You ain't sinking your teeth in my Ingrid. What a law. That turkey is my pet.
Why, you overstuffed ingrate. You had turkey at our house last year.
Turkey? That was a pigeon.
It was a turkey.
Pigeon.
Turkey!
It's the first turkey I ever saw with a message tied to its leg. And the turkey was so old, the message was to gosh you.
All right, now look. Quit arguing, please, Costello. Listen to me. Now stop this arguing all the time.
Okay.
We're going out in the backyard and get your turkey. Come on.
No. Abbott, not that. What are you going to do with that knife?
Oh, I'm going to cut the turkey's gullet.
Gullet?
Yes, gullet. You know, turkey's neck.
I know they neck. And I want Ingrid to live to do some necking.
All right, never mind that.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
here comes Ingrid now. She recognizes me. See, Mrs. Niles? She talks to me.
What? Lou, what did Ingrid say?
She says I'm her Gary Cooper.
Costello, this is wasting time. Here, take this axe and chop off the head. There's nothing to it.
No, Abbott, I can't do it.
Here, come on, take the axe and grab her by the neck.
Grab her by the neck?
Yes.
Okay. Come here, you.
Oh, Mr. Costello, what are you trying to do to me?
Pilot to navigator. Sighted target. Target move.
Get out of here. Come on.
The pontoons are in place. The last bridge planking is made fast, and the tanks and artillery begin to roll across the river into enemy territory. Another job is finished by the Army's combat engineers. These men have got what it takes, and so has their cigarette, Camels, first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Yes, Camel cigarettes are going to all our fronts, and that's why they're packed to go around the world, packed to stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning anywhere. Remember those men overseas if your store is temporarily out of Camel cigarettes. And remember, too, that when you get Camels, you always get more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Freddie Rich plays the Thanksgiving Day song of the servicemen. Praise the Lord and pass the happy day.
Costello, where are you going?
Oh, I'm going out in the backyard to feed Ingrid, my turkey.
You're going to feed your turkey with that bottle of stuffed olives?
Oh, sure, Abbott. Ingrid's crazy about stuffed olives.
No.
She loves those little red worms in the middle.
Little red worms. Costello, those are pimentos.
Pimentos? How do you like that? For years, I've been throwing away the best pot.
Oh, please, you and that turkey. You drove Mr. and Mrs. Niles out of here. And this is my last word on the subject. Either the turkey goes or I go.
Gee, Abbott.
Now.
That leaves me no choice.
Well, I'm glad you come to your senses.
I'm going to miss you, Abbott.
What?
I don't know why you're mad at Ingrid. I mean, after all, what did my turkey ever do to you?
What did she do? What did she do? I was eating breakfast this morning, and she walked right up to the table and stared at me. Why did your turkey stare at me?
You were eating from her bowl.
Oh, yes?
Who had a better right?
Just a minute. I've heard enough. Where's that axe?
No.
Give me that axe.
No, Abbott.
Come on.
Hey, Abbott,
Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
Kill my turkey.
Get out.
Abbott. Look out, Ingrid. Look out, Ingrid. Run for your life. The Gestapo is coming. Ingrid. Oh, Ingrid. Oh, Ingrid. This should get me the Academy Award. I think it should. Well, all right, so it won't. Back into the mood. My turkey is gone.
How do you know it's gone?
Look on the ground, Abbott.
The tracks?
No, the slave bracelet I gave her.
A what? You gave a turkey a slave bracelet?
What else could I do? I couldn't afford a ring.
Costello, did Ingrid mean that much to you?
It isn't every man that can have the love of a turkey. Abbott.
What?
Ingrid gave me the first egg she ever laid. I always carried it in my back pocket.
May I see it?
Okay. You know, Abbott, I should have had that egg hard-boiled.
Costello, listen.
Ingrid.
Over there in the next yard.
Here, Ingrid. Come here, Ingrid.
Come on, Costello.
Come here, Ingrid.
Just a moment, what's going on in here? What's all the noise?
Say, look who it is, Costello. Our neighbor, Jane Wyman.
You're just the fellow I'm looking for, too, Costello. Do you know that your turkey ruined my entire victory garden? She just ate up my whole bed of radishes, and that will cost you $100.
$100 for radishes?
Yes.
That's about $4 a burp.
Look, you see, Costello, I told you that turkey would cause trouble, didn't I?
Oh, yes, we are going great. Look, Miss Wyman, Jane, Ingrid didn't mean it. You know, today's Thanksgiving. Let's forgive and forget. I mean, after all, it's all water under the bridge.
Water under what bridge?
What do you mean, under what bridge? How do I know what bridge?
Then how do you know there's water under it?
There's got to be water under it so the boats can go up and down.
Why do they have to go up and down? Why can't they go across?
All right, Smarty. Let them go across.
Well, wait a minute. What happens to the boats that want to go up and down?
Let him take an elevator. I'm a sucker to get into these arguments anyway.
Well, why did you start it?
Look, I didn't start nothing. I was just saying something it's really used as a figure of speech, like something like Gone with the Wind.
What wind?
What do you mean, what wind?
Well, there's the east wind, the west wind, the south wind, the north wind.
Any wind. Go ahead, pick out one and that's it.
That's immaterial to me.
All right, the immaterial wind.
Now, just a minute. Do you know what wind is?
Yeah, sure. Wind is something that goes like this.
I mean, without onions.
Look, Costello, did you ever see wind? No. Did you ever touch wind? No. Then where does it come from? Where does it go? What is wind?
I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, brother, you're full of it.
Costello, please, how do you know so much?
Well, because I read, stupid.
Yes, and you talk, stupid.
Why do you two have to pick on me?
Why do you keep saying silly things like Gone with the Wind?
I told you before, it's an old expression like never the twain shall meet.
What twain?
What twain? The twain on Twack Tree. Now you got me talking baby talk.
Then why don't you make yourself clear?
Look, Abbott, what's the use of talking to you people? It's just like pouring water on a duck's back.
Why did you do that?
Do what?
Pour water on a duck's back.
Yes, what did the duck ever do to you?
Look, the duck never did nothing to me. I mean, let's talk turkey.
Why should I talk turkey? I don't like turkey.
Yeah, who are you to make people eat turkey if they don't like turkey?
Look, Miss Wyman, I don't want you to eat turkey if you don't want to eat it.
Oh, now you want her to starve to death.
All right, let her eat turkey. Go on, eat turkey, Miss Wyman. You don't stuff yourself, you glutton.
No, that's fine. Now he wants me to get indigestion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry I brought it up. It's all my fault anyway. I am willing to eat humble pie.
Oh, you're eating pie. You didn't offer us any pie.
Abbott, if I had a pie, I'd let you have it.
You would?
Yeah, right in the push. Now, if you keep this up, I'm going to walk out of here now. Now, there's more way to skin a cat.
When did you start that sort of thing?
Start what sort of thing?
Skinning cats?
That's the last straw, kids. I've had enough of this. I'm taking my Ingrid home. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. There goes another $4 worth of radishes.
Costello, you're driving me crazy. That turkey is nothing but a troublesome nuisance, a disgrace to the neighborhood. That turkey is a malicious pest.
Sir, you are speaking of the woman I love.
Why, Lou Costello, do you mean that you prefer that turkey to me?
Well, yes.
What? You prefer a turkey to a lovely, charming, gorgeous girl like Jane Wyman?
It must be the little Abner in me. I mean, after all, you folks don't understand what Ingrid means to me, Jane. Every minute of the day I can hear her calling to me.
But I'll make you forget your turkey. Here, let me put my arms around you, like this.
I can still hear my turkey calling.
And maybe I'll put my cheek next to yours, like this.
I can still hear my turkey calling.
And now, I kiss you tenderly, like this. Now, can you still hear your turkey calling?
My, how quiet the turkey is tonight.
Oh, get out of here!
Connie Haynes sings the bright new rhythm tune, Shoo Shoo Baby.
You've seen him up and down the avenue, and now he's wearing the navy blue. She had a tear in the corner of her eye as he said his last goodbye. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7 seas. live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. Papa's gotta be rough now so he can be sweet to you another day. Shoo, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7th sea. Don't cry, don't sigh. Baby's here waiting for her papa. Don't cry, don't sigh. It seems nothing will ever stop her. Shoo, 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 my baby. Shoo, 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 my baby. Shoo, 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 my baby. Your papa's off to the 7th sea.
All right, what's the matter? Wait a minute, take it easy now.
Am I out of breath?
What's the matter? What happened?
My little turkey. My little turkey.
What's the matter?
My Ingrid.
What?
Gone again.
Oh, that's a shame, Costello.
My Ingrid.
All right. I don't know what to say.
My Ingrid has gone
Lou,
again.
I wish I could comfort you.
You cannot.
How?
Kiss me.
Oh, shut up. Now, come on, get back to it.
I'll answer it. Hello?
What's up, Doc? What's cooking, Hammerhead?
Oh, it's Bugs Bunny.
Hey, Doc, I'm calling you from the drugstore.
Look, I can't hear you, Bugs. Get closer to the phone.
I can't.
Why not?
The drugstore's closed.
Look, I ain't got no time to talk to you now, Bugs. I lost my turkey.
Hey, was it red and green?
Yeah.
And with brown feathers,
That's it.
beautiful black eyes,
Yep,
and a cute little turned-up beak?
Yeah, that's it. Have you seen it?
No.
Then what did you call me for? You haven't got my turkey.
No, Doc, but I got you a goat.
Get out of here, will you, Bugs?
Oh, stop wasting time, Costello. If you want to find your turkey, let's call a cop. Come on.
Okay.
Come on. Help,
please. Oh,
Help,
copper.
please.
Hey, copper.
All right,
Oh, policeman. Are you a cop?
Yes.
Well, of course I am. Call me a policeman.
Now, listen, no remarks, please.
Hey, policeman!
Now, look here. I'm a cop, and my name's O'Rourke. Did I hear someone yelling for help?
Yes, officer. I'm Bud Abbott. We have a turkey missing from our backyard. We were raising it.
Oh, I see you're raising some nice fat hogs, too.
Take that club out of my stomach.
All right. Shut up, please. Let's start looking for your turkey, please. Where do you want to go first? Come on.
I'm going to start at Jane Wyman's house.
Jane Wyman, the movie star? The cute little number with the trim little package with the gorgeous little babe with the,
That's the dame, and stop drooling.
Stop arguing. Here we are. Knock on the door.
Well?
Is your husband home?
I haven't got a husband.
Oh, darn it. I always make that mistake.
Used to be a nice man. Look, Miss Wyman, how come it took you so long to come to the door? What were you doing? Hiding my turkey?
Well, if you must know, you caught me in an awkward moment. I was frying a couple of eggs in my kimono.
That's very funny. My mother always uses a frying pan.
Now, stop that, Costello. You'll have to forgive him, Miss Wyman. I suppose you think he's a perfect idiot.
Oh, no, none of us are perfect.
Well, look, this isn't helping us find the turkey. What do you suggest, O'Rourke?
Well, now that's easy. The three of you take one side of the street, and I'll take the other side. We'll make a house-to-house canvass. Put your faith in Patrick O'Rourke, and I'll find your turkey.
Why, you couldn't find a drunk skunk in a trunk.
Could you?
I could if the wind was right.
Oh, come on, let's go.
What is it?
Well, I'm Jane Wyman, and this is Bud Abbott, the party who lives across the street, and this is Lou Costello, the party who lives next door. Now, this third party claims that I, the first party, took his turkey. So all three parties decided to call on you.
Not interested. Too many parties already.
Yes, who is
lady. I'm looking for a turkey.
Oh, I can't come to the door. I'm not fully dressed.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Are you trying to make a liar out of this keyhole?
Now, look, let me handle this one, Costello. The door's open, but I don't see anybody.
Look down here. I'm only 3.5 years old.
Hey, it's little Matilda. Matilda, did you steal Uncle Louie's turkey?
Oh, no, I have my own turkey in this cage. I'm going to eat it for Thanksgiving dinner.
But, little girl, that's not a turkey. It's a sparrow.
It'll be a turkey when I get through with it.
What do you mean?
I'm going to blow it up with my bicycle pump.
Oh, Costello, this is a waste of time. You'll never find Ingrid.
Yes, and I've got to get home. I have a turkey cooking in a pot.
Hey, but think of me. I haven't got a turkey.
No, but you've got a pot.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not... Hey, did you hear that? Hey, Abbott, it's Ingrid. My Ingrid. And she's in this house.
Well, come on, let's get her.
Good. Open up in there. Open the door.
How do you do, everybody?
It's Officer O'Rourke.
Look, what did you do to my turkey, O'Rourke? It's nothing but skin and bones.
Put me down. I'm Mrs. O'Rourke.
Excuse me, lady. The feathers on your chin fooled me.
Look, Costello, there's Ingrid out in O'Rourke's yard with another turkey.
Well, Costello, I've got quite a shock for you. Your Ingrid and my Tom were married this afternoon at the little coop around the corner.
Ingrid is married?
I'll have it and no! Ingrid, come here, Ingrid. Come here, tell me everything. I'll understand. Tell me it ain't so. You mean you prefer Tom to me? But Ingrid, can he support you? Ingrid, how does he stand in a draft? Well, all right then, Ingrid. That settles it.
Wait, settles what?
Lou, what'd she say?
What are you asking me for? I'm no turkey.
Get out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Captain Clark M. Sykes of San Antonio, Texas, who was flying a P-38 reconnaissance plane armed only with cameras over a Bal New Britain. Captain Sykes and another pilot in an armed P-38 were attacked by 4 new inline Japanese fighter planes. And during the fight, the escorting Lightning had both motors put out of commission. Seeing his companions' distress, Captain Sykes roared into the Japanese formation, bluffed them long enough for his escort to get one motor working, and escorted him safely back to their base. In your honor, Captain Clark Sykes, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked nearly 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Listen to each of the 4 Camel shows. Tomorrow, Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday, Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday, Blondie. And next Thursday, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Veronica Lake. Here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, here we are. The end of our second Thanksgiving Day show for camels.
That's something to be thankful for, Abbott.
Mm-hmm. And next week, our guest will be Veronica Lake.
You mean a girl that wears her hair over one eye?
No, you dummy. She doesn't wear her hair over one eye anymore.
Oh, that's right. The dim out's been lifted.
Oh, come on home. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody at the Lone Pond.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, Camel cigarettes are first in the service. They've got what it takes. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Want to know why? Your tongue will tell you first time you light up a pipe full of Prince Albert. Yes, sir. PA's no bite treated to give you cool, comfortable, tongue-happy smoking. Crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. You'll find around 50 fragrant, nut-sweet pipefuls in every big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News, on the Radio Theater. That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Richard Widmark will host a tale of adventure in a faraway place. On Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today, with Lorne Green as your host. Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for Things That Are Funny. Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. And on Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Hey, sit down, honey. Is this the first time you've interviewed an important celebrity like the old crooner?
Gosh, you sure are relaxed. Is it just an act?
No, honey, nothing bothers the old crooner. I just go out there and be my wonderful self.
No tensions or anything?
Not a thing, honey, except this young doctor told me the old crooner has high blood pressure.
Are you following your treatment every day?
Hey, no need to. Like I said, no tensions or nerves to hassle the old crooner.
That doesn't matter. High blood pressure usually has no symptoms.
No symptoms at all?
Well, that's why it's so important for you to follow your treatment every day, even if you feel relaxed. You have to control high blood pressure all the time. Well, actually, I don't think I ever heard you sing. Do you mind doing a few of your hits?
Me sing? No, never sing anymore now that I've been elected governor of the state.
Hit a few wrong notes there, too, huh?
To learn more, the National High Blood Pressure Education Program urges you to consult your doctor, health department, heart association, or local high blood pressure education program.
This is Richard Widmark. You're flying over a small tropical country in Africa. It could be any of half a dozen countries caught in the middle of civil war or political upheaval. Once occupied by the Belgians and the French and the British, it is now in the hands of its native people. Or perhaps I should say, in the hands of Mandu Ranana, the self-appointed president. The name of the country isn't important. What is important is the sound of those engines. A sound that has pilot Del Hall dripping in sweat. His knuckles bone white as he fights to keep his DC-3 cargo transport in the air for just a few more miles. A precious few seconds longer.
Simbali Tower, Douglas 1169er Tango, over.
Simbali Tower, Douglas 1169er Tango, over.
Position 060, altitude 1,200, speed 9 knots. I have engine malfunction. Request emergency landing instructions. Acknowledge, over.
Roger. Permission to land denied. Proceed to Marpura Airport.
What? Say again, over.
Permission to land denied. Proceed.
Negative. I've got 5 passengers on board here. I can't make it to another. Simbali Tower, I have engine failure. Ready or not, I'm coming in. Mayday.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Choosing, by Steve Sharon. Our stars, Dane Clark and Hans Conried.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Sears has a bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk, twin, and full sizes in 10 bright, solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there, too. At most Sears retail stores.
One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Give your Valentine fragrances from Sears and release the inner spirits of romance. Give her free-wheeling, breezy Charlie by Revlon. Give him the rich, manly crispness of English leather. Or for them both, Chauvin Sport Scents. Refreshing, exhilarating, and all of them ideal for a Valentine surprise. Choose these or many other popular fragrances at most Sears retail stores.
The crippled plane struggled to stay aloft. With both engines gone, the pilot fought to hold the craft in a glide, which would bring him to the airstrip he could see through the thick jungle growth below. He was nearly clear, almost free of the treetops reaching for him, when one last limb caught his right wheel. The plane spun to the right. And the minute the wheels touched the landing strip, the craft skidded to a stop against an ancient storage building, left there a generation ago by soldiers no longer living. The side and front of the plane were crushed. The passengers survived.
I'm losing her. I can't control. I'm losing her.
Captain Hall, wake up. Wake up. You're dreaming.
Huh?
Captain, you were dreaming. A nightmare. You're all right now.
We landed? I thought we were all going to end up like Chris Bacon. I must be a better pilot than I thought. Oh, my head.
Don't touch it, don't. It wouldn't be hard to get an infection in a place like this.
I must have cracked it against the overhead.
Well, I've managed to stop the bleeding.
Now, if you could just stop the throbbing. How are the others?
Few cuts and bruises. Mr. Rosen got the worst of it, sprained a wrist. How are you feeling, Mr. Rosen?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. If a tired tailor's not used to such excitement. But you should help the captain. He needs medical attention.
No, I'm just a little groggy. Say, where are we? This doesn't look much like a hospital.
It's a prison, that's what it is, and I'll tell you one thing. I am not going to let them get away with locking me up in this filthy stinkhole. Imagine a man in my position in prison. When the embassy people find out I'm here, I'll see to it.
I don't want to rain on your parade, Mr.
Franklin P. Butler, Trans-Allied Industries.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Butler, but the United States broke off diplomatic relations with this country 6 months ago.
What? Well, that's incredible. Do you mean there's no embassy here, no one to look after our rights?
I mean, we're in one hell of a fix.
Well, I'm holding you responsible for this, Captain. And you'd better start thinking of a way to get us out of here.
Oh, quiet. Can't you see he's hurt? Let the poor man rest.
Thanks. Here you are sticking up for me, and I don't even know your name.
Elizabeth Salming.
You know, he's right, though. You people shouldn't be here. I fly cargo, not people. If I hadn't been so greedy to pick up a few extra bucks,
Nonsense. We missed our connection, and we would have been stranded in Pretoria if it hadn't been for you.
Well, I just wish I knew why they threw us in prison.
Well, I'm afraid they didn't give us a clue. None of us wanted to argue with the armed guards. We just did as they ordered.
I'm Jeff Tanner, Captain. The guard told me to collect all the passports.
They've already confiscated my camera equipment. What do they want with our passports?
Well, better do as he says. Here's mine, Tanner.
And here's mine. I'll see if I can get Mr. Rosen's without waking.
I couldn't help overhearing you, Captain.
Look, will you call me Dell?
Hey, I think our imprisonment might be political.
Well, it's not a very cheery thought.
Especially with Mondo Ranana running things.
I'd like to pump that guard when he comes. See if he can tell us anything.
Good idea. I'll let you know when he shows up. How's the view?
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh, I'm just a little edgy, I guess. The view isn't very good. Just a green jungle as far as you can see.
My name's Jeff Tanner.
Ann Fraser.
I'll need your passport for the guard, Ann.
Of course. There you are.
Thanks.
I've, never been in prison before.
This isn't much as prisons go. A couple of wooden benches, 4 cold walls, and some straw on the floor. Probably built by the British. It has a dungeony feel to it.
You sound like an expert.
No, just an ex-anthropology major. I was in jail a couple of times back in the States. Don't worry, I'm not a hardened criminal. It was for protesting the war.
At least it was for something you believed in then. You stood up for your convictions.
Well, actually, it was for something I didn't believe in. Killing people. That's why I joined the Peace Corps. Funny how it worked out.
How's that?
Well, I thought of it just as a draft dodge, but I found I liked it in Africa. I felt needed. I guess the Peace Corps was what I was looking for all along. Anyway, I've been here for about 8 years now. What about you?
Nothing as altruistic as the Peace Corps. I'm doing field work for my master's degree in political science.
Strange place to do research.
Not really. My thesis is on the future role of the third world nations in the modern political structure. As a matter of fact, this is one of the countries I wanted to visit, but they wouldn't let me across the border.
Well, you got your wish after all.
Unfortunately, I'm researching ideologies, not penal systems.
Dell, the guard's coming. See here, what's your name?
Jarima.
Do you have any idea who you've got locked in here, Jarima? I'm an important man, and I've done a great deal of business with your President Renana. He's not going to be very happy when he finds out I'm in here. What kind of business did you say you were in, Butler? Well, I import certain products.
What kind of products?
Jarima, I demand that you release us immediately.
You have all the passports.
Yes, here they are.
I'm Captain Hall, the pilot. I'd like to know why my passengers and I are being held prisoner.
I am told you landed without permission.
But we broke no law. If anything, you people are guilty of denying me landing permission in an emergency.
That is not my decision. For now, you will all come with me.
Well, that's more like it.
What are we doing out here?
Looks like some kind of exercise yard.
Yes. Now you will have exercise. You may walk about for a little while.
Swell. Nothing like a brisk walk around a hot, dusty prison.
Well, at least we can take advantage of the fresh air.
Good idea. No telling when they might let us out again.
You're not going to walk, Dale?
No, I think I'll just sit here in the shade.
Mind if I join you? I don't feel much like walking myself.
Oh, not at all.
How's your head?
Oh, better, thanks. You know, I get the feeling I've met you somewhere, but I can't remember. Do you spend much time in Pretoria?
Well, this is my first visit to Africa. I'm on a photography assignment for a magazine.
Photography, that's it. You're a model, aren't you?
I was at one time.
Yeah, and you used to do those car layouts? The ones with the...
That was 10 years ago at least. I was just starting out.
10 years? Yeah, that'd be about right. My parents sent me all kinds of magazines when I was in Vietnam. You know, that ad you did was taped right over my bunk. I used to dream about going home and buying one of those sport jobs and driving off with the girl.
I'm flattered you remember me after all this time.
Well, how can I forget someone as beautiful as you? What I mean is, dreaming about you used to keep me from going crazy in Nam.
So, did you get the car?
No, I never did. Just couldn't stay put in the job long enough to make any money. Too restless.
Must have been a tough readjustment after Vietnam.
Well, they say war is like a narcotic for some guys. They can't get used to no longer making life and death decisions after they turn civilian. They miss the high, the living on the edge, you know.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah. I felt like a fool, so I came to Africa with some wild idea of finding adventure. So what do I end up doing? Hauling machine parts back and forth in an old crate that should have been on the junk heap years ago.
That sounds like...
It is.
Paul! Hey, hold it. You hear that?
Don't panic, Butler. Those shots are about a half a mile away.
But they could get closer, couldn't they?
Oh, I think we are safe here, Miss Salming. At least I hope so.
Well, it doesn't seem to be disturbing that Jarima fellow. He and that other guard he's talking to hardly seem to have noticed.
Well, they're probably used to it by now.
I could never get used to that sound.
Well, my guess is Ramana's boys are flushing out rebels.
Well, I regret to say I don't know much about this country. In Israel, we have enough our own problems to worry about. But this name, Ranana, I have heard.
Oh, everybody's heard about Mondo Renana. He's practicing to become another Hitler.
What you don't seem to understand, Tanner, is that since Renana took power,
You said it, Ann. He took power. That's what all the shooting is about out there. Renana wasn't elected by the people. He named himself president after he assassinated his own uncle.
Great leaders have to seize power.
So do the dangerous ones.
I never said I condoned his methods.
Now, what do you really know about it? You haven't seen the refugees fleeing out of this country like I have, beaten and maimed. You haven't heard the horror stories about the mass executions and the brutal torturings, so don't try to tell me.
Shh. Better keep quiet about Renana's cheerful personality. Here comes the guard.
All right. You have enough exercise. Back now.
Home sweet home.
I promise you there's going to be hell to pay when we get out of here.
If we get out of here.
I will come back later with food. For now, I leave you alone, so you can prepare.
Prepare? Prepare for what?
To die. You will all be executed today. President's orders.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway on New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor, 221-6938 now, and light up someone's life.
Hey, did you happen to see...
Stan Martin letting you know this Sunday night we will relive 1974. After the 8 o'clock news, my special guest will be Marvin Hamlish on a WNEW $1 Million Weekend.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad. trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to their sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget, too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
They stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the impassive guard. They looked toward one another, hoping they'd not heard. The guard must have been used to such a reaction. He repeated what he'd said.
By President Ranana's orders, an example is to be made. You will all be executed.
Executed?
God, that guard wasn't serious. It's his idea of a joke, right?
It must be, Captain. This can't be true, can it? Tell us this is a nightmare.
Yeah, just a nightmare. We're all going to be killed. We're all going to die.
Renana can't just kill us. We haven't done anything. We're American citizens. Doesn't he realize what'll happen when our government finds out?
If they find out.
What do you mean?
Communications to the outside world is non-existent unless Renana approves. No one even knows we're here.
But certainly someone will realize we're missing when we don't arrive at our destination. Help may be on the way already.
Is that true, Captain? Captain?
We're just an overdue cargo transport. As far as anyone knows, we may have crashed in the jungle. There'll be usual searches,
This is all your fault. If you weren't such an incompetent pilot, we wouldn't be here.
I suppose you'd rather be dead in the jungle.
No, but I wish you were.
You...
Butler, what are you doing?
Dale, he's crazy. Oh, Dale, are you all right?
Stupid fool.
He's out cold.
Just as well. Customers like him are the reason I retired from the clothing business. I'm sorry, Miss Fraser. I wish I could say something to cheer you up, but under the circumstances, I feel like crying with you.
Why is Renata doing this? Why does he want to kill 6 innocent people?
The man's insane. It's as simple as that.
You heard what the guard said. Our execution is an example. But to whom? Not to the people of this country. We're obviously part of some political maneuvering with the U.S.
Wasn't this Renana the one who gave refuge to those terrorists who hijacked an Israeli airline a few years back?
That's right. He held them all hostage until a settlement was negotiated for his benefit.
Oh, well, maybe he has no intention of killing us then.
Yeah, maybe he's bluffing.
No, Renata can't back down. He has to kill us now.
I have brought you food.
I don't think anyone has much of an appetite now.
But I also have good news. My president has decided not to execute all of you.
Did you hear that, Ann?
Thank God.
Indeed, this is his doing.
It's a miracle.
I can't believe it.
I knew Renana would back down. He knows better than to tangle with American citizens.
Instead, my president has decided that his purpose will be served if only one of you is shot.
Which Which one of us is it going to be?
Oh, that is for you to decide.
What do you mean?
You yourselves will do the choosing of the person that is to be executed. Do you not want to eat now? I will leave the food. When I return, it will be time to take the one you choose.
Jerima, listen to me. I'm a very rich man. Here's my card. Tell your president my company wants to do business with him again. I have 10,000 units I can deliver to him by...
Hey, what are you doing?
I must go.
What's the big idea, Butler?
He's selling us out, that backstabbing Judas. Stay away from me. You know, I ought to bust your face wide open.
Al, no, please, let him go.
You're just mad because you didn't think of it.
Shut up! Both of you, be quiet. Your fighting is going to solve our problem. And we do have a difficult problem to solve.
Anne, why don't you try to eat something?
I don't think I can.
Come on, try some of this. You'll feel better.
No, I can't eat. Not until I know who it's going to be.
Anne, I want to apologize for the things that I said to you out in the exercise yard. I was out of line.
No, it was my fault. I must have sounded pretty stupid trying to defend someone like Renana. I guess I just wanted to show off my intellectual prowess.
Think we can be friends?
I'd like that.
Good. Say, were you planning to go right back to the States after this?
I don't know. Why?
Well, I thought I could show you around a bit. I'd like to take you out to some of the villages so you could get to know the people like I do. See what they're up against.
Well, that sounds really nice, Jeff. If we ever get out of here.
You mean when?
I don't know why, but I'm even more scared now than I was when I thought we were all going to die.
Well, the difference is that now there's a faint glimmer of hope. You know, you reach out for it, desperately wanting it, and you know there's 5 other people that want to live just as badly as you do.
I just wish it was all over.
Well, the longer we wait, the harder it's going to be on all of us. Oh, come on, let's get it over with.
How do we decide?
We could draw straws.
Yes, that's the only fair way to decide.
Fair? You think there is a fair way to decide who's going to die?
All right, we draw straws, but I think we should leave the women out of it.
I agree.
Wait a minute. Eliminating the women lowers the odds for the rest of us. I'm not picking unless they...
Why, you gutless son of a...
Look, all I care about is staying alive. And if that means a woman has to die to let me off the hook, well, then that's just too damn bad.
He's right, Dale. There's no reason why Ann and I shouldn't have to take the same risk as the men. I'll pick.
I will, too. I guess.
Oh, come on. This is a hell of a time to be a woman's lip advocate.
We are all in this together. Here are 6 straws. I'll put my hand behind my back so I can't see which straw is which. Short straw is the loser. Who'll pick first?
I'll pick first. Well, here goes. Not too long, not too short. I hope.
Miss Fraser?
Somehow I don't feel very lucky.
Go on, Ann.
Wait. I am not going through with this.
We all agree.
This is the only fair
It is
way.
not fair. And I'm not risking my life on some stupid lottery. I won't pick.
All right, then I'll pick for you.
No! Don't you understand? This isn't a bingo game. This is for keeps.
Do you think the rest of us like this any more than you do, Butler? There's no other way.
There is a way.
Look, you're not going to buy your way out of this.
No, let's hear what he has to say, Captain. What do you propose?
I think I deserve to live more than anyone else in this cell.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I deserve to live, too.
So do I.
We all do.
My point exactly. But one of us has to die. And it should be the one least worthy of living.
That's all well and good, Butler, but since God is near to tell us who that person is, how do we decide?
We'll have a trial.
Where the hell do you think we are? In the chambers of the Supreme Court?
Each of us will stand trial before the other, stating his reasons for deserving to live.
With the rest of us acting as combination judge and jury, is that the idea?
And prosecutor.
It'll never work.
Would you rather take a chance on picking the short straw?
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed Easy Care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Understand you type fast.
Yes?
Accurate?
Well...
That's okay. You'll be typing on Sears' exclusive Corrector electric typewriter with easy correction and more. It's Sears' best. Try typing Sears Corrector typewriter. Whoops. Now first, Sears is S-E-A-R-S, not Z. So backspace to the incorrect letter. Tap the correction key. Now the mistake is blocked out. Next, type the correct letter. Then proceed.
Yes, Daddy.
Richard Widmark again, with the concluding act of The Choosing.
Any objections to my suggestion about having a trial?
Yeah. I don't trust you, Butler. I think you've got an angle. I just haven't figured out what it is yet.
What happens after we've all stated our cases?
Majority rules. We'll vote to choose the unlucky person.
So, who will be the first to stand trial?
I will. I'd like to get it over with. I don't know what to say. I just know I don't want to die.
You're not alone.
I know that, but I can't help feeling cheated, and to choose me would be cruel.
It'll seem that way to whomever we choose.
But it's different with me. My life is just beginning. I'm not even out of school yet, and there's so much for me to do, so much for me to see.
Well, my child, we all have things we want to do.
Yes, but at least all of you had a chance. You're all older than I am. You've had time to stretch your wings, to feel, to experience. You just can't cheat me out of my future. I know you can't.
What about my future? Maybe it isn't as ambitious as yours, Anne, but I know it won't be wasted either. I intend to keep working here in Africa with the Peace Corps.
Don't try and make it sound so noble, kid. I overheard what you told the girl. You joined to stay out of Vietnam.
I admit that. I didn't feel like killing people, all right?
No, it isn't all right. Because while you were out on safari, I was slugging it out in the rice paddies with the VCs.
I'm sorry, Del. You did what you had to, and I did what I had to. I'm proud I didn't go, and nothing's going to change my mind.
Any man who helps another man brings meaning to his life. No matter how the world changes, this remains the same.
Very touching, Rosen. But you're going to have to come up with something more than sentimental dribble to convince me that a tired old man like you isn't the answer to our problem.
So because I'm old, you think I'm ready to die? I'm Mr. Big Shot Executive?
The way I see it, you're the logical choice, Rosen. You could let us all off the hook.
Oh, I am old. My life is nearly over. I had no family besides my brother in Durban, who maybe would not miss me so much if I die. But I'll tell you something that I would miss, and that is living.
Oh, we all have that in common, Rosen. Age has nothing to do with wanting to live.
But it does. You people will never understand life until you're old and face death every day. You, Miss Fraser,
yes?
You speak of accomplishments. Well, I'm a tailor. I'm too busy working for these things. At my age, just to wake up every morning, that is an accomplishment. You are young, and life seems very long. But to me, life does not seem long enough. My thirst for it is never filled, never satisfied.
Look, old man, the fact is you've had a longer life than any of us. You're going to die soon anyway, so why not just volunteer?
Oh, what's wrong with you, Butler? You don't hear so well? I'm not ready to die. I'm not going to be one of these old people who just kicked aside and stepped on by the young. You are what's wrong with people today. You care for no one but yourself. You use everyone for your own purposes. And if I was a younger man, I would teach you...
Oh, Mr. Rosen.
What's wrong?
Oh.
Looks like his heart's giving out on him.
Tanner, call the guard, will you?
Guard! My pills in my pocket.
Yes. How many, Mr. Rosen?
One.
Here's some water. Lay him down. Over here on the straw, Dale.
Where's that damn guard?
Jerima! Hey, Jerima! It's no use, Dell. He won't answer.
How are you doing, Mr. Rosen?
Oh, better. Just let me rest.
Well, I guess that solves our problem. We might as well choose the old man now that we know he's going to...
Oh, shut up!
We'll be doing him a favor. It'll be quicker, less painful.
You don't know for sure if he's going to die?
Well, it should be fairly obvious.
Look, the trial isn't over yet, Butler. This was your idea, and we're going to see it through to the end.
I look back on the frivolous life of pleasure I've led, and it hardly seems to have any reality now. It all seems a dream. Rather self-centered, I suppose. I've done nothing that would benefit mankind, only myself.
Sounds pretty selfish.
Yet it never seemed so at the time. I was always interested in living every day to the fullest, had very little concern for how others lived. Been all over the world, done everything I wanted. Well, almost everything. I've experienced more than most people do that are twice my age.
Why shouldn't we pick you then? Why shouldn't I have a chance to live the way you have?
Because for all that I've done, I still find my life lacking. Empty of the one thing that would have made me happy. Love.
But you must have been in love at one time or another.
It's a terrible thing to realize, but I've been in love only with myself.
So what are we supposed to do? Feel sorry for you just because Prince Charming hasn't galloped into your life?
No, I'm not asking for sympathy, only understanding.
Well, you won't get it from me.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me
You know,
too much.
Butler understands nothing that isn't related to himself or his business or whatever that might be.
And what do you understand, Captain?
I understand death. I should, after all the killing I've seen.
And done?
Yes. I was a perfect soldier, a perfect killer. You know, it's amazing how easy it is. The guilt doesn't last very long, you know. You can't let it last or you go crazy. You can wipe out everything except the nightmares.
What kind of nightmares?
Nothing like what you'd expect. No dreams of battle, no dead VCs coming back to haunt you.
What then?
Well, dreams of solving your problems in the real world, the way you did in Vietnam, with the pull of a trigger. And pretty soon you get anxious, you get paranoid, and before you know it, you're back at Nam, only it's all in your mind for 24 hours a day.
That's sick.
Yes, it's sick. And there's a lot of sick guys walking around because people were too stupid to realize what a war like that did to a man. How it changes his life, how it ruins it like it did mine. You see, the terror of death for me is that I've done nothing to make my life worth living.
But you can change all that. You've got the rest of your life to make something of yourself.
Do I? Why does one guy in a foxhole get blown away by shrapnel and yet his buddy walks away clean? How do I know that fate or God or whatever hasn't put me in this cell because it's my time?
Well, what about the rest of us? Why are we here?
It's a coincidence. If we hadn't missed our connection, we wouldn't be here at all. Captain Hall would have flown this route no matter what.
And the plane would have developed engine trouble whether you were on board or not.
Well, I don't believe in coincidence.
Well, I do, because I know I deserve to live.
I doubt that, Butler. I doubt that anyone will even miss you when you die.
Well, that's where you're wrong, kid. I'm not like the rest of you. I'm an important man, an executive vice president with...
Trans-Allied Industries. You've told us all about it. Far be it from me to suggest that you're just like any other employee of a large company. Expendable.
Hardly. 1/5 of the countries in Africa depend on products supplied by my company. All due to contracts that I put together. And I'm the only one who knows all the details, all the unwritten arrangements involved. If I die, some very tenuous political relationships are going to collapse. Relationships that could upset the balance of power on this continent.
Just what is this product that Trans-Allied supplies?
Well, I can't talk about that.
Wait a minute. Now I remember Trans-Allied. Trans-Allied Industries is a munitions firm.
No wonder you were so secretive about what your company does.
And the products they supply. You know, you're a damn gun runner.
A gun runner is someone who sells weapons illegally. We are perfectly legitimate.
I'll bet you supplied weapons for every brush war in Africa for the last 10 years.
And probably to both sides.
When I think of all the innocent women and children that have been slaughtered just so you could make a buck...
Well, I have nothing to do with all that. All I do is supply a product. I don't pull the trigger.
You fool, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have a trigger to pull.
It's a competitive business. Even the United States government sells arms to these people.
That doesn't make it morally right.
There are no morals in this world. Haven't you found that out yet?
Because of unprincipled butchers like you. All right. We've all had our say. Let's vote now. I demand that Butler be the one to be executed.
No!
I agree. He deserves to die.
You can't do that. That's not the way I planned it.
Wait, and let your tempers cool. We are still talking about sending a man to die.
Do you hear that?
The rebels?
Maybe it's the firing squad practicing.
Oh. Dal, you think we'll get out of here?
You will, Elizabeth. I'm sure of it.
We both will, won't we? Dal, look at me. You can't be thinking they'll choose you.
No. They won't choose me.
Because I want us to be together when this is over, Dale.
Look, we barely know each other, Liz.
But there'll be time for that.
Let's not kid each other. We're just two people who met briefly, that's all.
No, there's something more.
Is there? How do I know you're not trying to buy my vote with the promise that something might happen between us?
Dale, you can't believe that.
I do.
You can't.
It'll be easier for you this way, Elizabeth. You'll forget. Believe me, you'll forget.
Rosen?
Yeah? Oh, it's you, Butler. What do you want?
I have a proposition for you.
Nothing you have to say could interest me.
You're dying.
Yeah, perhaps. Whatever happens, I'm in God's hands now.
The others, they're going to choose me. I know it.
And you want me to volunteer for the execution?
Yes, I'll make it worth your while.
If you pay me to kill myself, how will I spend the money?
No, that's not what I mean. Your brother in Durban, I can see that he's taken care of.
He wouldn't take your blood money.
I'll pay him anything you ask, anything, if you'll just do this for me.
Oh, leave me alone, Butler.
What's wrong with you? Talk about compassion and helping others. How can you let me die?
It is time. Who have you chosen?
No one. Yet.
Then do so now.
Jerima, did you take my message to Renana? Does he remember me? Is it a deal?
He remembers you, but you are not to be released.
But he has to let me go. He can't do this to me.
Forget it, Butler. Let's vote. Mr. Rosen, who do you choose?
The man who should die should be me.
You won't regret this, Rosen. Just give me your brother's name and address, and I'll...
You don't understand. I'm not doing this for you, but for the others.
Suit yourself, old man, as long as it isn't me.
We agreed to a vote.
That's right.
But we don't have to now. You all heard what he said.
I say we go through with it.
So do I.
All right. I choose the old man also. That's 2 votes.
And I say that I'm the one who should be executed. 2-1.
Dale, no.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I got us into this mess. I'm responsible for the lives of my passengers.
You can't do that, Dale. You...
It's done.
Now, look, the rest of you, listen to me. I'll pay any one of you $50,000 if you vote for Rosen.
You're wasting your breath, Butler. I choose you.
No!
So do I.
1 vote for the captain, 2 for Mr. Rosen, and 2 for Butler. It's up to you, Elizabeth.
I'll pay you $75,000. No, $100,000 if you choose the old man. He's dying anyway. For God's sake, don't be a fool.
Dale.
Choose, Elizabeth.
Butler.
No, you can't do this to me. It isn't fair.
Take him.
I'm an important man. You can't let me die. It isn't fair. You're no different than I am. You're all murderers. Do you hear me? You're murderers and assassins.
Your plane is being made ready.
My God, what have we done?
I'm sorry for putting you through that, Lisbeth. I had to believe in myself. I had to give the others a way out.
Doesn't matter now. We'll be together.
Yes. Yes, Lisbeth, we will.
Captain? It's Mr. Rose, and he's dead.
Poor guy. You knew he wasn't going to make it.
Del, did I make the wrong choice?
No, you couldn't have known.
Yours was only one of 3 votes, Lisbeth. Listen. I'm ashamed to say I don't feel very guilty.
If it was anyone other than Butler.
Renana's a killer, not us.
Yes, but he made us his accomplices. We have to live with that.
You know, I was just thinking...
What?
Well, Butler said he'd done business with Renana. And I can't help think how ironic it would be if the firing squad was using the guns he sold them.
The waist on these jeans fit fine, but the hips are too tight.
My hips look sleek in these jeans, but I'm swimming in the waist.
We need jeans that fit at the waist and hips.
We need jeans that fit from Sears. For every size waist in jeans that fit, there are 3 hip sizes to choose from, and 2 lengths. Tapered, contoured, fitting as if they were tailor-made. Whether a little skinny, a bit hippie, or in between, it's jeans that fit from the fashion place at most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
My walls couldn't look worse. So I'm going to give them a new lease on life with Sears Fashion Flat and Semi-Gloss paint. Right now, I'll save $4 on every gallon and choose from 25 snappy colors as well as bright white ceiling paint. They all cover with one smooth coat when applied as directed. Plus, easy soap and water cleanup is a snap. Good looks for the walls, big savings for me at most Sears retail stores. Hey, walls, you'll look terrific. Sale ends February 24th.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Choosing was written by Steve Sharon, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Dane Clark and Hans Conry. Also heard were Shepard Menken, Mary Jane Croft, Parley Bear, Norman Alden, and Patricia Ann Joyce. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
When George had his heart attack, the doctor told me that we had to reduce the animal fat in his diet. His cholesterol count was too high.
What did you do?
George gets only lean meats, and I always cut off extra fat before cooking. He gets low-fat dairy products, grains and cereals, fish, poultry with no skin, fresh fruits and vegetables, and you know what?
What?
Our food bill is lower than before George had his heart attack.
But doesn't he miss all
What's to miss? He eats better than ever before and has more variety in his meals, too. And you know what?
What?
I do, too.
What?
Enjoy.
The American Heart Association wants you to eat foods that not only taste good, but are healthy for your heart. It's not as complicated as you might think. Ask your Heart Association for their free booklet on heart-healthy diets. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
And you know there are certain foods, plants, and animal products you can't bring back to the U.S. You can't because they're prohibited. They're prohibited because even one of these foods, plants, or animal products might carry a disease or pest that could spread to our crops and gardens and animals with devastating results. You haven't been everywhere on the globe yet, but there's always tomorrow. And before you go again, write for the free booklet that explains the law.
Even one can hurt. Write for Traveler's Tips.
Write to Traveler's Tips, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. 20250. It's free.
Be sure and tune in next Monday when Sears Radio Theater presents Leavin' Cheyenne, a night of Western drama with your host, Lorne Green. The mood turns to comedy Tuesday with Andy Griffith as your host for Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot? On Wednesday, Vincent Price is your host for The 13th Governess, a story of mystery and suspense. Love and hate is the subject of This Home is Dissolved, and Cicely Tyson will tell you about it next Thursday. And Richard Widmark will round out the week with a tale of adventure called Cataclysm at Carbon River. So be sure and tune in Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
I'm Stan Martin. This Sunday night, my feature year will be 1974. Relive it with me and my special...
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Transcribe. CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, a graphic and dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm, from the famous book by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator. Steadily, the great sphere of the Earth spun upon its axis and moved in its unvarying course around the sun. From far-off Venus, a watcher of the skies, if such a one can be imagined to exist, viewed it as a more brilliant planet than any to be seen by us Earthmen. It gave no sign that storms or men disturbed its tranquil round. Bright against the black of midnight, or yellow in the dawn, the Earth hung in the sky, unflickering and serene.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair tonight and Wednesday, no change in temperature, moderate northwest winds. You're welcome.
The same forecast, day after day, week after week. The junior meteorologists wanted to yell blizzards, thunder, lightning, and hurricanes. But as long as that high-pressure area hung off the coast, it'll be the same. Fair tonight and tomorrow. No change in temperature. This wasn't weather, it was a bore. And nothing on this morning's weather map could change it. Oh, there were storms, plenty of them, but always somewhere else. Sylvia, an old friend, was now over Boston, dumping a heavy fall of snow before she swept on across the Atlantic. Felicia, poor thing, wasn't doing too well. By all indications, she would die in the fastnesses of the Northwest Territory. But Cornelia, the junior meteorologist was proud of Cornelia. A big, full-bodied dowager of a storm. 400 miles at sea, southeast of Dutch Harbor. He'd known all of them since birth, days ago in the far western reaches of the Pacific. And it was his private pleasure to give them names. His eyes swept across the map down the arc of the Aleutians and the islands of Japan. And then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A ship halfway between the weather stations of Haridoyashima and Chirijima had reported a barometric pressure of 1011. Yet by its position, it should have been 1012. The temperatures of the ship and the weather station showed too wide a divergence. The wind forces and the directions were at variance. Cold air from the tundras of Siberia had met warm air from the coral atolls of the Southern Ocean. So he rerouted a section of the 1012 isobar, drew a little ellipse like a football around the figure 1011.
Mariah. This one shall be Mariah.
A proud city, San Francisco, set upon hills, pearl gray in the winter sun, swept clean of smoke and dust by the steady wind from the sea. A city of towers and banners standing out stiff in the northwest wind. In the streets of the city, women clutched at their skirts and men at their hats in the invigorating sun-filled breeze. And they greeted each other with sparkling smiles.
Great weather we're having. Puts life in a fella.
But out in the country, there was a drought in the vast Central Valley. The grain and the grasses curled by drought ceased growing. And the well-to-do cattlemen ordered cottonseed meal at the Fresno mills. And in Tehama County, a not-so-well-to-do cattleman received a polite but firm letter from his bank. And an hour later, in the barn, they found his body hanging.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Is the map ready?
Almost, sir. The last reports are just coming in over the teletype.
Nice little storm developing there west of Japan.
You mean Mariah?
You named them, too.
Well, I just to myself, sir.
It must be nice to be new to the game. I used to do it when I first came to work here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I called them mostly after heroes I'd read about in history books, Hannibal and so forth. I remember General Lee developed into a terror, but Genghis Khan was a fizzle.
Well, I've been using girls' names ending in IA, but I'm nearly running out. There's Felicia over Hudson's Bay, and Cornelia's still doing fine in the Gulf of Alaska.
Where'd this Mariah come from?
Incipient. Day before yesterday, north of Chirijima.
Still there watching. You know the old saying.
Well, what's that, sir?
A Chinaman sneezing in Shensi may set men to shoveling snow in New York City.
Mariah did bear watching. Half as large as the United States, she rolled across the Pacific at 1,000 miles a day. Yet nowhere did she touch land, so vast and empty is the great ocean between the Aleutians and Midway Island. All over the top of the world rested unbroken darkness like a cap. Through that polar night, the flow of heat into outer space was like the steady drain of blood from an open wound. As the air thus grew colder and colder, it shrank toward the surface of the earth. Upon every square mile of snow-covered land and frozen sea, the air weighed more heavily with the passing of each sunless hour.
Hey, Chief, look at the report from Copper Mine this morning.
What about it?
1032, up 9 millibars from yesterday. And Fort Norman, 1035. That polar air mass is going to break out in Canada.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no place else for it to go. And when it does, Mariah won't follow Cornelia and Felicia and the others into the Gulf of Alaska. She'll keep coming straight for the coast. Chief, it's rain in 48 hours and plenty of it.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. I guess I got carried away.
That's understandable. You haven't seen as many storms come across this map as I have.
No, sir.
But don't go throwing around any 48-hour guesses. Storms are hussies. At least in this part of the world, I've known lots of them. Storms, that is. You can't trust them 12 hours out of your sight. San Francisco Weather Bureau.
Hello. Let me speak to somebody in authority, please.
This is the chief forecaster speaking.
This is Brownington Steamship Company. We got a ship in trouble. She just sent out an SOS. The Eureka relayed it to us. What's the weather like out there?
Can you give me her position?
Not exactly. The Eureka said she was 6 hours away.
What ship is it?
The Byzantium.
In that case, we have it. She made a weather report 2 hours ago. She must have been all right then. Just a minute, let me check.
Well, for heaven's sakes, hurry. It's mostly a local crew. They've got wives and families in the Bay Area. We've got to notify them.
I understand. Here we are. From the Byzantium reported she had a 9-point wind. That'll be about 50 miles an hour. But it's going to get worse. In an hour, it'll be blowing a whole gale, 60 miles an hour anyway. For another hour, it'll be even worse than that, with gusts up to 70.
It's a hurricane, then, a typhoon.
Look here, there's no sense in panicking. It's not a hurricane, and it's not a typhoon. It's a storm, a very big storm. Make that clear to your people and to the newspapers. The Byzantium will be through the worst of it in the next 2 hours. After that, it'll fall off. But there'll be lots of wind for 12 hours and a heavy sea after that.
I see. Well, isn't there anything you can do about it?
I'm afraid not. We report the weather. We don't make it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, son.
Sir?
Your Mariah's a big girl now. A killer.
From the Arctic islands and the ice floes of the Beaufort Sea, the polar air swept southward across the plains at 50 miles an hour, across Alberta and Saskatchewan. By noon, it engulfed Edmonton. Just before the winter sunset, Saskatoon and Calgary. At midnight, it crossed the border and invaded the United States. By daybreak, it had occupied much of Montana and North Dakota and was advancing on Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. But in San Francisco, the proud banners on the tall towers still streamed southeast in the winter sun. Continued fair today. No change in temperature.
Got the map filled in, son?
Yes, sir. Just finishing.
How does it look here this morning?
Well, I said yesterday it'd rain inside 48 hours. I say now it'll rain inside of 24 hours.
Pretty sure of that, huh?
Positive.
Let me have a look. Your Mariah's come a long way in 5 days.
Yes, sir. Look at that cold front east of the Rockies, right out of Canada. Just as I forecast.
Did you forecast this, too?
What's that, sir?
Part of your cold front slipped west across Alaska, far south of Seattle.
Well, no, sir, I didn't expect that.
Care to forecast the possibility of it continuing south?
Well, sir, my guess is that Mariah will get here before it does.
Son, in this game, you can't afford to guess. There are a lot of factors on this map that argue against rain. There's this cold front. There's the Pacific High, still has been for weeks.
Oh, there's Mariah, and nothing's going to stop her.
Chief.
Yes, Righty.
Chronicles on the wire. They want the forecast.
Tell them I'll have it for them in 10 minutes. You see, son, it's up to me. If I say that one word, rain, the weather forecast won't be in a box at the bottom of the front page. It'll be in boxcar letters in the headlines. That single word will be the biggest news story in California. Thousands of people will change their plans because of it. Hundreds of businesses and industries will adjust to it. And if it doesn't rain.
But it's going to. It has to.
Would you like to take the responsibility of guaranteeing it?
But, sir...
On the other hand, if I forecast fair and it rains, that mistake might mean millions of dollars loss and the illness and the death of more people than a man likes to think about.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's possible that the Pacific High will hold, and it's possible that the polar air will get here before Mariah does. But it's not probable. And we must forecast probable, not possible, rather. Whitey, yes, sir. Get on the phone and order up storm warnings on the coast from Point Arena to North Head. Yes, you, son, call the Chronicle and tell them we'll have the complete forecast in 5 minutes, but tell them to set the headlines and get ready. It's rain.
Rain. The load dispatcher of Power and Light was ready for the electric heaters that would be turned on against the chill, and the lights that would burn later in the morning and earlier in the evening. Somewhere in his maze of high and low voltage wires, his powerhouses and his dams, there would be trouble, but he was ready. Rain. The plant superintendent of the telephone company sent some extra men up along US 40 in case things went bad on the pass. Rain. The general manager of the railroad dispatched the assistant divisional engineer and the chief trainmaster to Immigrant Gap and Norden to take charge of track clearance on the pass. For rain on the coast, rain in the valley, rain in the mother lode meant snow on the pass. The pass, one of the 5 great gateways to California. The first covered wagons crossed the pass in 1844 from the high plateau of Nevada to the gravid valley of the Sacramento, where yet unsuspected, gold lay in the sands of foothill streams. 500 wagons crossed in 46, crossed safely. All but the last, the Donner Party. The snow caught them, and the horror of their story has imprinted their name upon the pass and broods still over peak and canyon like a legend of Greek tragedy. But today, gleaming streamliners glide between the snowy crags with 20th century ease. The transcontinental telephone carries chit-chat and the closing of deals, the word of birth and death, and the jokes and tunes of radio through the high canyons and over the summits. The great steel towers of the Power and Light High Line cut their wide path through the lodgepole pines and the tamaracks as they march with metal feet across the mountain. And feeling its way more subtly, following the contours of the convoluted land, is U.S. Highway 40, the all-weather road across the Sierras, one of the 5 great mountain gateways to California. Far out at sea, the crippled freighter Byzantium, her rudder jury-rigged, made for Honolulu in repairs under a sunny sky. She had ridden out the storm, but she had lost her first officer overboard. Mariah was indeed the killer, and she announced her coming with a wave of pain. As she moved steadily shoreward, old lumberjack joints grown stiff in the dripping of redwood forests twinged and throbbed. From Cape Disappointment to Point Arguello, overworked mothers winced with headaches. Nerve ends of leg stumps tingled. Old wounds of the Argonne and Guadalcanal ached again. In a moving belt 150 miles before the rain, renewed tortures prevailed in the hurt and maimed limbs of men. First, so fine was the rain, it was as if the low-lying mist had merely swooped a little lower. And then for a moment, it was gone. But it came again, minute by minute, unhurrying. The rain grew thicker and more steady. East beyond the Sierras and the Rockies, the river of polar air swept on. Behind it, the snow-plastered houses of Cincinnati and Louisville, the quick frozen ponds of the Ozarks. In Abilene and Fort Worth and Dallas, they felt it now. And men battling their way along gale-swept streets reminded themselves.
Between Texas and the North Pole, the only windbreak is a barbed wire fence.
Rain will not harm a high-tension line. Snow will build up on it and then fall away of its own weight and bulk. But ice... At the 3,000-foot level in the Sierra the morning after the storm broke, neither rain nor snow fell from the turgid clouds, but sleet, sheathing the trees in bizarre robes of ice, coating the wires of the power and light 60-kilovolt line until they were a half-inch thick, an inch, 2 inches, until the weight became more than copper cable could bear.
San Francisco load dispatcher.
This is Ringo, substation operator. The French bar 60-kilovolt line just went out.
Don't say just. When did it go?
9:02. I'm replacing it from Two Rivers and Buckskin Dam.
Thank you.
The load dispatcher looked at his desk clock and noted with satisfaction that it was a little past 9:03.
I know I'm seeing it, but I just can't believe it.
What's that, son?
For this morning's map. It just isn't supposed to look like this. Storms should move from west to east between the high-pressure areas of the pole and the Tropic of Cancer.
They do, in the textbooks. But it looks like El Maria's trapped.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. Trapped between that polar breakthrough over the plains and the one that came in over Alaska. Why, it could go on raining for days.
And very well might.
This is the miracle of electronics. This is the multiplex telephone cable, carrying 2 or 3 radio programs, half a dozen personal conversations, and several teletype messages. 6 of these cables cross the Donner Pass, strung from pole to telephone pole. The central transcontinental lead between San Francisco and the east. In 1579, the same year Sir Francis Drake landed on the coast of California, a cedar sapling sprouted on the lip of a ravine far up in the Sierra Nevada. It was, however, somewhat insecurely rooted, and in 1789, a half-century before the first immigrant let his wagons down the canyon walls with ropes, a windstorm toppled it. Its trunk has lain athwart the ravine ever since, decaying but little in the high, dry mountain air. But last fall, a chipmunk burrowing beneath it dislodged a pound or so of gravel, and thus disturbed its delicate and ancient balance. And the weight of Mariah's snow finished the job. Now the log begins to roll, slides sidewise, upends and drops over the canyon's edge. 100 feet below, it strikes squarely among the cross arms of pole 1-243-76 of the Central Transcontinental League.
Operator? Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
I've just been cut off from New York.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry's not enough. What's the matter with you people?
Hold the line, sir.
Company as big as yours, you'd think they'd give better service. Absolutely ridiculous. This is an important
Here
call.
is your party, sir. I'm sorry for the delay.
You should be. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, what happened?
Who knows? Well, anyway, let's pick it up where we were before.
You can't pick it up exactly where you were before, sir. Before, you were talking from San Francisco via Salt Lake, Denver, and Chicago. Now you are talking to New York through Los Angeles, Oklahoma, and St. Louis. over one of the alternate circuits which had been previously set up by a telephone company traffic superintendent who knew what a storm could do on the Donner Pass.
You were right, Chief.
Huh?
Look at this morning's map. That polar air that broke through over the plains finally made it across Mexico. It's out in the Pacific now.
Joining up with Mariah. That'll be the death of her. But she'll give us trouble tonight.
How's that?
That old polar air mass is only a few hundred miles wide, but she's cold and dry below and warm and moist on top. When she hits Mariah, she'll blow her into bits. Cloudbursts, hail and snow, thunder, lightning, and damnation. Tonight'll be the night.
U.S. Highway 40 was still open, but only because the road superintendent and his crew had pushed the flangers and the rotaries around the clock for nearly 72 hours. Now the snow was thicker than ever, and the superintendent standing at the doorway of the maintenance station garage was tired, bone-tired. A heavily pounding truck came up grade from the west. A sedan, its headlights clawing the swirling snow, followed. And a few moments later, another. And then something began to bother the super. Something vague. And then he realized what it was.
Wally.
You.
Let's get out on the road.
What's up?
She's blocked somewhere down the pass. Nothing's coming through from the east.
She was blocked, all right. At Windy Point, a big truck and trailer was jackknifed across the road, and the drifts were already piling up. 4 cars were lined up grade, their motors running.
Idiots. Motors idling, windows closed to keep warm. Wally, tell them to open up before they suffocate. You, I'll take the downgrade side. Anybody hurt here?
Nobody hurt but this truck.
Never mind the truck. You ran past the chain warnings yourself. If you'd had chains on, you wouldn't be stuck in that drift.
Yeah, but look, hey, what am I going to do? I can...
Hey, anybody in there? Oh, no. Hey, you!
Oh, me?
Yeah, you! Where are the people from this car?
Oh, them?
Yeah, what happened to them?
Oh, yeah, old dame and a guy. She was sort of hysterical. She yelled something about we'd all get snowed in and froze like somebody named Donna. Then they started off down the road walking. Hey, you think maybe we ought to start walking like she said, huh?
No, you stay where you are. We'll get you out of this. When'd they leave?
About 5 minutes ago.
And that's long enough. Hey, what's the matter up ahead? Road's blocked. You see a couple of people walking downgrade?
Yes, we wondered.
You got chains?
Sure, I always got chains. I'm from Colorado.
Good, then you must know mountains. Now listen to me, Jack. I'm the road superintendent here. We aren't going to be able to clear the road for a while. Why don't you swing around while you still can and go on back down grade after those 2 people?
Well, now, I don't know.
Well, save a couple of lives.
Why, of course we will.
There's a joint down at the bottom of the pass where you can get them some coffee. We'll let you know when the road's clear.
Well, sure thing. Glad to help.
Thanks a lot. You better get going. One of my rotaries is coming up behind you.
I had no idea you got so much snow out this
well,
way.
we get enough.
Shut the window, Emily, and let's get out of here.
Hey, Steve! Hey, Peterson! Give me a lift. Hi, boss. What you doing down here? I'll tell you later. Raise the plow, Steve, and get me up the road as fast as you can. Radio hot. There's that pistol. Let's go. KRDO1. KRDM4 calling KRDO1.
KRDO1 is standing by for KRDM4.
Hank, get this. Halt all eastbound cars at the summit. Phone the boys at the lake to stop all westbound cars at the gates. Contact the highway patrol and tell them there's a block at Windy Point. Get a couple of men off the day shift and send them down with a push plow and flanger. We're going to lose the road if we don't work fast.
To lose the road was to lose his honor. But that night, as Mariah thrashed across the Sierra in her death throes, the superintendent once more held the road. Once more, the storm gave out before his machines did, or his men. Once more, There would come a time and a storm, he reminded himself, when they might not.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair today and tomorrow, moderate northwest winds, slightly cooler. You're welcome.
The junior meteorologist turned back to his map, filling in reports from land stations across half the world and ships spun out upon the great ocean. But soon he let his eyes wander down the Kuril Islands and across the Sea of Japan, where surely a new wave should be forming, a wave which might develop into another great storm, like Maria. But now, no ship happened to be at the proper location to tell him about it.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Storm by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator. Featured in the cast were Helene Burke, Chet Stratton, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Frank Gerstle, and Jack Crucian. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The workshop is produced by William Frug. Turn silent.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.